Well. Hello again. I'm the College Genesis, the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show, guiding you through the next couple hours in interesting conversations, stimulating debate and discussions. Welcome. As you know, as always, sorry for being late tonight. I wanted to start at like 10:30, but I got sidetracked. I don't know what the hell is going on. My Google said I had too much storage or that I had to delete some stuff. And I seen a whole bunch of stuff from IC3 that was sent. They say that's clogged up my storage space, my email. He just spams me with a bunch of nonsense all the time. And so my storage got used up one night, so I couldn't receive the notification when I get ready to log in. So I had to go around the system and log in another way to my account and everything. Almost got blocked out. And then they said, okay, you got to upgrade your storage, $1.99 a month. So far, no problem. I don't care, $1.99 a month. But they didn't tell you how I could do it. I'm like, okay, send me the link. Let me pay my credit card. Let me pay $1.99 a month so you can freaking turn my email back on. Jeez, it ain't that hard, folks. But anyway, I'm here tonight, so we're gonna have a good topic tonight, as only we can. And the reason why I picked this topic tonight is there's this push among certain people that want to basically bring African Americans, our values down there. There's something about our values that people don't like. We value cleanliness. We value education. We value hard work. We value things like family and stuff like that, culture, history. We're the only black people that regularly keep Black history alive. That's important for our posterity to learn our history and everything. These are our values. These are our values. We're the pretty much only Black people that says that a girl or child should have a child. Should have a childhood. That it's not okay to see a 4-year-old kid slaving in a mine. That's our value system. It's not okay for a grown man. Now people say all this stuff happens in America, caller. You got deviant. Yeah, look, you know what a deviant is? All right, let's explain the term deviant. A deviant is someone who deviates from the norm. So when you have drill rappers, thugs, and everything, they're deviants, right? They're not the norm. So that's the difference in African American culture. When you see people ratchet and everything, those are deviants. They deviate from the norm, what's was accepted in Black society. That's not normal. That's what a lot of Black immigrants don't seem to understand. What we see in you guys' culture, for you people, I'm not picking on the diaspora, and I'm not trying to bully Africans or Caribbeans, but I just got to set something straight. What we see as what should be deviant to us is the norm to you guys. Child sex trafficking, child labor, all kinds of stuff like that, killings and ritual killings and honor killings. That's fucking normal in your cultures. So we're gonna talk about that tonight. We don't want deviant behavior in our culture. That's just the way it is. I don't give a damn who doesn't like it. I'm gonna tell it like it is. Deviant behavior is basically what happened is in our culture is they're trying to make deviant Black behavior the norm. By constantly talking about it in rap videos, reinforcing nigga. No matter how much they try, we still know who the hell we are. We remember who Malcolm X was. Remember who the Nation of Islam was. We remember who the Abyssinian Baptist Church was. We remember all these great people that came before us and whatnot that laid a blueprint down for us to survive in this hell we call North America. So no matter how much deviants come up there and make it seem like they represent us, they're never going to represent us. All the deviants. The deviants, the Black people who are lazy, the Black people who like crime, the Black people who like immorality. They having 3 or 4 baby mamas and 10 baby daddies, that's deviant behavior. That's not part of our value system. That's not our culture. That's not our values. That's deviant behavior. And so therefore, what we've got to do going forward is we got to basically become keepers. That's what the colonization is all about. A circle of keepers. What do we want to keep? And what do we say? We have the right to, as a community, as a culture, to decide what we want to keep. Keep means what we emphasize, what we are about. That's what we mean by being a keeper. So therefore, when something's not good, we don't keep it. When something's bad, we get rid of it and we move on from it. But tonight we're talking about that. Are we allowed to keep our values and become Pan Africans? Because what I see is when I see people going to the continent, I don't want to live in a mud hut. Why would you live in filth? Why would you live on a mud floor? Why would you give up your hygiene? We're one of the cleanest people on the planet. African Americans, we shower all the time. We bathe, we shower. We don't live in dirt and filth for the most part. But why would you want to give all that up, and live in filth and everything like that just because you want to become a Pan Africanist and you want to go back to Africa? Why can't you basically we can't say, look, Africa has to meet our standards for us to live there? Why are we going to deviate from what we know? We don't fucking eat bush meat. We don't eat that shit, So what the hell are we deviating from what we know is a decent food? Well, call it, we domesticated animals. We need fish. We need poultry. We need beef. All these domesticated animals controlled by human beings in civilized area. We don't eat fucking wild animals and whatnot. That's not our culture. That's deviated. Now, some people do eat that stuff like that, but that's a deviant. You deviating from the norm. You understand? When somebody goes hunting and they say they're gonna catch a deer and eat it, that's deviating from the norm. That's not normal things people eat. That's a deviation, a delineation from the norm. And we have to understand that. And we have to let people know what is normal and what is not. And if you want to do those things, even when black people, we came down to like eating things like chitlins. Most black people don't eat chitlins, that's a deviation from the norm. Most black people don't eat freaking chitlins, and more black people are becoming vegetarians and giving up meat altogether. So that's what we mean by deviant behavior. Deviant behavior means you want to deviate from the norm. You want to deviate from the norm. And the society and a group of people have the right to say what is normal and what's not. That's just the way it is. It's not normal for a woman to basically it's not the norm, or it's not right for a woman to have like 5 different baby fathers. I see this one thing. We got this white trash chick was like, I don't know if it was a comedy skit or she was like this. She goes, "How much do I got 5 baby daddies and whatnot?" Blah 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 blah. She had mixed kids and whatnot. You just see it. She got mixed kids running around with unkept afros running around. So this way, and so what you have is black deviant behavior spreading among other people, and people are starting to take that as, oh, she's black, she acts black. How is that black? No, somebody basically acting ignorant, ghetto, ratchet, and foolish and whatnot is not acting black. They're acting like they're deviant, like a subculture of black people, like a deviant culture of black people. We have to get to the point where we have to understand, just because you listen to rap, just because you basically got mixed kids and you ran up, you let niggas run up and you, don't mean you're entitled to be one of us. That's a conversation we ought to be having. Just because you basically lay with a black man don't mean we have any obligation to accept you. Just because you lay with a black woman, like you got this Serena Williams, look, she's a multi-millionaire. Why the hell is she doing a crip walk? That's deviant behavior. That's not part of our values, The crip culture and stuff like that destroyed what it could have been a working class black community, a sanctuary for Black America. We're not allowed to have peace and sanctuary because every last single black community is under threat, not from gentrification, not from the police reality, but this culture of deviancy where we don't want to keep our values and customs and stuff like that because we're scared to basically stand on what we believe because we don't think we have a right to as black people. We let anybody come in there and just say that. We just got to say, look, I remember Earl Graves. He snatched the mic from Eddie Griffith right there on the live broadcast because he was telling foul jokes and whatnot. And Earl Gray's, the head of Black Enterprise magazine, said, "That's not our culture." You know, that's what you have to do. He just went there and took the mic from him and said, "No, sir, you can't do this. You can't do your jokes, your comedy. That's in bad taste." That's what we got to get back to. And you know something? At one time, we controlled deviant behavior because it was Black editors in magazines at one time that control what Black people, for the most part, listen to. In Ebony magazine, whatever black magazine, newspaper, Amsterdam News, Black editors and everything controlled the information. And you know, I remember one time we had Ebony Junior. That was like a kids magazine for Black kids. We had Right On magazine. All these things were very important because they knew the effect publications would have on the minds of people. We had actually people in power that loved us. You know, Essence magazine was uplifting to a lot of Black women. We had Black Men's magazine that was uplifting to a lot of Black men to get you, like, you know, issues that we were talking about, you know. So therefore, what went on in these magazines permeate throughout Black America. Now, I don't even think we have magazines that we all read anymore, that we're not even on the same page anymore. That's what I mean by, are we on the same page? Are we reading the same thing? We don't have that anymore. I remember every Black person used to read the Final Call, the Nation of Islam newspaper. Now that's gone. The age of the internet, now everybody, like I said, when I look at some of these so-called influencers in Black America, I said, where the fuck these people come from? You know, I could tell who was raised on Black news and Black magazines and stuff like that, and this who just a new age person that just came out of left field talking about your nonsense. I know what Black consciousness is. So this is what we're having tonight. And also, when somebody's Black conscious, you always get that. You say the wrong thing, and you'll get that nigga please. You know, that Negro please. You know, when somebody says Negro please, you better back it way the fuck up, and get your shit in order, because you're about to be called a coon, Uncle Tom next. It's like, nigga please. You know. Because that's what happens with nowadays, when people, everybody just say what they want to say. There's no rules and everything like that. Which you can make a song called "Wet Ass Pussy" and everything. It's okay because our values have been shitted on. So there's a war against Black values in America and everything like that. So, and what I don't want to see is, what I'm seeing now is this same thing has affected the Black conscious movement, where the Black conscious movement people are just as ratchet as people who are unconscious. How does that happen? You know, part of being conscious is being righteous. You know, you're on the right track of path of life. But if you're going to be ratchet, you know, that's why my criticism of Umar Johnson, he's too much into this ratchet culture. You know, and you got to choose. You have to make a choice, folks. If you're going to be righteous and lead Black people and everything like that, you got to do it. Or you leave it up, or you just give it up, or leave it alone. Because I'm sick and tired. I'm sick and tired of lukewarm people. I'm sick and tired of people playing both sides of the fence. If you're going to be part of this movement or not, that's what I say. If you're going to be part of this movement, then you be it. If you're not, leave it alone. You know, so this is what we're talking about tonight, folks. We're talking about keeping our values and customs and everything like that. Can it survive in the Pan African world? Can it survive in Africa? You know, can we keep our values and everything? Colin, man, Hakuna Matata, no, we better worry at all times. You got to be constantly planning, plotting, and scheming on that if you want to survive in this world. That Hakuna Matata, no worries attitude is dangerous, you know. So we don't do the Hakuna Matata around here. You know, we're all constantly thinking about how we can better ourselves, how we're going to win. We don't understand that we're under threat constantly from white supremacists, racists, wherever like that, and all things. So we have to be on our toes. We understand that there's race traders out there that's trying to do us in, that don't mean us any good and whatnot. There's people that want to sell us dope. The people that want to basically abuse our women, exploit our women. There's people that want to exploit our children and everything like that. So we as men got to constantly be on the lookout for any sort of threat that might be it, you know? Yeah, I know. Of course you go to Better Homes and Gardens. But life has not changed for millions of white people. They still look at magazines like Better Homes and Gardens and all these different white magazines, Time magazine. Nothing's changed. The only people that thought that, oh, we don't need that no more. Ebony magazine, Essence magazine, we don't need that no more. It's black people. We just completely dismantled everything that we had. That's because we've given up on our value system. We used to be a strong, Black America used to be a formidable community. You know, they couldn't just put anything over on us in the past. But somehow the last generation, since the millennium, we gotten weak. You know, we got carefree. We're marrying outside of our race more. We're doing kinds of foolish stuff. We're showing our ass in public and whatnot, you know, making fools of ourselves in the media and stuff like that. We used to be a more insular people. I used to love that about us. Now, I used to love the fact that white America didn't know shit about what we thought about or what we believed in everything. They would only guess and they were always wrong, you know? But now they seem like they know everything about us because we're all, everybody, black, white, are watching the same medium. Your Super Bowl come or whatnot, you got black people out there. Oh, the halftime, the football, the game. I'm like, when do we have something for ourselves? Are we always the only one to fucking FB goes, you don't make any sense. Of course I'm making sense. This is too intelligent for you. Are there anything that we do that's not mainstream? No. I know people like FB, his head is up the white man's ass, you know, and he got white people's nuts on his mouth or whatnot, so he don't understand where I'm coming from, you know. So like Eddie said, you see Better Homes and Gardens and all these other magazines are still going strong. You don't see Ebony magazine anymore. No. Because people like FB, it's like this, mixing is fixing the race. No, mixing is destroying the race. And that's what I'm saying. So you got to get out of here, FB. I don't want to hear your shit tonight. I don't want to hear race mixing bullshit in my chat, you know? If you're going to talk race mixing, you got to go someplace else. Race mixing is fucking the destruction of the black race. You know? No, Principe. Black America don't want it to be mainstream. White America decided that you're gonna be mainstream. Why? Because if it's mainstream, then they control it. They're the main consumers of black culture. That's what the problem is. I've seen it a long time ago. Where you got white kids in the suburbs who know rappers that I don't even know about, you know? There's rappers out there that are big, making millions of dollars that most black people never heard of. So therefore, them mainstreaming of black culture is not for our benefit. It's because they want to become the consumers and the masters of black culture. When our culture was underground, I used to remember a time, I'm old enough to remember a time where white people didn't listen to rap. They didn't listen to hip hop, you know? It doesn't matter what you live next to. I mean, there's no white people in my house, you know? Don't matter what you live in, you know? So the bottom line is my networks and everything like that, who I have over in my house for parties and everything are black, you know, so it don't even matter what I do. Everybody, you can live with everyone. Unfortunately, I have to live in a white neighborhood because our black communities don't have the value system. And the bottom line is, if I buy a home in this neighborhood, right, my house is worth something. I got like $300,000 equity in my house. I live in the same house in a black neighborhood. It's like in a negative. Unfortunately, because we didn't keep anything up. And we would have been the same community we were like 50, 60 years ago. Black America would have, I would live in a majority black community, you know, but we don't have those communities anymore. You know, we let the communities go run down with drugs, crime, murder, you know, loud, belligerent attitudes and whatnot. And so the bottom line, so therefore, black people like me are forced to move to a better location. We can't stay in the same communities anymore, you know, unfortunately, you know, so it is what it is. People always want to say, oh, you live in a white community. Yeah, it's not my fault. You think I want to live in a fucking majority white community? Hell no. I'd much rather live in a black community. But the bottom line is this. I like coming home at night and not seeing bullets holes in my car, my window shot out because of a drive-by shootout in my neighborhood. I like not hearing bullets and gunshots, you know. I do not like hearing like that, you know. Don't do what I say. They do what I say. Do it. I say, look, live how you can live. You know, I don't care where you live at. You know, I don't care where you live at. What you do. I understand the reality. Reality is, like I said, I tell this story all the time. Miss Coffee, Story of Miss Coffee, if you don't freaking understand. She was an older chick, right? In the 70s, right? You know? Am I playing it safe? No, I make a lot of money, Tolliver, and I'm moving up. When you move up, hey, there's a black neighborhood I could have moved to, but it's really far about where I live, where I frequent, but it's really far. If we had a black neighborhood in Virginia Beach, like where I live right now, I'd live there, but we don't. So what am I supposed to do? So anyway, I tell you about a story about Miss Cuffy, right? There's one part of Virginia Beach called East Chesapeake, right? That means it's way Virginia Beach and this area is cities overlap each other, right? Neighborhood, you could tell that's part of another city, but the jurisdiction boundary is in another city. For example, East Chesapeake, part of Virginia Beach, is basically Chesapeake because the neighborhoods look older in Chesapeake. Chesapeake is one of the oldest cities in Virginia. Virginia Beach is one of the newest. So they call this one section of Virginia Beach East Chesapeake because they got ditches there, they got telephone poles, all the old stuff like that. They got older buildings, everything like that, and they got single family homes with lawns and everything like that. The houses look like they were built back in the 50s and the 60s. So that area right there over there, and they got trailer parks and they got hoods and whatnot. So it looks like the older section of Chesapeake, but it's actually Virginia Beach. We call it East Chesapeake, Anyway, part of East Chesapeake is this housing project called McDonald Manor, one of the roughest housing projects, right? Not that in Virginia Beach. They always have a stat. Oh, we're in Virginia Beach. We're in McDonald, but you're in McDonald Manor. Yes, on the Virginia Beach. Like, that's a status down here being in Virginia Beach. I'm in Virginia Beach, But you're in McDonald Manor. You're in East Chesapeake, Virginia Beach. So basically, it ain't nothing. So anyway, she worked in the Taco Bell, the KFC Taco Bell in East Chesapeake, right near McDonald Manor, and she was like a mother figure to the kids, young people out there. I said, "This is so sweet." That, hey, Miss Cuffy, whatnot. Yeah, they bring her stuff or whatnot. Hey, Miss Cuffy, that. Then after like a couple years, right, I'm going to the Taco Bell in Virginia Beach, and here's Miss Cuffy working. I said, Miss Cuffy, what are you doing out here? She goes, oh shoot, I stayed for 3 years. I got that condo. I forgot the name of the place. Not too far from where I live at. I got a condo over there. Oh my God, it's a nice place too because it's all white. And then they got the indoor pool and outdoor pool. They got the clubhouse, tennis courts, racquetball court. They got everything: the sauna, jacuzzi. I moved over there. She goes, when they gave me my key, after she was staying for 3 years. She goes, I want to enjoy something, I was like, but the people in the hood, they need you. She goes, shoot, I'm trying to enjoy my life. What time I got left when I want to enjoy something? I got my little place over there. One night we got the gym. We got the everything like that. We got the dog walk pad. It's really cozy place, condominiums, She was like, yeah, man. She goes, I'm out of there. I said, when you go back there? She goes, they can come out here to this store and see me, but I'm done with all that, So she was done with the hood. She was like, I put my dues in. She was like, I'm ready to have something nice. But that it really hurt me at one time. I was like, man, the community got nothing, because she was like a pillar in the community. I said, as long as we got older people like that there as role models and blah, blah, blah. But she was like, man, shit. She goes, tell her, save it for your mama. She was like, I'm the hell out of there. Boy. She moved that new condominium place. It's a nice place too. So I used to be friends with this female that had a spot in there. They're really nice, A real nice condominium community, one of the nicest condominium communities in our area, Really nice, it's like a little walkway, the way you drive in and whatnot. It's really nice, gated. It's gated. You gotta have a code to get in, whatnot. It's a gated community. She was like, shoot, and she goes, I took me 3 years of saving and whatnot. When I bought my condo, right? She goes, I got a deal on it. I was so happy, I jumped for joy and whatnot. She was the fuck out of there. Where she was like, she was out of the hood, man. I think she lived in McDonald Manor too. She worked as Taco Bell for 3 years as a manager and whatnot. She saved her money and whatnot. I think she put a few $1,000s down on that condo and whatnot. She was like, Thank you, Jesus. Gee, I'm gonna have something, enjoy something nice when I. But hey, look, Tolliver, man, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you, man. I really don't know what to tell you anymore. I would urge you guys. Look, I also saw this thing. There's a guide online. How to win government. The federal government is the biggest consumer of goods and services in the world. That means if you could basically find something that you want to sell or do, whatever like that, the federal government, man, has a lot of money and contracts. Being a being on contract with the federal government, it's like I would urge you guys to get a piece of the action, man. Don't sit in poverty and stupidity all day. Don't be a Tolliver. Don't sit in poverty and ignorance for the rest of your life or not. Get a clue, get a piece of the action, man. That's the only way we're going to plot the future. If people are winning. When people are winning, then we can say, I want a team of winners. The only way I'm going to build an Afghanistan is by people who are used to winning. I can't build nothing but losers, man. If you're on a losing streak, you can't be with me because your losing is going to jinx me. I got to be around winners. I hate to hurt people's feelings, man, but I can't, I think I've had enough, man, of losing, Look, you got to get your own contract. You do your own research, get your own research. There's a book thing called Federal Guide to getting, let me see if I can find it. Federal Guide to getting government contract. Let me see if I can find that shit. I'll put it up here. Let's see. A federal guide. Let me see. I know I saved it, Federal contracting. Let's see if we can find this for you, folks. Federal contracting guide. Hold on, for guide. Let's see. A guide to federal, what you call it? Guide to federal contracting. Well, actually, the one I saw was free. It was given out free online. But let's look at this one. Let's look at this one. Insider's Guide to. Yeah, I'm gonna help you guys out today. I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna be nice. You know about it, then you gotta get a clue, a Tolliver. I want you to see you come up here and say, Colin, man, you were wrong about me, man. I read the guide of how to get federal contracts. Now I'm winning, man. I'm making more money than you could ever imagine, Colin. Then I'll be proud of you, man. See, it says right here, Inside Guide to Winning Federal Contract, Real World Strategies, Lessons, and $24. I think it's really worth it if you get that book. Inside Guide to Winning Federal Government Contracts. I'm a new to government contracting. Where do I start? Our clients went over 14. Their clients went over $14 billion in government contracts. Yo, look, man, I'm gonna tell you right now. People say, "Well, who about the government?" Look, government contracts in plain English. Look, I'm telling everybody, F what you say. I give you permission to get out there and get the guap, get that money while it's at. Well, it's a federal government. I don't give a fuck if it's the federal government or not. You living here in this country. Get some of this fucking money. Get paid. Get some of this money. That's what we need. That's what I need. I need winners, man. I don't need whiners. I need winners. No more whining. I need winners, and that used to be our value system, That's the value system that built the Negro Leagues. They didn't freaking basically comply that they weren't in it. That's another myth. People make it seem like the black people were crying to become part of the made. No, that's something they forced on us, right? Black people were basically happy with the Negro Leagues. We was able to sell hot dogs, peanuts, and popcorn, and beer and soda pop and whatnot. We had a good time watching different cities play each other and whatnot, the Negro Leagues and whatnot, And so we came together and built the Negro Leagues. And they say, you know something, man? If black people came together to build the Negro Leagues, what next? They're going to come together to form their own internal government? That's why they had to stop it, That's why they had to stop it. So everything they do is not for our benefit. Like integration. Let me tell you something. I was thinking about this today. People have no idea that anger and rage you come. I think the black people who grew up in the suburbs, like as the only black kid in the class, like I did are probably the most angry black people in the freaking world. The black people who grew up in the inner city and stuff like that, they're not angry because you were never challenged, But when you I said to myself, while I'm sitting there being bullied, harassed, called the N-word and everything like that, and the teachers hate me. The teachers don't like you. They're disgusted by you. You're black. You're just a black kid, and the teachers are intimidated by you and everything. Your kids are stupid. When somebody don't like you. You know it. You can sense it. So therefore, I said to myself, why was I subjected to this shit? My innocence. I was an innocent child. Why was I subjected to white adult racists? My first job, right? I worked at McDonald's. I got so much harassment by these fucking mean, racist ass white people and everything like that. That's good, Preeti. You got 2 books. W Amazon 2 years. Good for you, man. Make a move, man. That's what I say. That's what I like hearing. I like people doing something, man. So I'm saying to myself, what the hell was I subjected to this? And then all I keep hearing was Martin Luther King said, I have a dream. So basically, this was his dream. I just said to myself, it must be there's something wrong with me because everybody around me is telling me that I so-called made it. I remember I used to tell my grandfather, I said, in summers, I used to go to the city, right? And I used to say, I see how much fun my cousin Donald's had. We would be girls. And I said, this is a life I want. I'm around all my cousins and everything like that. And go to a predominantly black school and Forest Hills, Queens was just as good a school as I went to in upstate New York, right? But my grandfather, you go to that white school and whatnot. You got that good education. You in that nice school. Y'all got carpets on the floor. Y'all got a swimming pool. That's that nice school. You know what I'm saying? When I went to school, our school was in a 1-room shack. And I'm like, okay, I get that, But I said, look, I am not happy in a thing. So that was my freshman to sophomore year. I wanted to spend the next 3 years. And so I want my grandparents to let me live with them in the city so I can go to school and finish high school in the city. They wouldn't let me. Like, no. You went around the white people up there and whatnot. No. That's all it was. Just the fact that we went to school with all white people. That was the thinking among black back then. The nearer that I got to the white man, the better off you are. That's the truth, The nearer that got to the white man is the best way. So I said to myself when I was growing, I grew up resenting the world, right? Why was I subjected to this, right? When I was in high school and whatnot, hey, I'm just like any other kid. I see a girl, she's pretty, she's white, pretty, but I was told, no, you can't date her. So who am I supposed to date? So I can't go to the prom, even though a girl liked me. When I can't go to the prom because racism and all stuff like that. So I never had a normal childhood, I couldn't date who I wanted to date. I couldn't go to school. So I couldn't be friends with certain white kids, whatever like that. So I'm saying to myself, so all this basically, by the time I was like 15 years old, I was angry. I was enraged. I was full of anger and hatred. And this thing called America, which I once loved when I was a little kid, I began to resent and I hated it. I hated the idea of the American flag. I hated everything about America. By the time I was 14, 15, I hated everything about America. I started getting into hip hop and whatnot. I started going to the city, hanging around the inner city, the Bronx and stuff like that. That's my culture. I was deep into black culture and black issues, Africa, Pan African stuff, and everything like that. I started reading Malcolm X and all stuff like that. I became radicalized when I was like 15, 16 years old, because of the experience of racism and being in a predominantly white environment made me like that, made me angry, made me bitter. So when people keep telling you, Carl, you grew up in a middle class neighborhood, you don't say, no, I grew up angry. I don't think anybody grew up more angry than I was, right? Because of the racism I faced when I was growing up. It's still with me today, It still shapes why I think and act the way I do today. Baru says, call untangible things in past stated that two-thirds middle class. The middle class means absolutely nothing. That's what Baru don't seem to understand. Middle class is nothing but a fucking prison, It means nothing. There's no Cosby middle class happy black people. Black people in the middle class are just as angry and furious and angry and vitriol as black people. They're probably the most angry black people. The most angry black people are the freaking ones in the middle class. There's myth that middle class people are just got it good, but no, middle class black people are angry. We're the most angry. Like we're the most militant black people. When you go to middle class black homes, you'll see Malcolm X books there. You go to poor black people's homes, they ain't got no books laying around. Middle class black, all the African American authors, they're like that. Who do you think bought the material? The black middle class. That's a fertile ground for a nationalist movement, the black middle class. I know that. That's where I come from. Yeah, I don't expect the black underclass to be part of this, because they're too dependent on the white government and stuff like that. They don't think they can do better than whatever the white man do. But the black middle class, that's where the black nation is. That's where the black nation lives, in the middle class. So the ones who built families and stuff like that, they kept their values together, So tell somebody else that, Baruti, you can't tell me, because I am the College Genesis, the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. But I'm gonna put a link in the chat room so we can begin the conversation. Anybody want to call in? Tell me what's on your mind. Tell me what's on your mind tonight. Can we keep our values? My values is I'm never gonna forget who the hell I am. I ain't gonna forget what the hell my ancestors been through, what the hell I've been through. So we could talk from that that vantage point. I'm not gonna forget shit. Don't tell me to love anybody, whether it's white people or Africans, like that. I only care about my own people, African Americans for the most part. Anybody else, I take you on a case by case basis, whether you're white, Hispanic, African, Caribbean. I take you on a case by case basis. I have unconditional love for African Americans. Those are my people. Okay, let me reread your stuff. Call it untangle some things that I'm trying to give African Americans to realize there's nothing wrong with being African American. There's nothing wrong with saying you're an African American, Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with being African American. There's nothing wrong with saying you're African American. You don't say anything else. You're African American, right? It's all right to speak English. It's all right to be Christian. It's all right to do anything like that. It's all right to celebrate Kwanzaa. It's all right to do all those things that we did because we turned lemons into lemonade. We didn't know much about Africa, so we created something called Kwanzaa, that has some African effects to it based on the retention culture we have, and I don't want people telling me, oh, that's not authentic African. No, it's our authentic African. How about that? Call it untangle some things in past. You stated 2/3 of black men are middle class. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. She says low income blighted black communities abound across the. Yeah, they are middle class black community. Yeah, Look, the bottom line is it doesn't really matter what middle class people have this idea. Most of the middle class is seen through the prisms of white people, right? Black people know there's no when you're black in America, no, there's nobody gets up to you and say, "Oh, you're black middle class." You don't mill that on your head. All they see is you're a nigga before they even see anything else. They don't care about car you drive, what job you have. You're black in America. That's what you realize, no matter what your income is. All that stuff like that, that class division among black people is kept up by so-called people like Baruti who love class division among black people. Like he's going to get some points, thing like that. Look, the bottom line is black people have always been more united than we think. We're united based on across um, uh, income line. We've always been like that in Black America. We always knew who we were, right? The problem is there's a lot of people who don't know who we are, unfortunately, and that's where the problem is. And that they come from all different backgrounds, rich, poor, middle class, whatever like that. Those are the black people like that. So I can go to the poorest neighborhood, Baruti, and I can find my people. I can go to the projects and find my people, I know when I'm around my people, can't fool me. So when I'm around my people and there's that welcome when I say, yeah, these are my people, it ain't because they're black, because they're just my people. I know who my people are. We get Jonathan Miller on. All right, Jonathan, what's on your mind?
What's up, Kyle? How you doing?
All right, hanging in there.
All right. So, well, first of all, is there a reason why Baruti sounds like he wants us to be divided?
I don't know. Bottom line, like I said, look, my experience in my life is there's really no division among black people. As long as black people have the same common values, you can I go to the poorest black community. When they got values and everything like that, they work hard and they got that. They're the same thing. I can't tell the difference between them and the middle class. When I seen place where I see a woman, she's raising her grandkids on her little pension and stuff like that. Don't have no money, no nothing like that. But those kids are sitting around the house, reading books all day, whatnot. Doing their homework and like that, doing their chores and everything like that. The yes ma'am, no ma'am to adults and everything like that. So it doesn't really matter what the income level is. At the same time, I've seen black people with money. They're really ghetto, ratchet, and stupid and ignorant too. So it doesn't really matter what type of income you have. That's all superficial. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, me and my partners, we got money. We ghetto as hell. We ain't changing.
Yeah. So that's it. That's you.
we
Me
not,
personally, I
we
don't give
not changing.
I don't give a damn how much money.
My sister is a ghetto district attorney. Hate to
Yeah, we
say
got a
it.
lot of ghetto. We got a lot of ghetto people. Ghetto people. I say, hey, look, that's what you want to do. But my whole thing is, man, when it comes down to power, as long as you don't have no power to decide anything over my life, I care less what you do. People get all they want. So long as you're whatever
You
you
know what I
do.
think though, Kyla? People mix ghetto with being like ratchet, dumb, and stupid. That's
Well,
not really what it
that's what
is.
my take on ghetto is. Honestly, ghetto.
Yeah, but most people that live in the ghetto don't act ghetto, ratchet, and stupid.
I
I
know that.
didn't see that when I grew up.
No, I would say hood. Some people are hood. They're not ghetto. Hood, ghetto. Even people like this, people say, "Damn, man, why are you putting Saran wrap on your fucking hat? Why don't you buy a new hat? That's ghetto." You know, say, "Damn," Even white people use the term, "Man, look at this fucking ghetto ass thing." Instead of getting a fucking tire, so ghetto, man. You riding on a donut for 3 weeks instead of getting a fucking new tire. That's ghetto.
Yeah, that's ghetto.
Yeah, so it has nothing to do with like that, around ratchet and stuff like that. I mean, people use that term everywhere. But just because you ghetto don't mean you don't have values. That's what it is. You don't that don't mean you don't have values. My point is when people basically are deviant. What deviant is? Somebody who deviates from the norm. There's a norm, and there's things you deviate from. That's a deviant. Like I said, I was watching this one video. I'm gonna play in a little while. Of it's a shame you got white guys that are fucking got to go to war in black communities in New York of all places, right? Because I'll be honest with you, man. No offense, but I never thought the fucking gang banging shit would come to New York. I always thought it was a California thing, you know. And so I was like, damn, man, these motherfuckers are shooting each other, blah, blah, blah. Even had a pregnant girl out there, 8 months pregnant, one night, 19. She shot a couple bodies up and whatnot. I'm saying to myself, what the fuck? They see these white cops and whatnot talking about we gotta wage war, and they was arresting. You saw we had a big gang takedown a couple years ago in New York or whatnot. But I'm saying to myself, the average person in those communities deserve to live decent way of life. I don't know what it happens. Like a Tolliver asked me, well, Colin, you live in a predominant white neighborhood. I don't want to live in a predominant white neighborhood. But unfortunately, it is what it is. I like coming outside. I like 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. If I'm still up, I can sit on my back porch in the summertime, have a cigar, kick my feet up. I don't have to worry about bullets flying and shit like that. I
No,
said,
just out of curiosity, Princip says that most African Americans celebrate ghetto culture.
what did he
Why
talk?
does he think? Why does he think that's true?
Because he watches too much rap videos.
That it's either that or he lives in a real ghetto area.
I
That
would. If you live in the ghetto, that's what you think.
that
Most
that's
black,
what you're gonna think.
because the bottom line, that's also principally probably doesn't have black people. That's what you can tell when you're not around black professionals and stuff like that. Because if you was around black people, he wouldn't even make that comment. Principally is a working class brother. He probably doesn't have any black professionals or anything like that in his life, so he thinks like that.
Yeah.
Rui says,
And
"Colin, you always make me chuckle." Okay, I'm glad I'm amusing you. Why do you accuse me of instigating class division among blacks? I don't. Ain't my question. No, but when you overemphasize, Brody, middle class versus, I never said that black middle class are better. I said that's just significant, striking to see a black middle class, but it doesn't mean you're a good person. Middle class don't mean you made it. You're a good person. Your character can be fucked up. You know, I know a lot of middle class people that are fucked up, and I know a lot of poor black people that fucking. When I see a poor black family, right? They may not have much together. When I see this one brother, man, he lives in an apartment, right, with like 3 of his sons, but he's out there on Sunday throwing football with his sons, his teenage sons. And he's a poor man. They got an apartment, whatever, like that. Him and his wife and everything like that. But he's holding it down. I know they're gonna get better one day, move into a house or not. But the bottom line is this: I admire people who make good on what they got. You know, what I see is when I see a man out there, he's taking care of his sons and whatnot. His wife, his sons, and everything. Hey, I got respect for that. I see that a lot. And then I see a lot of black people with money. They're not happy. The money don't make you happy. So I got to say we got to stop this class division among black people. Even I don't even like the term middle class, but it just basically I only say middle class until like when I talk about black immigrants. Black immigrants always talk about black. No, I say yeah, there's a black middle class here. Probably the only you have to tell them that black America is like the only black middle class in the world. Really, to tell you the truth. There's no real black middle class in Africa or anywhere in the world. Any large numbers. So that's very significant and striking. You know, but to basically be honest with you, we have the black people in the middle class. It's not even about income and money. It's like we want to get to the higher class. We want to get to the next level. It's always got to be upward mobility. Poor people want to get into the middle class, just security. But what I'm saying is, even when you move up in class or whatever, you keep your same customs and values. Like, let me be a perfect example of what I'm talking about tonight. And let me be frank with you. I'm like this. Like I was telling Ross Moise, right? And African guy, I have to correct him. He said something like, it's okay for a 4-year-old to be out there. It teaches them hard work when that. What the fuck does a 4-year-old have to be out there picking minerals up? See the value system? I mean, when I say values, I said that's not our values. A 16-year-old, a 12-year-old girl should not have her genitalia mutilated as some fetish to marriage. We should have like 12, 13-year-old girls, right, being married off to grown-ass men. That's not our values, you know? In our value system, a girl is innocent. Sweet. We have a sweet. My sisters had this sweet 16. That's our culture. We learned that we basically cherish our culture, our girls, and we give our children a sense of innocence, and we give our children a childhood. That's our values, Now people will tell us we go to Africa, our children got to start working at the age of 8, and go out there and live the African life. You got to go fetch water for my. No, our value system is we believe in modernization. We shouldn't have to go to a fucking walk 5 miles to a river, get eaten by crocodiles trying to get a bucket of water and shit, not coming back because somebody was snatched by a crocodile. That's not us, So, but there's a lot of people. We should not have to be fucking sleeping on a mud floor in a mud hut, That's not us. We have a certain hygiene. Our hygiene is high, We're very clean people, We can't go back in life, Free said, free, you chill, Colin. Yo, chill, Colin. No, I'm just telling you, you know, so we believe children should have an education. We think education, kids shouldn't have to look. When I first went to Liberia, the very first night I was there, I see 8 and 9-year-old babies out there friggin' putting sand in a bag. Sir, we got to get our school fees just to pay for their school fees. Is that sad or what?
No, that is sad. This person might be thinking that we're joking. Like my wife's, like my in-laws, they have the little sister literally working at a damn farm.
How old is she?
Work. She's like 8, 8, 9, 9. Around same age as one of my kids.
So how can we basically talk about going to Africa and basically taking on those sort of values? We can't.
Yeah, we not. It was so bad, right? Because at one point they had like the 12-year-old. She was 12 years old at the time. She would be working at a shop or whatever, and she'll be at the shop all day by herself in the area where they robbing niggas and shit. And I was just like, why is she working here? I literally had to negotiate with my wife's parents. All right, she's gonna come live with us. Y'all go ahead and figure it out. You got a grown ass son. Make that nigga work at the shop. You don't have to work at the shop. It's all the ways the females that got to work at the shop. Yeah, that so really happened, and she moved in with it.
In our system, and I know in African culture, women do most of the work. Like
they do.
Our culture is just like when we went to Liberia, right? One of the things that they scorned was, why are men doing the farming? That's what we brought from over there. That's why we were more productive in farming, because men did the hard work and took the farming. But Native people, the women did the farming, that's what women did, So it's like I said, it's our values and customs can't change, because I know if we took our values and customs, they'll say, oh, another African bash. We're not bashing.
No one's bashing Africa.
We're not bashing Africans,
I'm concerned. Why is it that when we talk about Africa, things that we've seen is bashing? If you don't want us to see it, don't do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not Africa bashing. It's just basically saying that as more and more Black people are considering Africa as a home, these are things we have to discuss. It's too late when you get over there and you're like, damn, I didn't know it's going to be like this. I got my 13-year-old, 12-year-old out there fucking in the salt mine and shit, I didn't know it was going to be like this, man. Shit. People don't think about that part, I didn't know, and the village chief was going to try to marry my daughter off at the age of 14 and whatnot. I didn't know all that shit, Tyler says, Black men not working here or there. I don't know what you're talking about. The Black men I know work, man. All the construction, every day I stop in 7-Eleven in the morning when I see Black men with the hard hats on, whole black crews doing all kinds of stuff, from laying down pipe, cables, whatever like that, fiber optics, everything. I don't know what these people must live in. The Midwest must be really bad, man.
It's not even that, Kyla. I think the problem that they adopt white people way of thinking. Black men are always working. The difference is whether or not we're working legally or we're working illegally. That's the only difference. We're always working, though. Don't get it twisted.
The hardest working people in Virginia, without the shipyard, you go down the shipyard, you see who's going down there in the morning. Thousands of workers are Black. Without the Black labor force, this whole Eastern United States would collapse. I know that. Because we're in the shipyards with the welders, with all this, the the iron workers, or all that shit, you know. So so when people say stupid stuff like that, they're just freaking stupid. They look at the world through the prism of white people. Do you think white men are out there working, scraping the barnacles off of ships in the shipyard? No, it's black. That's a black man's job. We've been doing that for 200 years, you know. So I don't know what Atala was talking about, you know. I said men leave things to the women. I said in Africa they do, not in America. Shit, in America, man, ain't no black woman gonna sit around with no man sitting there doing nothing. Man, are you kidding me? Shit, you know. And,
Prince, there's a lot wrong with an 8-year-old working and going to school. That explains why Africa is so fucking backwards.
yeah,
Your
so
kid
that's
is supposed to be going
why.
to school, but rather than focusing on school and learning shit, they're over there worrying, oh yeah, I got to work after this. See you later, y'all.
Yeah, check this out.
That makes sense to you.
That's why we can never build a so-called Pan African movement with the likes of principle. Like, our values are different. You see what I mean? Our values are different. Now, if we basically, that's one thing, you know, where I disagree with Dynas and Brand. They're ready to adopt the African values, you know? And I'm like, no, we can't do that. We know right from wrong. But Dynas not so. Dynas calls that shit out, you know? And lately, he's been like, well, you know, I don't think so, whatever like that, you know? Because some people are so ran to get to Africa and blah, they want to bum rush the coast and whatnot. They're willing to friggin' settle for anything. I'm like, no, no. That's why I say in Africa stands the only way. So we can have our own values, customs, and do our thing. What we believe is our civilization, what our culture, and who we are. And I look at I'm starting to change my opinion about the Boers in South Africa, the Afrikaners. When you listen to them, they say, "Look, we have a culture, we have an identity, we want to preserve." You know,
Yeah,
we're
and they should. You know,
huh?
Kyla, they should preserve their culture. I'm sorry, Kyla. Something happened. I don't know what happened, right? I really don't know what happened. It's just like something hit me because I just noticed some bad shit about, unfortunately, Africa. Is that the Europe? It's like Nigerians be like, we were colonized. No, you wasn't. You wasn't colonized.
Like Nigeria,
Nigeria was not a colonized country.
it was just
Nigeria is a country that was created and set up by white people. You want the white people to leave so you can go ahead and enjoy their comfort, their system, everything that they set up. You wanted their shit that they created because you couldn't create it yourself.
same thing that happened in Liberia. You know, they
Yeah.
Miracle Liberians created a civilization and they wanted it. You know, simple as that. You know,
So even till this day, now it's a white country. Ghana, you just changed the name. It's still a white country.
it's a good still
You
Ghana.
follow everything that white people ever created and set up, and that's the end of it.
Ghana's still the Gold Coast, man. Let's be honest with ourselves. You know,
Yeah,
it's still the Gold.
it's the Gold Coast.
It ain't no fucking Ghana, man. Please
And,
stop.
and, and Zimbabwe just a backwards Rhodesia.
Yeah, Rhodesia. It's still
I'm
Rhodesia.
sorry.
Zambia is still
I'm not
Upper.
catering. I'm not catering to the African, Pan African stupid shit anymore.
Yeah, no, it's been all a lie. You know, the fact that we didn't end up with an Afghanistan tells me everything's on the table right now. If we can't have an Afghanistan, then I'm not gonna recognize none of your shit. You know, that's the way I see it. You know,
Yeah, I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. The shit that happened in Liberia is what got me to that point. Because I'm like, okay, all the other countries, y'all had something to complain about white people. What the fuck did you complain about, Liberia?
hold on. The Liberians basically got territory that's never been occupied or owned by white people. The only country in Africa like that. You know, they're completely free, but yet they still complain. Let me find this one video that Kofi made. You know, Kofi made this one
Now,
video.
now, interesting. Like ever since apartheid ended and black people came into power, name the cities that the Africans have created.
None,
Name 'em. Exactly.
none.
So once you got in power, you couldn't build anything. But the white people, they have still been building their cities in South Africa.
And which we go, and also not only that, basically they're like they're polling Africans and they're saying in South Africa, no, although we have our problems, the white man's a part, the Afrikaners are part of our culture. In other words, basically the guy was like, because if they left, we'd be in serious trouble. That's how sad and pathetic that is, you know, to say something like that,
Yeah.
admit something like that, you know.
The Zimbabwe's crying and shit because white people are returning. Like, really?
Yeah, they're like the white people are like, And some of them are celebrating, man. The white man's coming back, you know. I'm
Yeah,
like,
that celebrate. I seen that. I seen a video of these dudes like they're just like dancing and happy. You would think that God came back
yeah.
to the rescue, and I'm like, damn, man.
I guess
It
that's
makes me. I used to get mad at you when you be like, calling Muhammad Malcolm X didn't have to deal with this, and in my mind, I'm like, fuck.
yeah. It's like, what would they be saying? What would they say if they had to look at that shit? What would they be saying if they had to look at that shit? You know, they'd be like, "What the hell?" They didn't have to go through that in their time period, man. You know, in their era. You know, we're going through some real
To
crazy.
see that coon and Kyle, I'm even convinced that if there was ever a race war in America,
We get slaughtered.
the black immigrants will work against us.
Oh yeah,
They
black
will
immigrants,
work against us.
they'll be joining with the white man. You know,
Exactly.
hey nigga, well, he said one. Tariq is wrong, man. He said that one video that he said you niggas should protect us when that, you know. Anyway, he has African. They got to take that AI from Tariq. He goes, yeah, his African's like a little demon one with the big eyes. That was freaking scary almost. It's like, you know, but I don't know if Kofi made this. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is real or not. But let me play this video. You know, this guy, I guess he's a native. It's a native Liberian, basically sounding off after not contributing nothing to their country and whatnot. But he got so much to say about our ancestors.
They were so from all along the coast of West Africa. Some came from East Africa. Some came from North.
Oh, let me play this video. Come on. Post video.
The coast of West Africa. Some came from East Africa. Some came from North Africa.
Can
So
you hear
they
that?
decided to bring them here. Then why they want to pay their debt on us? I have a problem with that. We were not responsible for the slavery. We suffered it. But now the free men that came, they wanted to pay us back for their slavery. We're not responsible. We were subjected to it. We were exploited. So we were not the wrongdoers. The wrongdoers are your masters beyond the sea that brought you here. So you're supposed to welcome us and make us to accept the new life and be like you. Then you won't have problem. You will not be insecure. But because of the way you live, you wanted to live as Americans, as white people. Whereas
you said,
we
you know,
were
you hear what he
already
said?
living as
Because we
Africans.
want to live like as white
You
people in
live
Liberia. So
as slaves.
Liberians go around
No,
basically
I was not
trying their
here.
best to look American
My
and try
father
to get to
wasn't here.
America,
And
move
the
to
slaves, they
Congo
were not
Town,
sold
everything
here
like
from
that.
this coast.
But they
They were
accuse you of trying to be
slaves.
like white people.
No,
What they
I
try?
was
What do
not
you think they're
here.
trying to do?
My father wasn't here.
The Africans,
That,
man.
that,
They were
The
not
Africans are
sold
so
only from
that
crazy.
they're trying their best to
They were
justify
sold
their
from Nigeria.
stupidity.
They were sold from all along the coast of West
Why
Africa.
do, but why do Liberians sound like that? I don't know not one Liberian that don't have that voice except for
Decide to bring
Elvis.
them here. Then why they want to pay their debt on us?
So I have no idea,
I
but
have
I'm just
problem with
so,
that.
you know,
We were not
I
responsible
don't
for the
know.
slavery.
I
We
don't know.
suffer it.
Sometimes, man, I
But
think
now
my
But
the
why is
words.
he
slavery,
lying though? They were responsible for slavery. When,
Yeah,
when the Americans went there, they were literally selling slaves still.
yeah, and also, yeah, they were, but they said the large numbers. He said,
No, no,
they,
no. That no, no, no. It don't matter. If you were selling, you were selling.
okay, hold on. Now, what you saying, Jonathan?
I said that don't matter. If they were selling slaves, they were selling slaves. It don't matter how many numbers you were selling.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
That
The
only in
bottom
the
line is this.
African mind that makes sense.
You know, not only that, when they get ready to settle in Liberia, a lot of these people lived in the hinterland. They didn't have to come to the coast, you know. They came to the coast. They knew what they were getting into when they moved around us, you know. You know, so they came to the coast and whatnot. They were asking for it, you know. So hey, look, they said they sent their kids to us to be educated, you know. Educate us, Mr. Black man, you know, on the coast, whatnot, and black women, because we're too primitive. We don't know nothing. We built schools for them. We educated them, everything like that, and these fucking ingrates and whatnot. We built the best college on the continent, University of Liberia. That was built by the first president was this guy named Max Bond. He was a relative of civil rights icon Julius Bond. Julian Bond. He was an uncle of Julian Bond. And they basically made that a world class university, educated heads of state in Africa. And everything. It made it from a college to a university. It was a little small college, and they hooked up with the HBCUs and made it a lot of black fraternities were in Liberia. So Liberia was basically really connected to Black America. They were really connected to Black America one time. So when the coup happened, all those connections died. And Liberia and pretty much a good part of Africa collapsed. Look at that history, man. So. And the bottom line, we don't learn anything, it's going to happen again, And that's why they say they're trying to do Paul Kagame. Paul Kagame knows his shit, You think he can listen to this babble the Africans are talking about? No. Because all it is African babble,
If they tried to go after Kagame, I would voluntarily go serve in Rwanda.
That's how I would too. I would join the
I'm sorry.
force, take them all out. Fuck them, That's where we're going to be at right now.
It gets to me, right? Cameroon. My wife tells me this. I'm getting married again. Fiance tells me this. She's a Cameroonian woman. Now, she's from the Amazonian region. And the Cameroonian people, right? The government, they work on behalf of the French to exploit the resources from the Amazonian area.
Of course.
No one says, look at what the hell is happening in Cameroon. The Congolese government does the same exact fucking thing. No one's saying, hey, what's going on with the government in Congo? Why are they doing this? The Ivory Coast government does the same exact thing. Why are y'all mad at Paul Kagame?
Exactly.
And not everybody in Africa at this point. That doesn't make any sense. So at the end of the day, I'm looking at this like y'all just mad that his country is getting better and y'all's is not going anywhere.
That's all.
That's your fault.
That's all. And then somebody's even some Congress trying to advance that Rwanda should be incorporated into Congo because it once was part of some Congo kingdom, whatever. Like, that's how stupid these people are. They're like Congo, Rwanda is just a rebellious province. Like whatever. Whatever. That's what Africans do. They can't build nothing for themselves, but they sure like waiting until somebody else builds something. Then they claim it.
Then they want it. They want it. You don't build Rhodesia, but you want it. You don't build South Africa, but you want it.
Yeah,
you don't. I mean,
are not playing with them.
There were parts. I think there were parts of South Africa that broke away and became other different areas. Those areas weren't developed by Black people at all. So whatever little trinkets of success that the white people created in those areas, they now claim as theirs and act like they built it and developed it.
Yeah, I know. Let's say just because it's on South African territory. Look, and also they create the Bantu homelands when their plan was to give them their own government and their own parliament and courts. We never had that in America. Nobody ever said, look, we're gonna give you sections of Florida, Georgia, and its homelands. We never have shit in America, right? At least y'all was able to get land and stuff like that. Botswana was a thriving state. It didn't want to join. It was the last holdout. You know that?
Yeah,
it was. They had Sun City Resort, it's a casino. I like to go there one day. Sun City in South Africa, Sun City World Resort and Casino. In concert. And have you ever seen the movie Ice Cube's on Dangerous Ground? You ever seen that?
No, I haven't seen it before.
It came in the late '90s. It was about Ice Cube played a South African that lived in America, returning back to South Africa and whatnot. It was a really good movie, man. It was a really good movie. South Africa, and he was a Zulu or Xhosa. Ice Cube played a Zulu or Xhosa, and basically they were showing like parts of like the Sun City, and he was in Sun City Casino and shit like that. It was really nice. That's what movie came out like 96, 97, somewhere like called On Dangerous Ground. And they had
Burundi. The 1980s Zimbabweans were making more money than the Nigerians are today. That's how advanced that country was. By the way, the 1970s Liberians were making more money back then than Nigeria is today in most African countries. Yeah. That's how advanced those countries were. And they got fucked up because retards wanted to get in power.
And that's what it is. People. That's why I hate fucking so-called democracy. I don't think the black race is ready for that sort of democracy. I think we got parliamentary.
Oh, fuck democracy.
Democracy
Fuck
does not work.
democracy.
Democracy does not work. As long as people are ignorant and illiterate and emotional, whatever like that, I am not putting my life in the hands of fucking niggas. The scariest thing is seeing a bunch of illiterates going to the poll with a purple marker in their hands to stamp on an election. That's the most. That's the scariest fucking thing. You had this guy. I forgot his name, in Liberia. This guy was put under sanctions by the U.S. government. This motherfucker reemerged and ran and won a congressional seat in Liberia. So I'm like, man, what the hell, man? What the hell? Man? I say, shit. This guy, he went to rally his Bossa people, and yeah, we Bossa with the U.S. They love playing the fucking U.S. anti-U.S. card when it's convenient. And Ambassador McCarthy, basically, I don't know if he's still there under Trump, but this guy was like, man, he was clamping down on these Liberian officials getting rich while they're cutting the money that they spent. Like I said, that's why the USA aid was cut off, because they're taking that money for their own line of pocket. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing with that money, So now everyone, so I guess the whole Pan African world wants us to be mad at Donald Trump, I'm not.
Now, wait a minute. The Pan African world wants everyone to hate the West. But at the same time, the West should be funding the African world.
Yeah, so yeah, the West funds everything, but we should hate the West and look to the East, the BRIC and all that. But yet, the West, but you want the West's money like USA aid. You get mad when they West cut you off or not. It's like I said, it's all bullshit, man. That's why I said I can't respect the Pan African movement as it stands right now because they're all full of shit.
Yeah, it was matter of fact, it was on Kaizo's channel. They were talking about how many jobs were lost due to the USA cut. Like, it ain't the U.S. job to make sure y'all niggas got work in your country.
No, it's not.
That's y'all job. And how long? It's like weird. How long has it been since they've been free for like 60-something years?
That's about how long
you couldn't create the fucking jobs.
Because they didn't want to industrialize. It's too much work. I don't know, maybe because Africa's heat, they want to work in factories or something like that. But I'm like, what the hell, man? You got to do something, man. You can't sit back and be relying on the West forever. So
and then I thought about Liberia too, because that was our talks about. No, only Monrovia was developed, and I'm like, yeah, that's where the black people live from America live. Or should they go and develop your shit too?
Yeah, so I'm saying, they say, oh yeah, only Monrovia. Yeah, well, that's where they lived at. They live in Monrovia.
On one hand, they took our land, okay, but on another hand, they didn't develop our land. They didn't take your land. That's why they didn't develop it.
Also, most of the land in Liberia is still controlled by the natives.
Yeah, and it still ain't moved the inch.
But they're not developed. They can't build it. For some reason.
That's why they are handicapped people, and then at this point, we're just going to have to acknowledge this: that our African. I'm going to say Ian Smith. He was right. They're not intelligent enough to run anything. They're not intelligent enough to be in power. And until they get to a point in which they're intelligent enough, they should not even get close to being in power.
Yes, it has to be the African culture. That's why I say, just the African culture. That's why I'm hard on them, man, because I want to see them do better. Principally, where's Elvis? Elvis ain't gonna come up here. He ain't gonna take this shellacking tonight. Because Elvis,
yeah, he gonna take a real shellacking because I done did too much research recently on Liberia and Rhodesia in South Africa, and I'm seeing exactly how when natives get in power, they just fuck everything up.
Even one time, Kinshasa, that was one time a beautiful city. The Congo was one time beautiful. People don't know that, man. The Congo was one time a beautiful country. When Ali had that fight with Foreman, Congo was beautiful. Kinshasa, that was a beautiful place. I'm like, damn, Africa had promise back in the 60s and 70s. What the hell happened? What the hell happened? Principe, he don't say Jonathan don't do no research. Sounds like he's doing his research to me, Principe.
I do, Principe. I'm the wrong person to say that. I even pay people to do research for me. And we all coming to the same conclusion. I got Nigerians. They'll come on the panel. Yes, Nigerians should not be in the hands of Nigerians. They say that Black Americans, Jamaicans, anyone from the diaspora should come in and run the countries. If not, then they will never be developed. And I hate to say it, it's true. It is what it is. We just gonna have to do that. Nigeria is better off being controlled by Haitians than they are being controlled by Nigeria. Even Port-au-Prince, when I went there, even after the earthquake, looked better than a lot of the main places that they talk about in Nigeria.
Well, that's sad.
You wouldn't believe that shit. But it's true. Haiti today has more access to electricity than Nigeria.
That's sad.
Today.
That's sad.
The earthquake been gone, damn it.
You ever notice that the electrical problem and whatnot is basically an African problem? You don't see any other country in the developing world that got electrical problems like that, you know?
Not even the Black Caribbean countries got that problem. Nor do they have the water problem. Yeah. But you will go to the most industrialized places in Africa that they claim is industrialized and the light turns off.
Yeah, lights are always out of power.
What the fuck?
Bruce says, Kala, interesting present day landscape of Tanzania. I mean, I guess Burundi, Rwanda comprised were German, East Africa, Europhase riding Germany, African colonies to British. I don't know. Look, the bottom line is this. All I know is Africa had promised. The Africans took it over, and that was it. One is that everybody just carved up their little fiefdom, you know, and basically just relied on no industries. They built no industries after all these years. No industrialization, no anything. They didn't learn how to make any finished products, anything like that. Any semi-finished products, right? Nothing. So the bottom line, hey, look, it is what it is. They just, and not only that, not only do they don't just produce minerals, they don't even produce the minerals themselves. They got foreign companies producing minerals. I could even see if they were mining the lithium and gold themselves, right? And, you know, but they're not even doing that. Somebody else is mining the gold and just giving them what they think is royalties or whatever. You know, it's just, I don't know, you know.
In Nigeria, the Western countries, they dig the oil up out of the ground and now then go to refines it. And then the Western country ships the oil. It's just bad. It's just bad all around. It doesn't get any better. It doesn't matter if the newest diamond, the biggest diamond ever found in Tanzania, Canadian-owned company. I'm done with it.
Yeah, so like I said, I have no idea what is the future for Africa, what for us. So I'm gonna give it like 2 more years, right? If I don't see any real significant change, I'm gonna say, you know something.
Ain't nothing changing, Carlos. Don't waste your time.
I'm gonna try. You look. My last thing is gonna be the African. I am gonna make that trip to Angola. I'm gonna try my best to make that happen. If I can't do that, if it came down to it where they said nope, absolutely not, you know, so like that, it will cost you war, whatever like that. Or I was like, you know something, you know, it's just time just admit the white man was right for the last 500 years. He was right. He came across an inferior race. He enslaved us, made himself rich and whatnot. He got away with it. You know, he never paid no reparations back. You know, it's time for us to move on and admit that Africa was a failure, and we ought to be grateful to the white man for bringing us here. I don't want to have that. I don't want to have to admit that, but you know, it is what it is. You know,
it's all right. It's all right, Kyle. You ain't got to admit. I admitted it already.
So it is what it is. I don't want.
I admitted it.
Point where I just freaking say, you know, something.
Black America and the Caribbean countries gave me hope. Africa destroyed that hope.
Yeah. So yeah,
because there's no way.
Black America is like the best thing that ever came out of slavery. You know, I mean, I hate to say it. You know, I hate to say it. People don't like that. After dumbass probably don't like that. The blacks or not. Look
the black.
Look at shitty ass country. You know, that's like one of the worst countries in the world, the Gambia. You know, he's like this. You know, man, please. You know, and the whole thing is I wonder how they think white America feels about them now. You know, white America feels about them now. They really, I would Afro-Dummers, they really think white people love them. So what they feel? No, white people were kicking Indians out. You know what that means? They really want your ass out. You know, they had Indians in shackles, man. You know, coming out. I was like, damn. You know, and so
They definitely want the Africans out. You
like,
know what I really mock though, and I kind of blame white people for this part too, because in their effort to undermine black people in America, they wanted to bring in these immigrants,
yeah,
and they brought into these immigrants thinking that immigrants will be our downfall. They haven't been. They've been their downfall.
yeah. White America's like, see,
They
well, white
that shit
America's threatened.
boomeranged on their
White
ass.
America's threatened. You know, they're like, hell no. They said, hell no. The hell when they start feeling like they're being overrun in their own country, they're like, hell no. We thought the immigrants were gonna take care of the black problem. They're freaking killing us, man. Like, what the hell?
That's exactly what the hell happened. In
Yeah,
fact, the dumbass Asians, they got boomeranged with the bullshit.
the Asians,
Because the
the
Asians,
Asians understand
they
something.
tried
White
to
people
push
don't
the
want them.
white agenda, and then it boomeranged on them. And in my mind, I'm thinking, because I'm going to acknowledge that white people do think ahead. They tricked the Asians into thinking that they were going to benefit from whatever the hell they were doing.
Right.
Reality is the white people are trying to get rid of them and the white woman.
And which one? You know something? The Asians basically face more racism than we do. You know, because you know why? Because people automatically assume that when you're Asian, you got it made, so people don't hire them. You know, how many Asians are sitting back with no jobs and whatnot because they can't get hired because it's always assumed that Asians got it made. They're like this. Oh no, you know, Asians like, man, we're not getting hired, man. We're not getting these, the tech jobs aren't going for white people. You know, well, let me tell you what a white job is. I saw this one white nerdy looking chick, right? She's an analytics something at Spotify. You know what her salary is? $300,000 a year just to look at that data. That's a white job, you know. That's a white job. You don't see no Asian, black, or anybody else doing that. It was a white girl. That's an exclusive club. And top people at Google making all that money, white kids. You know, ain't no freaking Asians up there. You may say one token Asian, but you don't freaking see Asians up there. But people who are most genius creating a lot of software are probably Asians. But the people who are making the real money up on top, where it really counts, are white kids. You know, that's how it is. Yeah, Eddie Long said, yes, caller, visit one more African nation, Angola, Atlanta, Queen of Zinga. Yeah, that's what I'm probably on going. You know, if I can make that connection to Angola, I know they're going to go for my plan. I'm going to give them an offer they can't refuse. You know, all I need right now for the African to kick off is 1 million black male signatures. I don't even care about black women. I don't want to give a shit about what black women got to say. I know I can get 1 million black men to sign off or say yes to an African. You think it's possible, Jonathan? I don't know where Jonathan is. All
Oh
right,
yeah, I
Prince.
walked away. But yeah, it's possible. In
Yeah.
fact, reality is, and I'm just gonna deal with the reality is, don't even target black women, just target black men only.
I'm not going to. I thought about that today when I said, why even waste our time? You know, if they come, they come. If not, we got plenty of women like Honey Flower from the Somali and Sudan. We got plenty of black Sudanese women. We got plenty of Ethiopian women. We got plenty of Kenyan women. We got plenty of women that'll take the job, you know. We got Brazilian women, possibly South African women, Namibian women. Oh, women not gonna be no damn problem. So we let the sister stay right here in America with White Zaddy. You know, we'll build a new race. You know, we'll build a new race with African women. What I'm doing, I have an African wife. All right, Principal, what's on your mind? So that solves the problem right there. People are like, oh no, yeah, I know. The only thing holding the African up is freaking black women. That's it. You know, that's why we're done with it. You know,
Colin, man, this is Black History to you, or are you celebrating something different right now?
what are you talking about?
Because the way you're speaking, man, it make no type of sense. First off, there's more black women going to Africa than black men.
Hold
That's
on.
one.
Let me say this,
Two,
Principal. Let me say this, right? The black women who are going to Africa basically they're not building anything. They're going there to hook up with African men, probably younger African men for whatever they're trying to do and everything like that. So when they go to Africa, they're not trying to build anything, you know. See, they're trying to be a part of. That's what women do. They're gonna be part of. They're submissive. They're gonna be part of whatever.
part of what? A part of what? According to you, Africans are not doing anything, and the white man doing
Oh,
everything.
I like I said, we're men. We're the keepers of our values. You know, there's a lot of black women who go to Africa and whatnot. They're losing their sense of hygiene. They're losing their freaking way about them. You know that we don't recognize anymore. You know, I've said situation where I knew women that their daughters, the guy they were with and everything, slept with their daughters. You know, their teenage daughters. You know, that's what goes on in Africa. You know, that's
Really,
what
bro, this is despicable what you're saying, man. Some of those stuff happened in America. Nobody's going to try
Oh
to
yeah, but hold
discredit
on.
the
There's a
whole Black
difference.
American group
Hold on. There's a
for the.
difference though. Principally, that's what I was saying before. In America, that's deviant behavior. You know what deviant means? Deviant means you deviate from the norm. In Africa, that is the norm. Is there a difference?
That ain't the norm, man.
We can never hold.
You looking bad on Black History Month, man.
We could never let that behavior become norm. We believe a 16-year-old girl deserves a sweet 16. That's what all men keep their hands off, and you respect her innocence. Her girl.
Hold on, Kyla. Principal, you saying that that's not the norm?
That's not the norm to sleep with your own child or your stepchild.
All right, Principal. I'm gonna do you a solid. If Kyla let me, I will bring on 2 to 3 different females that would tell you that's the fucking norm. And then after that,
child and stepchild, you want me to believe that, bro?
I ain't not sleep with your own child, no. But that's not what Kyla just said. Did you listen to what he said? Actually,
I didn't listen to what I said.
He said a woman went with a man, and the man slept with a stepchild. That's not a common thing.
Wait. You said sleep with. Okay, wait a minute. My bad. You just because I heard you say your own child. Now stepchild. Fuck yes, it's the norm, nigga.
That's the norm.
I will bring people on here to go ahead and confirm that that's the norm. Let's do it.
So what moves you to join these despicable people with no morals and values, Mr. Jonathan, in Amazonia? Well, why would you
see, this is the problem, Princess. This is the problem that I have. See, as a quote unquote nigga that really believed in Malcolm X and Khalid Muhammad, right? I look at these people as my people. In a way, right? African Americans are my people first, but these are my people too. I look at them like that, even with all the problems that they may have. You understand that now, right? So even though look at it, Jonathan. I am making sense. You're not listening. You have to think. You see the title of the show? Are we talking about the title of the show? Or are we talking about? Am I responding to what you just said? You said I go to Africa. I don't like these people. Why I wouldn't be around these people?
Yeah, why would you want to be around if you have your own black
so at the end of the day, I still see them as my people. No difference than me saying that I got cousins that act like dumbasses. They're still my cousins, nigga. That doesn't stop them from being my cousin.
Why, like, by your both you guys' logic, why would you want to be around the negative cousins when you have positive cousins, aka African American men and women?
Oh, because it's kind of in our culture not to leave our people. It's in our culture not to leave our people behind. Have you not caught on to that?
Bro, but by your logic, it's you basically
by logic, we don't leave our people behind. Even though we may not like these ratchet ass cousins, we're still going to be around our cousins because they're our fucking cousins. You don't feel that way?
Sense, man. As a Haitian, if I believe a Jamaican is despicable, I just say the fuck with Jamaican is stay around Haitians. Why the fuck would I go around Jamaicans?
Well, that's a horrible way of thinking. Why would you think that?
I don't look down on Jamaicans. I don't see myself as somewhat distinct from them, but that's our cousins. I don't look down on Jamaicans. By what y'all guys are saying, I look down on. You believe that Nigerians?
So I don't do drugs, but I should look down on my cousins because some of them do drugs. They're strung out on drugs. I should be like, fuck them, and go with the cousins that don't do drugs.
Niggas do that all the time. They got family members that strung out on drugs unless they try to clean up.
That's that fake shit. I can't do that. And I think that's the difference. And Kala, he has, I think he said either a cousin or a brother who's out there and and he's on drugs or some shit, Kyla, would you leave your family behind like that and be like, fuck
No,
him?
no, even though he's a pain in the neck, tried to call me today. He called me. He's locked up. I'm glad he's locked up. So he's off the street. Yeah,
I'm sorry, Prince. That's not the African American culture. We're not just gonna leave you hanging, bro. Now, if that's an Asian culture, that's an Asian thing. I'm sorry. But
Bro,
don't put
unless
that
you're gonna
on
clean
us.
yourself up. You just heard what Colin said. He said he's glad he's locked up,
no, no. Hey, look,
aka the
let me
state
tell
is
you.
watching over him.
Principally, I have a brother, right? He's been mental problems since we were teenagers, and he's like 2 years younger than me. Whatever, he still has mental problems, but he's still my brother. I still love him. He tells me all the time. We do talk about, I love you, man. I said, I love you too, man. But just get yourself together, because we don't want our mother something to happen to you, and then we have to bury you. My mother be heartbroken, whatever like that, because you're still her son. No matter what, he's still our brother. He's still my mother's son. You see what I mean? So I'm not gonna
Yes,
throw him away like
yes,
trash.
but but do you stay go around him, or you just
No,
look
he
out for
lives
him
in
and
New York.
hopefully he cleans up?
He lives in New York or not. But what I am going, me and my other brother, we are going to New York, and I'm gonna basically see him this summer. Probably smack him around a little bit, take him out to dinner and whatnot. He loves it. We go out to dinner, and we'll go out bowling and stuff like that. And I'll take him shopping and stuff like that. But brothers do. I'm his big brother. Saying that's what I do. But the bottom line is despite all my problems, but he's still my brother. You know. And the bottom line is the same thing with black people in Africa. While we talk about Africa, these are still our people, despite everything and whatnot. Just that, what I can't do is have my brother come and disrupt my life, and my peace. But I want to make sure he's okay in his own space. He can get himself together and stuff like that. The same thing what I say about Africa, right? There's a lot of things, principally, that Africans do or about, right? That does not keep culture with our culture and our values and beliefs. And so I think we, as African Americans, like I said, I'm looking at the Afrikaners in South Africa. I said to myself, something, I didn't like them before, but I think they're right. They consider themselves a distinct people even from the Dutch where they came from. They said, we came from the Netherlands, we settled here, we did the Great Trek, whatnot. We established the farms, the cities, everything. We call ourselves the African trekkers, the Afrikaners, the trekkers, the Boer trekkers who crossed the land, everything like that. They fought the Zulus. That's a history, whether good or bad, they exist. So now the two things they could do in the new South Africa, what they wanted, there was the Zulus, but stop becoming a Zulu. They wanted the Bathusa Swana people stop being them. They want the coastal people stop being them, and all this idea of being a rainbow country based on the fact that we're all so-called South Africa. That's not reality. Reality is people want to preserve themselves. Zulus want to be a Zulu for the most part, and Afrikaners want to be an Afrikaner for the most part. I have no problem with people want to preserve their tribe, or their heritage, their ethnicity, whatever like that. I have no problem. I have a problem with people trying to erase somebody. Like me, I would never try to erase somebody's tribe, or your group is. At the same time, right? Why would you want the African Americans required to erase it? Like you got people out there, like me and Bruce talking about today. Like we always thought that to be a Pan African means it's like you got some African telling you that's your African American. We got to get rid of that. Okay, Mr. Ghanaian, let me get rid of African American. I'm working on it, man. I have not eaten collard greens in like 3 weeks. Am I doing good? Yes. You know something? I used to watch Sanford Son. I haven't watched that in a while. Am I doing good? Yes. Pretty soon you will be a Ghanaian. You won't be an African American. You'll forget everything that you know and everything like that just to become something else. Does that sound like justice to you, Principe? Does that sound like justice? We have to forget who we are, everything that makes us unique, like African American culture and beliefs and value system. We have a tradition called Watch Night that we've been doing since we have forgot when we started. I think it started during the Revolutionary War. On New Year's Eve, we sit in the dark with candles, eat black eyed peas. Why do we do it? We have no fucking idea, but we always did that on New Year's Eve. That's Watch Night. and that tradition is carried in Liberia. Liberians still do wash night. We lost a lot of that, right? But black people still do wash night. So I'm saying to myself, why should we get rid of all our traditions and everything like that just to get along with another group of people? Why can't the other group of people accept who we are? Is that a fair question, Principe? I don't know. I don't know where Principe went,
We've been having watch night in our family ever since I was a kid. When I was in America, me and my sister, we had watch night together.
Yeah. So
we're not stopping.
Man, hold up. Y'all making fake arguments in Black history. This is kind of goofy, man. Who's telling you to stop doing that? Even in Ghana, there's soul food restaurants in Ghana. You do know that, right?
We're saying if we go, like I said, like when people, let's take the whole idea of Liberia. You heard what that guy was saying in that video, right? He was saying they came over here and they wanted to be America. They didn't try to become like us. Why should they? If you spent 200 years in America, you develop your own customs, your ways, your beliefs, and everything. Why is it Africans making? They want everything we could build. We built schools, we built education, we built industry, we brought our stone masonry, we built our carpentry, we built the first frame houses, the first brick houses, all that stuff that they can't get enough of right now. But we were supposed to forget who we were. They want everything we can give. That sounds like a white man. The white man just want our labor and everything like that, and us to buy his shit.
So, Kala, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What happened to your Southern accent?
Well, I'm from New York.
Your family's from the South. Why didn't you preserve your Southern accent when you went to New York, bro?
New York, we developed the New York accent.
Yeah, but why didn't you keep your Southern accent?
That's just a freaking accent. If I would have stayed in the South, I would have kept I didn't have to do it. That's not important. An accent is not important.
You see, I got you right there, man.
No, that's not the same thing. Both cultures are still Black America.
Yeah, but the Northerners used to shit on the Southerners when they first came to New York, and they habits and they mysticism and they.
Why? Because the South, basically, in New York, you gotta say something. When you went uptown to Harlem, that's probably the most sophisticated place in the world, even among to white people, back then, So when you came from the South and you had these country straw hat on and whatnot, they called you a country. It's no different than any other place I found throughout the world. It happened in Lagos, Nigeria. People coming from the rural areas went to the cities like Benin, Lagos, Abuja, and they were clowned. They were called country bumpkins backwards. It happened in Hong Kong, Hong Kong people called the refugees that flooded into Hong Kong bumpkins, country bumpkins. It happened all over the world, the known world. Same thing in Tokyo. The people that came from the rural areas of Japan, when they went to the big cities and bright lights and whatnot, they had to adapt. Same thing, no different than we did. You guys make it seem like it was much more than what it did. Everybody does that. When there's a city, country life that plays out all throughout civilization and history, It's always like that.
Yeah, but so you can't be shocked if they expect you guys to kind of integrate somewhat, learning some of the local languages.
Let me tell you something. Hold up. When you say integrate, what do you mean integrate? Like I just told you, we have customs and values, right? When people integrate with each other, they have similar customs and values that they can be ported over. I can't integrate with somebody basically who, when I'm seeing a 12-year-old girl about to be shipped off to a man as a vestal virgin to a man 3 times her age or whatnot. I cannot accept that, We cannot do that, We can't do that, So but we have 2 different customs. We believe a 16-year-old girl should have her innocence. That's our culture, That's our culture.
Assimilating into the culture means that my daughter is ready for marriage at the precious age of 10. Fuck out of here.
That's what I'm saying. So that's
not
different tribes have different cultures. You trying to make it
not doing it.
That's what it came down to, right? When I answered
well, hold on. If different tribes have different cultures, African American is our own tribe, and that just ain't our culture. We're not going to assimilate.
So
nobody's saying you have to assimilate that aspect. I'm talking about language. I'm talking about.
We're not assimilating on language either. Fuck that too.
Hold on, but hold on, Colin. But you guys expect that from us when we come here. Even myself, I'm in this conversation. I know some stuff about your history and culture. I semi-assimilated while still keeping my own culture. I have respect for
There's
you
nothing wrong
guys.
with that,
You
but
guys don't got
hold up,
respect for us.
hold up. But you have to, you can't do degenerate, deviant shit here in America. You There's a certain way you got like the laws that prevent it. But listen to what I'm saying, Principe. When our ancestors went to Liberia, right? We had women. Our women had freedom and liberty. Liberia really means the love of liberty. That means women had liberty, right? Women could get education. She could choose not to get married. They would come and say, okay, we see an 18-year-old girl or whatnot, oh, you want to make peace with us? You got to give us a certain amount of your daughters for our sons. We're like, we don't do shit like that, we can't tell her who she's going to marry. We can't give her to you as a property and whatnot. We don't do shit like that. See what I mean? So,
That's very primitive and backwards.
yeah, so we cannot do that. So that's where the tension came in. We had two different ways of doing things and whatnot. The
Hold
African.
on, Colin, are you African American or you like one of those?
I'm African American, right? But we don't do things like give our daughters away.
They don't do that in church.
No.
They don't do like semi matching up people in
we don't
churches.
do that shit like that. No, we don't do that shit.
That happens in the South. We do know that, right?
No, it
So
doesn't.
the pastor will pair you up.
No, it doesn't. No, it
Oh,
doesn't.
oh man.
Family from the South. What are you talking about, man? No, it doesn't.
It doesn't happen.
We
That's
don't have
not
a
true.
race
That
bias,
that's
bro.
that's an Eastern thing. It happens in Eastern countries. They're like, the Eastern region.
Yeah, what you call it? In India, they had. I remember never forget. I had this one girl named Allie. This bringing dark skinned Indian girl, man. She was beautiful, right? Me and this fucking white boy Phil, this little clown Phil, was in competition, but she liked me though because she wanted to be with me because she felt she didn't like being around white people, the racist or whatever like that. But she was basically, I mean, she was gorgeous. She had long black hair, man. She was gorgeous from India. Anyway, me and this guy Phil was trying to date her, right? Whatever like that. Anyway, one semester in college, she disappeared, right? We didn't know what's Allie at? Right? We were working together at this ice cream place called Friendly's. I don't know if you guys ever heard that. It was an ice cream place. It was a sandwich shop. I was a cook there. She was an ice cream girl, right? Anyway, we're in college. Anyway, she would disappear for one semester, right? And then when she comes back, she goes, oh, I'm married now to Dr. Such and Such type. I go, you're only 19. She married a doctor. Her father was like really like she is not here. I forgot what they call white people. He is not marrying that fucking whatever the fuck he was like, He shipped her ass off to India, right? As arranged marriage right now, and married her ass off to fuck off, man. She had no say so whatsoever.
So,
Oh, I'm
Carla,
married now.
so you definitely don't agree with that arranged marriage. You don't agree to that.
Well, I'm like this. This is what I'm saying about arranged marriages, right? If two people, I don't know, I don't believe in. I think arranged marriage is futile. That means women are nothing but property. Women, you understand? So when you talk about arranged marriages, right? It's the parents that arrange the marriage, right? And that the two like each other, that seals the deal. But the bottom line is, you really have no choice in who you're going to marry. It's
That's
called
sad.
huh?
I say I don't like that arranged marriage. Like I said, now if the people like each other and there's an understanding between both families, cool. But be like, oh, my daughter's gonna marry you, you can marry. Yeah, I don't like that, man. That's
They
really
pressure like
disgusting.
they'll be like this. They say the girl has to like the guy, but she's pressured. This is a big deal for our family. You're married to a rich guy and whatnot. It's always about money and prestige.
It's like really a form of prostitution. It's like a form of pimping, actually.
Yeah, so but they call it customs. We just did not do that, in our culture.
So Jack and Jill don't do that, bro. You telling me Jack and Jill don't do that?
Look, but hold
They
on.
don't do cross family marriages.
Look,
I see some police in the chat talking about they don't do that in the South. The churches, some of the churches do that.
Practice nepotism and do that stuff like that, but on the whole, in generally, bro, no. Yeah, we got some black cults and like Malachi York or whatever like that. Yeah, we got black deviant cults that
deviant.
Hey, do you really think Malachi was really a sexual deviant?
Everything we do is basically anytime. Look. The bottom line is, I don't mean to offend anybody when I say this, right? But look, when it comes down to women and sex and whatnot, you gotta say, "Nigga, please." We know what you want. You just think about that woman being bent over and you just running all up in that shit. That's what the fucking comes down to. Look, I'm gonna give Lil Jon like 3 minutes and then he's gone. Okay, all right, fellas, give me 1 second. Let me get him on. Let's see what he has to say so I can hurry and get him out of here. All right, Lil Jon, what's on your mind?
What's up, Colin, man? Why you do me like that, man?
Dude, man, just go ahead, bro. You got 3 minutes. Clock is counting.
Y'all just pulled up, man. Want to be part of the conversation?
No, look, no. This is a Pan African Black nationalist con. You don't fit in here. You're a fucking.
I'm a Pan African
Indian, whatever like that. This is not your conversation, bro. You don't get to hang out with us. So what's on your mind? We'll give you a chance to say what you know.
Can we keep value custom beliefs and be Pan African? Sure, man. Why not? That's part of our culture.
You're not a Pan African, though. You're not Pan African.
That's part of Black American culture, though.
When I say Pan African, well, I'm actually talking about building a nation, building with Africans and everything. And my belief is we need to have a situation where we're the majority, and the laws, the customs, and everything are based on our value system. That's the way I see it.
Here in America or abroad?
Abroad. You know?
Yeah.
Abroad. So we're basically, this is why I said this is a real Black nationalist channel, a Pan-African channel. We really do believe the Black men in America are going to make a decision to have a nation of our own. That's all we need. We don't need no Black women. We don't need the gays. We don't need the swirlers. We don't need none of these fucking people. All I know is I can get a majority of Black heterosexual, straight, strong Black men to say yes, Colin, go ahead with your nation. That's all I need. I don't need nobody to participate. I just need.
Oh, that sounds fly, man. Let me. I might be swayed.
So how about this, little John? When you decide you want to be a Black man, a real African, American Black man, and whatnot, you come see me and look me up, right?
Hey, hold on. So these Black men are gonna go there by themselves?
No, they're gonna be going there, and when the time comes, they'll know what to do. You know.
Oh, okay. So
the bottom line, all you need to know is the Black. Like I said, you don't even need all Black men. You know. But matter of fact, be honest with you. This is what I'll tell you right now. I vision right. Most people who go expect to rent for like 5 years. Expect not to have citizenship for at least 7 years. You're gonna work your way into this society and prove yourself. You know. That's how serious it's going to be. It ain't going to be like everybody coming in and just, no, look, you're going to rent, you're going to pay rent, you're going to build yourself up, you're going to save, whatever like that, you know? So
you would marry into some families there, right?
No. You're going to basically do your thing. You're going to start on the bottom and work your way the fuck up. If you're lucky, something like that happens, fine. But you're going to work your way up and whatnot into our society, you know? You're going to earn your keep, earn your society, you're going to earn your way. So anyway, little John, goodbye. You know, I put him out of there. So what do you guys think?
I like it. We talking about the subject.
Oh yeah, subject. Keeping our values. You know, our values. Black America, we value hard work.
Mm-hmm.
You know, listen. Anybody say Black America values hard work. We value achievement, learning. We produce most of the inventions, all the inventions that Black America. We should have. I want to have a show, probably tomorrow night or tomorrow Friday on Black inventors. You know,
we should value. Sorry, Coach. We should keep it. You mean keeping our values with creating an Afghanistan in Africa, or not taking on primitive beliefs like the Africans do? Is that what you're talking about?
Hell no, we're not gonna take on their damn beliefs. You know.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen.
It's going to be a fight. So we got to be ourselves because white people are allowed to be themselves. So, we should be allowed to be ourselves. But I know what you're saying. Now, my question is, I don't want to, say fixated on this, but you said something about in Africa. I hear about this. How common is it for adult grown men to prey on, young woman under the age of 18? How common is that?
You don't want me to play a video, do you?
And play it.
Come on, you guys don't do that, man. This whole videos. You can go to some of the school zone, high school zones in Philly and New York and Chicago. Hold up. Some of these predatory. We're not going to do that, man. That's not cool, bro.
That's the deviant. That's not the norm. Yeah.
Again, that's not the norm there either, man. All right, go ahead. This is your show.
No, let's talk about This stupid lady talking about Haiti. Damn, I had playing video yesterday came on. Oh yeah, Haiti got this. I'm so sick and tired of people telling me how much oil, gold Haiti got. Why is it dirt poor, man? Shit, it's like shut up already. I'm sick of hearing about African natural resources too. Damn. Yeah, keep your damn resources. Do something with it.
They
But
ain't doing
Colin,
shit with it. They not doing nothing with
so
it.
before I play that video, right? There's something we have to discuss, right? Every time we talk about Africans, why aren't they doing it? They always say, well, Kala, you got to understand, man. You got to understand. It's the government, It's the government, Kala. You have to understand, Kala. You have to understand, Kala. It's the government, You don't understand why our plight is. It's like always the government,
Government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, 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 run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, 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 booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, 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 booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka.
All right.
Is this Tariq?
Yeah, it's Tariq. That's hilarious.
This brother literally took that same video from Mike TV and put the government on it. There's a guy named Mike TV. He made that video.
Mike TV.
He copied and pasted that video and put the government.
He's a freaking black Irishman, He's a half mutt. Yeah, he's a mutt.
But hey, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of that guy, but he does got some good information.
He does?
Yeah, I'm not trying to say he was crap on Africans, but he did have some good topics talking about, there's a sister that went to Africa and was murdered.
Yeah, I mean, when people do stuff like that, but I just don't like when people keep talking about we're Aboriginal. I'm not.
Oh no, that part no. We're Black Indians. No, he's wrong on that one.
Let's see, child marriage. Okay, let's see, child marriages, child marriage in Africa. I guess Prince B don't want us to see this, but we have to talk about this. We have to talk. This is stuff we have to talk about. It says Zambia's child bride. Zambia. I always thought this happened in like the Muslim countries. It says sub-Saharan Africa global lead with cases of child marriage. This is what sub-Saharan. This is what we are. We are sub-Saharan Africans. You understand that? This is what we left 500 years ago. We are sub-Saharan Africans, right? And look at this situation now, man. Our women in America, when they're 15, 16, they're preparing for their sweet 16, everything like that, If we return to Africa, we want to retain that, We want to retain that.
Sierra Leone, Central African Republic, and Chad are homes to many of the countries with the highest rates of child marriage globally. A new research from Save the Children at the World Bank has found. In these countries alone, 1.7 million child marriages are taking place below the national minimum age every year, one of the highest proportions globally. In all, about 7.5 million girls are married illegally every year, the research said.
So Western Central Africa is actually 6 out of 10 of the highest prevalence rates worldwide. of child marriage sit in Western Central Africa, but the highest rate is actually in Niger, which is at 76%.
As the world marks World Day for the girl child, the research lamented that until we eradicate child marriage, the world will not be a place where girls and boys have the same opportunities to succeed in life.
If you take the example of a very young child, a 12-year-old child, for example, and you think about some of the complexities that she faces, imagine that she is not able to access quality education. Imagine that she's living a life of poverty, and she's constrained by the fact that she's a girl in a community.
Vishna Shah says steps are being taken to address the problem.
So one of the first things is really about having the right legal frameworks in place to ensure that girls are protected, and that's what a lot of the focus of the report is at the moment. But that has to go alongside increased investment in services for girls. So whether it's education services, whether it's health services, whether it's different ways of giving them opportunities and choice beyond just being married.
The findings come ahead of an African-led conference on ending child marriage to take place in Senegal later this month.
Where are you? Where are you?
Moi, je suis Adja Idrissaba.
My name is Hadja Idrissaba. I am a student, the president of Children Parliament of Guinea, and the founder and president of the Club des Jeunes Filles. We are on our way to meet up with a young girl that we have saved from child marriage. She was supposed to be wed 2 weeks ago. She's 14 years old. She's a young girl full of dreams. She wants to carry on with her study. She wants to be the first girl from her village to have an education. A woman place is her home. This is the kind of education that they have been given. So once they reach the teenage years, they are told that it is time for them to get married off. And they think getting married is the best option for them. The girls don't understand the consequences of early marriage. My motivation comes from the girls I fight for every day. Now we are going to the Opogem. Opogem is a government agency that fights for children's protection rights, and it is linked to police across the country. We are coming here because we were contacted by a young girl who exposed an attempted marriage to a 13-year-old child. We managed to stop the religious wedding.
Take the information about the child, her name, age, and the name of her mum and dad.
So we are not going to let this go. We are going to open a case against the parents.
I'm going to ask the parent to come to the police station.
I started my life of activism since I was 13 years old, which is when I began working with the police, because I saw a lot of children being mistreated and exploited by grown-ups. Regarding child marriage, we have a new strategy to keep the girls safely in our homes, because there is no center for them. We take care of them until the parent can be called. So we have saved a lot of girls from child marriage, and they are very happy when they see us because we were there for them. Also, the parent has finally understood that the girl's place is at school, not at home.
Yeah, that's a sad situation.
Yeah, that's sad because it ain't shit. Me and my wife and my brother-in-law, we were sitting at home watching the child marriage of a 4-year-old in fucking Ethiopia.
Something that still happens around the world.
And the granddad was just dancing and happy. I'm just like, what? That's when I knew we wasn't African. That's when it hit me.
How old was the child again?
Man, stuff like that. So, Principally, what do you got to say about that, man?
Man, how old was that child? He said, which child was 14 or 4?
4.
4.
4.
No,
4.
man. No.
4. I mean, the nigga was carrying his wife.
How old was the man?
In like his 60s. I mean, 4.
Mary?
4.
This is disgusting, man.
Yeah, like I said, man, the bottom line is this. We cannot just basically, this is when people talk about just come to Africa, assimilate, Baru says. No, we can't do that, man, you know? That means we're in
Africa. Guys are generalizing, man. Like I said, man, I'm going to drop a couple of articles in the back, man. Yeah.
See, that's the problem, man. See, in African America, we'll look at that shit and like, yo, if that's the norm, it's celebrated. If the guy's not getting stoned and executed, it's the norm. You know,
I drop a couple articles in the back about your massa, what he doing in Brooklyn. You know, so again, nobody could generalize, man. I want to generalize on Africa.
Yo, check us out. Yo, look, bro. Yo, if it's
right here in America.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Y'all generalize on us. What you mean we can't generalize?
You talking about? You ever see me come up and say, "Oh, you guys are like R. Kelly and your guys are deviant"?
Hey, we didn't say all. We didn't say every last African. We just said Africa. My bad.
Yeah, but you know exactly. I generalized.
But the difference is, Princip. The difference is, Princip. There's a 4-year-old getting married to a grown ass adult, right?
Yeah, I dropped an article live in Brooklyn.
No. And people are celebrating it. People are celebrating it. We're not celebrating that shit in America. You're getting killed. We're going to beat you.
Do you see the articles I dropped in the back chat right there about the small hats and what they're doing in Brooklyn?
Yeah, there's
the small hats.
You do research. You do research. I dropped some. I dropped some
brother. Princip. You talking about the small figure? You're talking about R. Kelly didn't fuck with a 4-year-old, did he?
But some of these young kids were born.
Did he marry a 10-year-old? Did he marry a 12-year-old? I mean, hell,
14 and 12 and 16.
What? Princip. I said 4-year-old. I said 12-year-old.
For R. Kelly.
4-year-old. Did R. Kelly get married in public?
Is R. Kelly in jail right now?
After how many years?
Yeah, he's in jail.
But Princip, how old was Aaliyah at that time period when he married her?
Was he the only one that was with Aaliyah? Was it?
I'm asking you, how old was she? Let's talk facts here.
I really don't know.
16 is actually old enough to get married when you were in the military. Was old enough to have sex. It was old enough to do a whole bunch of shit. Don't count, Princip. In Chicago, you can be 16 and fuck.
I'm younger, bro. Come on. I'm not, like I said, I'm not.
We're talking, Princip. I know you know the difference between a 16-year-old and a 4-year-old. Please tell me you know the difference.
Bro, how common is what you're talking about? You know what I mean? It's not a common thing, bro. You're trying to create it as a common thing.
I guess we got to roll that beautiful bean footage so you can see how common it is.
Oh, yeah, let's watch more footage.
It's not a common thing, bro.
Check us out. There's another story. Check us out. Tackling child marriages. Man, this is the biggest thing on the planet right now. Child marriages, man. And you say
there's pedos all over the world, though. What are you talking about? America.
Africa has 80% of child marriages. You know,
that's propaganda.
Child marriage could be 2 teenagers marrying. Child marriage could be anything.
Families,
no. Child marriage is when a freaking grown ass man takes a 12-13-year-old girl because she's impoverished. Basically,
there are 12 million
like this,
girls
you know?
under the age of 18 who
they're not
get
taking these
married
girls
across the
until they're
world
of
every
age.
year. That's 23 girls getting married
No,
every
they're not.
minute.
They're taking them younger.
But what is child marriage, and where is it most common in the world?
I believe a
The
lot of
United
Negroes go
Nations
to Africa
defines
to
child
engage in
marriage as
child
marriage
you
before
know?
the age of
No,
18,
no.
even though many countries allow it
I do
at
believe that.
16 if parents agree.
What are we talking about
Campaigners
here?
say child brides face
That's why
huge
every time I see a
challenges
so-called
because they
African
are
American
married
in
as
Africa,
children
they don't
and they
even
are
want to look
not
me in the eye
ready
and wonder, like,
physically or
what are
emotionally
you up to,
to
man?
become wives
Why
and
are you so
mothers.
ashamed? Why are you so,
It can put an end to their
yeah, let's
education.
look up.
They
No,
face
no,
more
no.
risks with
Because they're doing a lot of
complicated
deviant shit
childbirth,
over there.
and their
Trust me, I don't
families
believe
are
that.
more likely to live in poverty.
I do believe it.
In
I've been there.
Africa, child marriage is most common in Niger. 76% of girls under 18 are married. In Central African Republic, it's 68%,
68% of
and in
girls under
Chad,
18
it's
are married. That's
67%.
bad.
Around the world, the number of cases varies. For example, in Nepal, 40% of women are married before they turn 18, even though the legal age of marriage is 20. But why does child marriage happen? Child marriage is a very complex issue. In many of the communities where it is practiced, girls are not valued as much as boys and are seen as a burden on their family. Poverty is a big factor, with half the girls from the poorest families in the developing world married as children. Some communities still embrace the practice. Girls Not Brides, a global partnership committed to ending child marriage, says that there has been an improvement in some parts of Africa to reduce the problem.
In Ethiopia, for example, we've seen a decrease in child brides. And the reason for this is because a lot of education policies have targeted girls, and more girls are getting into school and more girls are able to make decisions for themselves. So one of the areas that we should probably be focusing on is making sure that governments are held accountable for all the commitments that they've made. There's so many international conventions that make sure that the girl has rights, but it's only at the national level. It's only the governments that can enforce that in their countries.
The
Now,
government.
it's much more common for girls to be married young than boys.
government.
Let's go to Guinea now to meet a young woman determined to help girls stay in school. She's president of the Youth Parliament and a campaigner for girls' rights. Her work has been praised by Guinea's Prime Minister.
Moi, je suis Adja Idrissaba.
My name is Haja Idrissaba. I am a student, the president of Children Parliament of Guinea, and the founder and president of the Club des Jeunes Filles.
Là maintenant, nous partons rencontrer.
We are on our way to meet up with a young girl that we have saved from child marriage. She was supposed to be wed 2 weeks ago. She's 14 years old. She's a young girl full of dreams. She wants to carry on with her study. She wants to be the first girl from her village to have an education.
L'éducation qu'elles ont reçue.
A woman place is her home. This is the kind of education that they have been given. So once they reach the teenage years, they are told that it is time for them to get married off. And they think getting married is the best option for them. The girls don't understand the consequences of early marriage.
Ces filles avec lesquelles.
My motivation comes from the girls I fight for every day.
Là maintenant,
Now we are going to the Opogem. Opogem is a government agency that fights for children's protection and rights, and it is linked to police across the country.
parce que nous avions été contactés par.
We are coming here because we were contacted by a young girl who exposed an attempted marriage to a 13-year-old child. We managed to stop the religious wedding.
Take the information about the child, her name, age, and the name of her mum and dad.
So we are not going to let this go. We are going to open a case against the parents.
Je veux faire une convocation en bonne et unique forme.
I'm going to ask the parent to come to the police station.
On verra sur quelle base nous allons travailler sur ça.
Merci, à la prochaine, je viendrai encore. J'ai commencé à travailler avec la police depuis fort longtemps.
I started my life of activism since I was 13 years old, which is when I began working with the police, because I saw a lot of children being mistreated and exploited by grown-ups.
On était en contact avec le projet pour ceux qui exploitaient les enfants.
Is this a Muslim or Christian country?
Regarding child marriage, we have a new strategy to keep the girls safely in our homes, because there is no center for them.
I think we already saw that one. We already watched that one.
What
are these Muslims?
It doesn't even matter. This is Guinea, not Muslims. For the most part, these are what black African girls, man. You want me to play one from Central Africa? They ain't Muslim. Let's go to Zambia.
Is this new or is this kind of ancient culture?
This ain't no ancient culture, bro.
Modern Africa.
Carla, play some of the pimps, man. Play about the pimps that be out here pimping women and trafficking women in America.
Well, look. The bottom line is this, bro. Child marriage is marriage, not abuse. Where like marriage, that means a girl is married. Marriage is holy matrimony. That's pretty serious, bro. That is fucking serious.
Yeah, that's serious though. But Principal, are you ever going to acknowledge that the people that pimp on them kids, they go to jail and they get their ass beat on for pimping on kids?
Yeah, man.
You ain't mentioning that part. There's a difference between someone committing a crime and getting their ass handled for it, in comparison to a whole community celebrating some shit that shouldn't be happening.
There's no songs about pimping in the African community.
Every year, at least 12 million girls are married before they reach the age of 18.
Deviant behavior in Black America.
That's 28 girls every minute.
Over here, this is the fucking norm.
In the least developed countries,
you're trying to equate crime, things that you go to jail for, things that most of us whoop your ass for,
marriage in the world.
and ignoring the fact these people are celebrating this shit.
Married before they turn 18. And 1 in 10 is married before their 15th birthday. In Eastern and Southern Africa, around 1/3 of the region's young women were married before the age of 18. The practice occurs among boys as well. Africa is also a continent with high levels for child marriages among boys, especially across West and Central Africa. Here, 1 in 25 young men were first married in childhood.
You see what I'm talking about? You see? Young men? You see what I'm saying? They're pairing off young men with young women. What's wrong with that?
Well, the bottom line is this, Principe. This is friggin' reality of what we're talking about. We cannot, as Black America, we cannot let this happen to us.
You guys got high marriage rates. What can you not learn from that? We're pairing off young men with young women early.
Kyla, I posted a link in the back. Nigeria, last year, 54-year-old man marries 4-year-old girl.
All right, let me check it out.
Make it clear, Prince. See, Prince, you want to talk about 16-year-olds. They fucking, I could give a fuck about them. What the 4-year-old getting married for? What the 4-year-old getting married for?
That's bad. That's bad business.
You think that's the only one, Prince? Every year around the Muslim holidays, me and my wife, we go to the mall. And I just so happen to see all these little 10, 11, and 12-year-olds with their baby on their hip, nigga. You think that's cool?
No, it ain't cool. The point is, man, we don't need to be imitating this stuff. We don't need to take on to these cultural norms. Like Colin was saying, we keep our own cultural identity and our values.
I think I'm like this. I think we've done well. 400 years living in a racist country. Now, people like Principal. He think he's gonna change us away. You can't change us, Principe. We're not changing for nobody. It's as simple as that,
No, I'm not trying to change. No, who's trying to see? He's trying to make a false argument, man. I said there's nothing wrong with keeping your own culture.
A Nigerian man marries a 4. Okay, Jonathan was telling the truth. 4-year-old girl to save her from what the hell?
It's not even a norm, bro. It's not. He's finding these egregious articles. To make it the norm. There's an article.
You know what, Prince of, I'm a jackass, nigga. I will prove to you how normal it is.
It's the norm, bro. In those countries,
that's not a norm, bro.
This is northern Nigeria, where the Muslims.
Excuse me.
There's people marrying trees in America.
Don't do that. Don't do that. No. Don't be like northern Nigeria, nigga. Africa is Africa.
No.
It's not the norm, bro.
Nah, Africa is Africa. We're not going to divide Nigeria up. Nigeria is Nigeria, and Africa is Africa.
They explained it was a cultural practice in the KDD community, the OEI Curry clan, and if a child always felt sick, a man would be required to drop a symbolic amount as a token to save the little girl from dying. This is insane, you know.
They calling it marriage, but this is like slavery. These people are being sold.
The community represents that it was happening between a little girl and Mr. Napoleon. It was not marriage, but a cultural practice called in their tribe Ijaw. Man, this is Igbo. I think what you call it got a friggin' which Chuko?
Kala, I'm here to say that they're lying. That's just what they're telling the public. It's an actual marriage. Don't fall for the hype.
It's a marriage. It's a different tribe than Igbo.
Ijaw is part of the same cult. The Igbo people, they're the same. I knew an Ijaw guy. I couldn't stand him. A guy named Alex. I did business with him. Nigeria, fucking asshole. You know, Ijaw, Igbos. Ijaw is a sub of the Igbos. You know, they according to Groom, the outcry trail right. Regardless, all he did was save the girl's life. Okay, you man, 4-year-old girl, you're gonna have her as your property, you know. And when that's just sick, you know.
What's your solution, Carla?
I have no idea. A grown ass man, stay the fuck away from little girls.
Exactly.
If it was up to me. We had that's why I said when we have our African and whatever like that, anybody does that, that's a death penalty, you know.
We gotta do what that president did in El Salvador and just build a big ass prison and lock these cats up.
No, there's no prison for that.
I believe death penalty, you know.
Yeah, that too. But let's build a big ass prison like they did in El Salvador, the president did, and they started locking up these knuckleheads. You know, Guantanamo Bay style.
Grit says that child living off with no relation with a 54-year-old. Traditional marriage. She said that the men or women of fair children said social part said all say review the situation. They have to review the situation. Damn, man. This law criminalized child marriage and child brothels. Yeah, they covered up with some tradition. That's what Africans always do. They always cover everything else with traditions. You know, ever notice that? Every
stuff is traditional.
They cover it with friggin' tradition. It's a tradition, you know. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, you know.
It's a different culture, man.
Who's that? Who said that?
Pan African qualms.
Guess what, Pan? You out of here. Get the fuck out of here, man. How about this? Go the fuck out of here. But that is their tradition. That's what I'm talking about. He's one of these fucking Hakuna Matata niggas that come up here. I don't want no fucking degenerate Hakuna Matata. These niggas are the type that can't wait to get over there to do all the deviant shit. I'm trying to fucking like this.
The article itself said that the public was in an uproar. Why would they be in an uproar if this is the norm? You guys are just talking in circles.
I have no idea.
No, Prince. See, we got to put everything in perspective. See, in Nigeria, when they say the community was in a war, they're not saying that community was in a war.
So, bro, you want to do article for article, bro, on Black History Month? That's not a thing, bro. There's a whole bunch of there's an article where there was kids that got poisoned from people having drugs in daycare centers in America. Is that the norm? Fuck no. I'm not going to try to make that the norm for African Americans. You guys want to make the most negative thing the norm for Africans and Caribbeans to make yourself feel good.
Prince, was was people arrested for doing that?
Yeah.
Damn, that didn't happen in this case, huh? No one get arrested. That's crazy.
Bizarre, man. You're very bizarre, man. And you support Amazonians, correct? Right?
Hey, hold on. Leave the Amazonian people alone. They're my people.
You support a bunch of sucker niggas all the time. It's a pattern. I notice.
The Amazonians are sucker people because the Coonan Cameroonian government is over there literally exploiting the area on behalf of the French. On behalf of the French,
those guys had the option to join either Nigeria or Cameroon. They chose to join the French-speaking Cameroon and chose to rally the 300 to 200 different tribes, chose to rally themselves around English.
They were
and learn
intelligent
French.
enough. They were intelligent enough to see, hey, the Igbos, hey, look at y'all situation. Fuck. And we're smaller
But in a
than
similar
y'all are.
situation in Cameroon. What are you talking about?
Exactly, and that's why they want
What are you talking
separation.
about?
The Igbos want Biafra, and I say, and I've said this on the platform plenty of times, that hey, these two should merge and become their own country. Why not?
Hold on, Amazonians are not one tribe. There's like over 200 tribes.
No shit.
claiming
No
Amazonian.
shit. Hey, did you know not Igbos are all one tribe? No, they are not.
Language is more.
No, they are not.
The Igbos not one tribe?
No, they're not. Absolutely not.
The Igbo be claiming other people like
Prism. My bad. I used to be dumb too, and I thought Igbo was Igbo. No, it's not.
I really don't give a fuck about that. But my thing is, at the end of the day, with the Amazonians, there are multiple different tribes. There are multiple different tribes.
Yeah, in the
I'm not
Igbo, in the Igbo areas are a whole bunch of different tribes.
I can't confirm the Igbos are what. From my knowledge,
You can just simply look that shit up. You can look that shit up, Prince.
They're going to tell you there's subgroups and subspeak. That's not an actual Igbo have to come up there and explain to you. I'm not no Igbo. I don't descend from no Igbo. I don't really give a damn. My main point was that
you just said there's different groups. There's subgroups.
The subgroups so sometimes when they mix, they create a new subgroup. Sometimes when they branch off and travel, that creates a new subgroup. Or does that mean they're not the same Igbo? That's the same fucking Igbo. I don't know.
So do you think the people? Do you think the people that live in like River State or Calabar or Port Harcourt, are they Igbo too? Because they're technically in Igbo land. No, they're not.
Being an Igbo land doesn't equal to being an Igbo person.
And that's the fucking point. And like Biafra wasn't just about Igbos only. It was the whole damn area. So that means that even Biafra, it meant the indigenous people of Biafra, not the Igbo people of Biafra.
So what happened when Kanu, what's that guy named? Kanu was trying to promote his
at the end of the day, as a Pan African, would you claim you are? If they want separation, they should have a right to go ahead and have it. Don't you think so?
Fuck no, because once they get their quote for separation,
so basically they should just be oppressed. They should be oppressed. Don't matter.
How they oppressed?
Don't matter. They said they're oppressed. They said they're oppressed. They should have a right. Now this is the thing. Ladies and gentlemen of the Pan African community, take a good look at Prince. This nigga wants to uphold the white colonial borders.
Bro, dude, if I have a nation and it's 500 tribes and they have different regional language that keep them together, right? But there's also a main overall language, which is French, that keep them together. Why not learn both English, French, and your local language?
So everyone should drop the tribe shit and adopt the nation shit.
Who said that? I said learn your own tribe language, the English and the French. What's wrong with that?
Nigga, you colonized. You gotta come out of that shit.
No, we're not, bro. There's people who's choosing to learn Italian for jobs.
People have a right. People have a right to make their own decisions and have their own self-determination. And I think it's very interesting that as a person, you're from Haiti. You should be in Haiti right now with this kind of mindset, but you're not in Haiti. You're in America. Telling people who want to have independence like Haiti did, they could have just shut the fuck up and been under the French and just let it be that. They didn't do that because they wanted different. You're telling people in these lands that they should shut the fuck up and just deal with what they're dealing with.
You know we're not one tribe, right? Right? So there's different Creoles.
It don't matter. It don't matter. Who are you to tell people in their own homeland that they should stay with some shit that they deem to be oppressive?
They chose to be a part of Cameroon. Nobody told them. They had a referendum to be a part of Cameroon, bro. Then they choose not to speak French or whatever. Rally 300 tribes to rally themselves.
So wait. So they should give up. They should give up. They should give up what they already know which is
But
difficult as
you gotta give
fuck.
up. You could just add a different.
Because wait a minute, hold on now.
Spanish and French in
You and
school. As
whatchamacallit,
well.
you and Rob Moyes always claim y'all niggas is Alsa, y'all this or that. Speak that shit right now. You ain't gotta speak French, nigga. Speak that shit right now. Speak the whatever you claim as your ethnic group right now. Speak that shit for the panel. I know nigga got bad network.
They're original, they're traditional, they're English and they're French. They can't speak 4 languages.
So now you're saying that they should speak 4 languages?
Yeah, your regional language, your tribal language, your personal English or French.
The Amazonians and the people who want Biafra, they have a right to speak what the fuck they want to speak. And unfortunately, Prince, this is where me and you different. If a person says, "Hey, I'm from the region, I consider myself an Amazonian, and we want to be separate," I support you. You say you want Biafra, I fucking support you. But if I say Black America wants independence, I hope that you support us too. Let's all support each other in our cause for self-determination. We don't need a weird ass nigga talking about y'all don't need none of that separation shit. Y'all just gotta adapt. Fuck that.
They're over 300 different tribes that speak 300 different languages.
Don't fucking matter.
They have 300 different cultures.
Don't
what keeps
matter.
them together is English, a white man language. That's what you're talking about. So you're trying to encourage them to fight around a white man language, English. I'm saying fuck it, just learn both French and English. Keep your local language and your traditional language, and keep it pushing. Why y'all fucking fighting around English? A goofy nigga like you trying to make sense of
Princess,
bullshit.
if they want to separate, shut the fuck up and support them separating. You don't support people that want self-determination? Why not?
They're doing a self-determination not because of anything besides a language.
Let me ask you a question. Is there any written African language that we could run with right now?
People have spoken the traditional language for years. Why would they have to
hold on.
need a written language?
There's billions of tons of precious metals. There's a periodic table of elements. There's mathematical equations, and all that got to be freaking translated to a language, right? Right now, English is it. The English is what we got to rock with, because it'll take Africa thousands of years to fucking catch up with a language that can interpret the things of the world. Simple as that. You ain't even talking about even coding alone.
But there's writing in African languages as well. If you go to Mali, Timbuktu,
stop it, man! Just stop it.
There's libraries in Timbuktu.
Let me get this guy, Quasi. Come on, then I'm gonna get Nijuru, whatever your name is, and then we got Elvis. Whatnot, I'll see how long we keep Elvis.
Yeah. It's Kwesi.
Kwesi, are you Kwesi from the Gambia?
No, sir.
You're not the Kwesi I know. You're the Kwesi. Are you my boy Kwesi from South Carolina?
No. Accra.
I don't know you. I know so many Quaisies, man. I look like 4 Quaisies, man. I don't know. I guess I don't know you then. So what's on your mind?
Yeah, Kwesi is from Ghana.
I know that. What I'm saying, but I know a lot of people have the name Kwesi. That's what I'm saying. I know several people. I thought you were one of them.
Yeah, so I think these African languages can be updated. I think they need to create their own systems.
Yeah. In the meantime, let them go do that shit, and I wish them a lot of luck. But I can't be freaking messing around.
Would you create a new language for your Africanistan?
No. I would incorporate some African languages. I require kids graduating. You guys speak at least 2 languages. You should know some Africa. But the bottom line, we can't be messing with languages that freaking not going to get us any place. In most African countries, they do business in French. What the hell are we learning their local language for?
We have to create new systems.
Got to be based on necessity. We're trying to do business, trying to run a highly developed, complex civilization, right?
These Western systems aren't appropriate for Africa, though.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Where do you live at?
Now?
Yeah, where do you live at?
Right now, I'm in Idaho.
Damn, you calling from Idaho and you talking smack? Nigga, come on. I don't you calling from Idaho. I live in Idaho. How the hell are you gonna be in Idaho talking about us Westerners? That's as Western as you can get, man. You on the fucking great frontier, you know? You understand? The friggin' what you call the going out west. Not only are you in the west, but you way out west. Some of these Western systems.
They're African Americans out here.
Let me ask you a question. How come you can't make your living in? Are you from Ghana or are you African American?
I'm Ghanaian.
Okay, then why are you not in Ghana?
Because the American government allowed me to come to Idaho.
Oh, why did you come from Ghana, right, to the United States?
For some of the reasons that you displayed here on the screen. Child marriages, a lot of the backwardsness.
All right, so you realize that whatever you say about America, right? We're part Black America, still probably got it more figured out than you had, because that's why you're here, not over there, right?
Oh yeah, I agree.
We created something here in America for Black people to thrive. You know, without us, there would be no crazy coming to America, getting what you got to get, your education, and we did that. You know. Now we're saying
I'll come here to learn, so I can take back.
The way we built America, right? Wherever it worked in America, we produced scientists, everything. We built some of the highest standards of living, everything. We pulled ourselves out of nothing. America, make no mistake, America didn't do this for us. We did it for ourselves, you know. And just the same way we're capable of building ourselves up in America, produce the world's first Black billionaire, and under duress, we could do yourself the same thing in our own nation. 10 times, 1,000 times better. That's all we're saying.
I'm not going to stay here.
And I got to go by what I know. Look, my people come from men like Charles Drew, men like Reginald Lewis, the world's first Black billionaire. You know, my people come from Madam C.J. Walker. You know, this is what I'm coming. These are the people whose legs, shoes I'm walking in. You know, and so those are the people I pay homage to, you know, and say, yo, this is what we got to basically do, you know.
Yeah, I'll be the next Kwame Nkrumah.
What? Yeah, Kwame Nkrumah was educated where? In Black America. He was a pastor at a church in Philadelphia, and he basically went to Lincoln University. He studied with Thurgood Marshall, and he was part of Black America. He was a Garvey disciple, follower, you know?
Yeah, I'm in his footsteps.
What?
I said I'm following his footsteps.
Well, that's good. But the bottom line is Black America, right? We're a whole different animal, you know? And
you're still African.
What?
You're still African.
We're Africans, but our mind, our culture is different, you know?
It's a different culture. Yeah, you're still African. There's many African cultures.
Hold on, we're African by race, right? We're African by tradition, whatever like that. But the only thing different about
your culture is African too.
Our culture is somewhat African, right? If Africa, you know what the problem is, bro? Had Africa basically kept up with the thing, we wouldn't even have this conversation, you know, because somewhere along the line, man, I think the transatlantic slave trade, Africans underestimate the time lost in the transatlantic slave trade. From like 1600 to 1850, Africa was basically undermined by the transatlantic, not colonialism. It was a transatlantic slave trade, which basically caused wars and everything. Even African guys said there's whole towns and villages along the coast of Africa that was abandoned because people friggin' left because of fear of this horrible thing called the Atlantic slave trade. When Africa got their independence, they completely forgot about that.
We were sabotaged after independence.
Yeah, but you can't keep saying the government, man.
All of our infrastructure was destroyed.
Yeah, I know, but hold up. But the bottom line, the white man left you guys with some sort of intact infrastructure. You know, the bottom line is, like I said, the whole problem with independence was, I just think at the time, a lot of Africans don't believe it's right. I don't think they were ready for that sort of independence of a nation state. I don't think Africans were prepared at that particular time. Maybe now, at that time, to talk about a nation state. Do you understand what the difference between a tribe, a kingdom, and a republic is? A republic is probably the ultimate thing, the highest thing human beings could create in this life. Is a republic, as a nation state, the rule of law, not the rule of men, the rule of law. When you listen to people like Elvis talk, when they said, "You guys don't want to live under our rule," I don't want to live under rule. When you're a governor, when you have a government, a republic, you serve to the interests of the people. You don't rule them. Africans have this thing where they want to rule. That's not no such thing as rule. You say when you have a republic. Now, if you have a kingdom, it's your kingdom, your fiefdom, you rule. Okay, sure. Your country is your personal property. But when you say you're a democratic republic, right? When you say you're a democratic republic, right? You serve at the pleasure of the people. Your people are the one that gives you legitimacy. The will of the people gives you legitimacy. And that's something Africans have never really able to establish, right? Can they establish legitimacy in the eyes of the people? Because in order for you to do that, you have to have some sort of basic respect for the people as human beings. That means
our systems are westernized. They clash with our
culture. I don't think so. I don't think you are westernized. I don't think you're westernized. You guys have the trappings of the West, right? You like that, but your customs in Africa, for the most part, has not really acknowledged the human being as important. That's not Western. Western civilization puts people at the forefront of everything. Everything is about the will of the people. African societies are not like that at all. They could give a good goddamn about the people. It's about the people that's in power, what their agenda is, their families, and everything like that. There was a girl, not a girl, she's 41 years old, that was just locked up. She was on a reality show in Sierra Leone. And I sent Dynas the article, right? Sit down. I don't know if I can find it. Anyway, she was on a reality show, and she made a comment about the president's wife. They put her in jail. This is 2025. And they said like this. They said people are saying the reason why he did that is to still fear. The president right now in Sierra Leone is very unpopular. It's a still fear. They said she maligned, slandered the first lady or something like that, which she was saying. It's come to find they knew each other, as young women. They knew each other, friends at one time. Anyway, she made a comment. I don't know what the hell the comment was, but anyway, she got arrested. And she's doing time in jail. And they said her family comes to see her. They said they have her eating just a bowl of rice and some fish, and some fish. The food's really bad. And she's sleeping on a concrete floor and whatnot. You don't want to go to jail in Africa, So what I'm trying to say is this, though, the human rights, they can put you in jail. They forget about you. They don't care about your rights. You have no rights. That's stuff like that. Something like that.
Carly, you got to go further than that. The leader of IPOB, right? Of the Biafra movement currently, the modern Biafra movement. He's been in jail for like the last few years. Not many times he's been ordered to be released, and they never released him.
Yeah, no, they don't care.
They don't care about that shit. So don't be like that. Y'all got no Western style system.
Did nothing but organize the idea of an independent of Biafra, and
talk about the future on the radio, and that was good enough. And Bahari went after him.
These governments don't represent the people.
Jail, man, please stop with this. That's not Western, man. That's freaking African, bro.
No, these systems that set up are westernized, but they don't represent the people.
Well, no, that's a bullshit, bro. Bullshit.
The systems that you say are westernized, but they don't operate the system as they're supposed to be. So it's not technically a Western system.
They set the systems up, but Africans don't know how to operate a Western style.
It's a lack of education. Being with the majority of kids.
It's not that. It's not an education thing.
Oh, I do believe so.
Well, it's not.
The books we have there are outdated.
You got online. You can get education online. If you got a smartphone,
we don't have electricity.
Yeah. Bottom line, people in Ghana. I mean, look. The bottom line is, why is it that? And I mean to keep bashing Africa, but why is it that the Central Africa, even Haiti, could somehow solve this problem called electricity like 60 years ago?
The French set that up for them.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
When they left, they destroyed all the infrastructure.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Ghana was left intact, man. Ghana was left intact. Nigeria left intact. All these places were left intact. You know, the only place that got destroyed was Guinea.
Nigeria was left intact. The Nigerians the ones that fucked it up.
No, not necessarily the people.
They had civil wars, bro. And then they had coup after coup after coup. They the ones that fucked it up. They had parity with the dollar at one point. They fucked it up. Of all the countries, I can certifiably say this based on research. When the British left, they didn't leave their countries all fucked up. The French did. The French fucked up shit intentionally. The Portuguese did too, and the Belgium did too. But the British didn't. They left the shit intact. Y'all, the locals fucked it up.
No, they left.
Y'all didn't maintain shit.
They left governors in place to extract the resources. The people.
Yeah, I mean, so what? They built the mines. You didn't build the mines. They built the mines. That's their machinery that takes out the damn the minerals. It's not you. You didn't create none of the machinery to go ahead and take out the minerals or extract the minerals. You didn't build the mine. You didn't create the machinery to go ahead and get the minerals out. You just want everything. You didn't build the infrastructure. You just want everything for free. You want welfare.
We've been extracting gold for millennia.
Actually, it's French and Canadian companies that friggin' extract the gold in Ghana, and they give them royalties. Ghanaians don't do that. The South African firm is there.
I'm telling you that the governors left in place are sabotaging the people. They took over the mines we had.
Well, they sold because the Ghanaians tried to.
The people didn't sell it. The people did not sell it. The governors gave ownership to foreigners.
Well, it's like this. My whole thing is, you had no choice. If the mines are losing money because you don't have the expertise and everything like that, so you had to let the forest.
They weren't buying our gold until we sold it until they took over production.
So what you could have did was this. The smartest thing would do, instead of selling your gold for paper, what you should have did was basically create Mr. Roosevelt came there in 2012 and basically try to help Ghana set up a gold bullion bank, where you can monetize, use your gold as collateral to monetize. You could be on your way right now.
Oh, okay. If Ghana is so bad, why are they building developments? The Americans are coming.
Well, I'm not saying Ghana's bad right now, but I said let's not get carried away here. Let's not get carried away. Ghana's still got a long ways.
It's bad. It's bad. You know what happened when Trump took away that aid, the USA? All of a sudden, Ghana's in distress. They got to find a way to come up with $150 million. Would be nice if they wasn't building a $400 million church.
No, the people are continuing on how they were. The money wasn't going to the people.
Yeah, exactly. At this point, listen, it's time to give up. Carla, it's just time to give up. There's no hope. There's no hope. Yes, you can. It is what it is.
Ghana is the future.
Disappointed
because will you stop,
let me get. Oh, I got another guy on named Nino. What's on your mind, bro?
What's up, Carla?
Elvis.
It's a long lost friend, man.
Oh Lord, man! I'm about to boot you out of here. What do you want, man?
At least turn off the music. Shit. What up, Elvis?
What's up, man? Why you gotta boot me, Carla? What's going on?
I got this other guy on in Juro. You was on before. What's on your mind? And Gyro, what's on your mind?
Unmute your mic.
Unmute your mic, bro.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for joining this podcast or this broadcast today. Actually, I met with it accidentally, and I decided to enter here because I really felt we are talking one of the greatest things, which the Black nation.
Hold on, Gyro. Hold 1 second. Somebody saying Quasi is really Lil Jon. Man, okay, you got me. That was pretty slick, you Lil
Yeah, he
Jon.
got you. I knew that the whole time, Kyle.
Good, man, get out
I
of
was
here.
just hoping you would catch on at some point.
You got me. You got me good. All right, all right,
What's
all
up,
right.
Bantu?
What's up, bro?
Go ahead, and Gyro. Will go ahead, bro.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I know the Black nation is segregated and lives everywhere. We cannot actually say the Black nation is only domiciled in the African continent. The truth of the matter is that the Black and the African nation actually is segregated everywhere. I think I could call us the lost nation, if I may talk about that. That is why almost everybody wants to claim us. In the meantime, some of the people who are doing great things in Europe are actually from the Black nation. We have those pedigrees of ours who are doing a lot of things there like in Europe. We have people in football who are actually Africans that are doing amazing. If you go in America, actually the people who are making some of the biggest things, they are actually from the Black nation. Look at their music industry. One of their actually, which is a serious cash cow for them. Look at their basketball. The amount of Africans or amount of Black nation concentration vis-a-vis the other people. The only problem we have is Africans outside their continent are actually very good. I don't know what happens to Africans inside their continent. Like in our continent, we are unable to unleash the same potential which other Africans in the other continents are unleashing so easily.
You know what I figured out? It's a one single word, right? It's called infrastructure. You know, if Africans had infrastructure, I love infrastructure, you love infrastructure. If we had some damn infrastructure, man, we'd be doing good things. We wouldn't have no tribalism. We had none of this shit like that. The problem is we have very little infrastructure in Africa. That's why we can do amazing things when we go to the white man's world, you know?
Okay, I agree. But I have a problem here. There are some of the things which are making the Africans inside the African continent actually not be able to unleash their potential. Number one is as Africans, we have potentially for over 400 years become victims of slavery mentality. We have been unable to get out of that thinking. Many of Africans, including me, we actually think that simply because we were colonized, we cannot be able to do anything else, and all the systems of the world are unjust to us. That is one of the thinking which is in the mainland Africa. Like it's not easy for like an African, or like for example, it is something I'll tell you. I come from Kenya. Like there is a mentality I don't like. Can you imagine when we see a bright person, somebody who can do great things, you always hear people like saying, you are not supposed to be here. You are not supposed to be here. Like we have a bright kid. People are saying that this kid is not supposed to be here. We are thinking of how this kid can go to Harvard. We have a guy who has invented, I think, some guy, I heard of that guy. I think he's from Zimbabwe, or it's a country in southern Africa. I heard that guy has invented a very serious car. I think a car which is not using fuel. Then immediately when that guy is and I even heard the president actually met him. But when that guy has discovered that car which is not actually using fuel, the discussion which people are actually talking about is that guy is not supposed to be in Africa. That guy is like, Africa is destined for people who do not think. Like if you are thinking, you are supposed to be in Europe, or you are supposed to be in America, or you are supposed to be somewhere in Russia or somewhere in China. So that is the mentality we have to fight.
Alibaba,
Oh, somebody's
so
talking.
he didn't invent it. He actually purchased it from China.
Sorry?
And acted like he invented it. And it came out to be a scam.
Somebody's talking. Is it me?
Is that Bantu Mandinka?
Elvis, with all due respect, my nigga.
Yeah, let me now explain something briefly. Let me finish on the issue of Pan-Africanism because you brought. This issue of Pan-Africanism, to me, I see it more of theory than practical. The issue of Pan-Africanism was actually started by people like Kwame Nkrumah in Africa, in mainland Africa, even though we also had people like Marcus Garvey who are trying to push that Africanicity in their own way, even if people were not understanding what they were doing. But at least we could see Marcus Garvey trying to consolidate the black people, even he was trying to finance some of them. So Marcus Garvey. Then Kwame Nkrumah comes and says that we need to operate as one country before we get used to these small countries and we are unable to do anything. Now, Africans, 54 countries or 55, with the addition of Southern Sudan, the latest, we cannot be able to function the way we function. Why? Because AU, African Union, the one which they are almost doing the election, the AU has no, AU does not operate like the way the American agencies operate or like the way the European Union is operating. AU has no infrastructure to synergize all the 54 countries to work together as one. So we have been lied, or somebody is lying to us.
The AU has not one. The AU, Principe, this is what I'm trying to Principe. Not one country has seceded any sovereignty to the AU. Not one thing. Not a peacekeeping force, not an airport, not a port facility, not a port authority. Nothing the AU has any sovereignty or symbols of authority. They have nothing. They have no monetary zone. They have no trade zone. They have nothing. No sovereignty whatsoever.
No currency. They don't make trade agreements. They don't do a damn thing. They're just a little group.
This is
that hangs out.
He says we should be trying to sit down and talk to you. Man, get the hell out of here, man. With that
we
shit.
got a better chance of sitting down with the European Union.
Exactly. I can sit down with
Liberia. Well, where you from, bro? Where you from? What country are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Kenya. Nairobi.
Oh, Kenya. Okay. But my point was never that. Isn't the new president coming from your country, right? The new president of the AU or Odinga.
Let me talk. I wanted to talk briefly about that. You see, I'm here. No, he has not yet been elected. It's a bit competitive. Although my point of thinking is Kenya is ramping up support for Raila Odinga, the former prime minister. Although my thinking is I'm supporting the best man to win. I feel at the moment we have three candidates. That is, there is one guy from Djibouti. He is called Mohamud. Then there is Raila Odinga, and then there is another guy from Madagascar with a very long name. You know, people Madagascar, they are Asians with a very long name. Asian, Africans, like Madagascar is a mix of everybody because Madagascar was a point of conference during colonization. So people mix there, and so we have those three guys. The only challenge we are having with Mr. Raila Odinga from Kenya is a bit. I don't want to criminalize him based on age. Age is a blessing. But I was feeling at the age of 80, it was not very good for him to work for the AU. If AU has to do something, I don't believe men in their 80s can actually be effective, especially in some of these positions. I wish AU can think of another younger person, a little bit younger person. That is my thinking. Yes, it comes from my country. But I don't support the idea because Raila Odinga has been in the political folly for a long time. He is born 1945. He is close to the age of Donald Trump. I understand even in America they elected Donald Trump, even if he was an old guy too. But people age differently. We have also to understand that people age differently. So I feel we need somebody who can, because you need to serve for a term of 8 years. So I don't think, again, now many of the African countries, we still have very old presidents who do not want to sit down. And that's why personally I'm very happy with the 3 African countries which were actually able to topple their government. That is Mali, Burkina Faso, and what? No, I'm not babbling. So there is Mali, Burkina Faso.
Niger.
The 3 countries I'm very happy. And you can understand, and Niger. Can you imagine that guy was called Ibrahim Traore? Ibrahim Traore, even any Barot couldn't have given us Ibrahim Traore. Any Barot couldn't bring Traore into the... Traore is an accident. Traore is something which couldn't have happened to Africa. He is just a blessing, which is a man who developed the courage and he decided to topple that government. But he was a guy with goodwill. I'm now hearing the guy has paid the debts, has paid the national debt of his country, something which even America themselves have not been able to do because America has debt. Now I'm hearing he has paid debts. I'm hearing he is modernizing infrastructure. I'm hearing people have a lot of confidence. And I feel Traore could actually be on a path of becoming a civilian president, just like what happened in Ghana with that guy who had also toppled the government in 80s. I'm forgetting the name.
Rawlings.
Rawlings, yeah. I think the way Rawlings was able to transit from military to a civilian president, I see also Traore will end up in that level because I don't think there is any civilian in Burkina Faso who can be able to do what Traore is doing. I think Burkina Faso has just discovered a leader. They have just discovered a leader in their own way. Many people could say that maybe it could be a prank for somebody. I don't know, but I always judge people with what they are doing because judgment will always be there. That is one. So when you look at Africa in a nutshell, as I was explaining here, Africa is having a lot of issues. Africa is unable to work as one. Even though EU, that is European Union, is a conglomeration of many countries, they have concept of working together. EU has structures. So we cannot say that, but why are Europeans able to work well? Look at how Europeans are look at, for example, if you want to see the modalities of Europe and Africa, how different it is. Look at, for example, the European football. See how easy it is for people to play from England and go to Spain or even to Italy. And then they have infrastructure network. You can easily use a train from Southern Europe. You go all the way to Northern Europe or to Eastern Europe. So it's very easy to integrate. I understand we have some of the barriers in Africa, especially when it comes to connectivity. We have not connected our country. Then another thing is that poverty level. In Africa, poverty level is very variable. There are some countries, because of crisis, people have nothing. For example, if you look some of the countries which have fought perennially or forever, some of them because of terrorism. For example, look at Somalia. I'm giving examples. Look at Somalia. Somalia, people are devastated. Then look at the neighbors, Kenya. Kenya has been a little bit stable for quite some time. Now, you now want to bring Kenya and Somalia to work together. They will not be able to work together because Kenyans will be feeling terrified. Maybe there is terrorism here, there is what here. It's just like the things which were happening in Nigeria some time back. I was hearing or I was reading that in Nigeria, the top part of Nigeria, the northern Nigeria, there used to be an institution, an organization called Boko Haram. Now you can imagine.
Yeah, but hold on, boss. Who's supposed to help Somalia if it's not Kenya and Ethiopia who's proceeding? I think Pan Africanism should be stronger nations helping their neighbors, their brothers, their cousins. Don't you think?
The problem which is happening is that other African countries will consider that country as if it is devastated and poor. And they will feel like taking their resources there is not good. That is why you even see institutions like USAID, which are now being drawn by America. They are forever in Africa. And there are some countries whereby their presence was extreme. That's why you can see Africans are unable to help themselves, and we have actually to rely on foreign intervention. And as foreigners are coming, they're also coming with other issues with us. They're even coming with other crises. Because remember, whoever pays the piper plays the tune. So that's so there's no way in which Africa will be free. And that's why I'm also saying, like, I wish we can be able to, all these donations which we get from European nations or from foreign nations, they can go away, so that we can be able to see how we can be able to re-energize ourselves. We see how we can use our resources. We always say that we are the richest continent in the world in terms of resources. Now, let all the donations go away, and we see how we are now going to have a memorandum of understanding of how we are going to get the value of those resources which we mine. I'm hearing Traore was able to raise the price of gold and the price of some of the things which were mined in Burkina Faso, I think from $2 to $200, an inflation of a rate of close to 100%, over 10,000%, and the country has started benefiting slowly from the resources. Why is it that Africans, we cannot help Congo? One of the places, the biggest, 100 million people in Congo. Why is it that Congolese are living like beggars? In Congo, there is gold, there is titanium, there is cobalt, there is everything. Everything is in Congo, but it's still Congolese. People have no clothes, people are not eating, people have no jobs, people cannot not travel, people are devastated, children are malnutrition, yet they have everything. Simply because
who fault is that?
Is it because of governmental mismanagement?
Governmental mismanagement is actually the smallest one, and that is always the reason which we always say, the reason why Africans are not doing the best. We always give the reason corruption. This is the problem. The reason why in Africa things are not working, it is simple. There is no rule of law. There's no rule of law. Why? In Africa, and I want to give the example of my country. In Kenya, for example, if you want to, if you go and steal like, let's say $100 million, you cannot go to jail. In my country, and we have very many thieves who have stolen money, and no one is looking for them. But we have guys who have stolen cows, who have stolen chicken. Those are the guys who are in jail. So the problem which we have in Africa is that people who are actually committing heinous acts and acts which are skyrocketing to actually kill our democracy and kill what is supposed to work, the money which is supposed to be used in hospitals, the money which is supposed to actually to modernize our schools. Those guys are not suffering the consequences of their acts. You always hear of scandals, like in my country. Scandal is a word of the day. If you go in China, somebody who has been put in scandal, I hear some of them are being killed. In Japan, I hear some of those people are being killed. In Singapore, that's what they were doing. They killed some of the corrupt people. But in my country, a corrupt person being corrupt is a will to become a politician.
So you're saying?
1 minute. I put that.
No, hold on, brother. You've been going on for a while. I just want to ask a question. You're saying ending impunity through what? Executions or incarceration, that would solve the problem?
Definitely. If today I steal $1 million and I'm killed, another person will not steal that money because they will be fearing to die. The problem which we are having is, like, for example, I want to give an example of Kenya because I know Kenyan politics very well. In Kenya, if you steal, you'll be the next governor. In Kenya, if you steal, you'll be the next member of parliament because you will use that money to look for political power. Let me tell you, everybody in Kenya who has ever become a president, he was a corrupt person in the latter days. He was somewhere doing a job and he stole money. I want to tell you, our current president now, he has scandals. He cannot explain. Our previous president, he has scandals. He cannot explain. Many of our governors, because in Kenya we also have like the federal system, they copied somewhere. We have 47 governors, too many of them. In fact, we don't need all of those. We have 47 governors. Majority of them, they came into the limelight through stealing. You steal because what happened is this. I want to explain the judicial system of Africa, which has actually failed people. Number one, when you go and steal, you steal a lot of money. Then 20% of that money You use it to clean your name. That is to hire lawyers, because already there are lawyers waiting for you to defend you. In fact, in Kenya, let me talk about Kenya. In Kenya, lawyers will not distance themselves from you because you are a thief. When they read the newspapers and they hear that you are being chased by police for stealing $10 million or for stealing $100 million, they are the people who are approaching you so that they can present you, and so that also they can also get a kick of some of the money which you have stolen. So the reason which I'm saying what is killing Africa is that uncontrolled corruption, which actually we have institutionalized, and any person who is stealing money in Africa, we have decided to look at them. And this guy has his
do you think it's unique to us as Africans, or that it's unique that we can't find a way to try to police it?
We have buried our heads in the sand, and that is the elephant in the room. How do we kill? Because that is my support. How do we kill all the corrupt politicians in Africa? We have to begin by I want to tell you now, brother, if today in Kenya we killed 1,000 corrupt guys, Ghana kills 500, Morocco kills like 1,000, Africa will change. But the problem is we are just with this. Let me tell you, China was a very bad press too. Few years ago, they didn't have it was not a competitive nation which could even compete with America. I think 50, 70 years ago. But they decided to become ruthless. Let me tell you, you cannot change a nation smiling. You cannot change a country smiling. Countries are changed by people who their heads are serious and they are not smiling to people. And you are even ready to do bad things even to your family members if they do bad things. The problem which we have in Africa is that we are jokers. We joke a lot. Somebody has stolen billions of money and we are there. We are there assuming and thinking it is not something which is serious. Children have no clothes. Money has been stolen. We are not serious. We are just waiting for another scandal. It is another scandal. Like in my country, I'm tired. We finish with this scandal, we enter in another scandal. We finish from this scandal, we enter into another scandal. And no one is put into task to explain where did this money get
Let me say this for a second, right? 1 second. I'm from Liberia, and most of us, we look at your country as a success story relative to other African countries. So, I mean, you're complaining about your country, but we see the level of infrastructure that you have in your country, and we're envious. In my country, in particular, your banking sector, the education sector in your country. A lot of smart people come from your country. So Kenya is doing pretty well relative to other African nations.
That is private sector, bro. Public sector, there is difference between private and public sector. Private sector is amazing. Public sector is doing bad thing. Let me tell you, the amount of corruption which is happening in that country, you will be shocked. Let me tell you, our former president.
I'm just saying relative.
Okay, 1 minute. Let me tell you, maybe this figure you don't know about it. Our former president, Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, said that we were losing we were losing in terms of dollars. Let me put it in terms of dollars. We were losing like $20 million per day on corruption. He said that money, he didn't know where it goes. Actually, that money was tabulated within a year, and it was actually seen that a half of Kenyan money in the budget actually goes away. It gets lost, it disappears in the thin air, and it cannot be traced. A half of Kenyan budget goes away. Can you imagine if that a half of the Kenyan budget was brought? That is why even when you hear in America, they are talking about wastages. It is true, those wastages are life. I'm telling you something which Kenyan president admitted, but he was unable to explain. I don't know, cartels are bigger than him, or what is the problem. He said we were losing $20 million per day, and he said there's nothing he can do. People are stealing that money. The problem we have is that, like in my country, even though people are saying that my country, I can describe it like what there's a guy who was killed in 1975. We used to call him JM Karaoke. JM Karaoke said, this country will become a country of 10 millionaires and 10 million paupers. That is Kenya for you. Kenya has, yes, the infrastructure could be amazing, which was actually done by Chinese. And that's the reason. That's the reason why
But you paid for it, right? It wasn't a gift. You paid for it.
So no, we are paying for, but at least Chinese have that concept because their policy is a bit ruthless. Where they are taking money, they want to see what it is doing. But let me tell you, it's not that that Chinese money in Africa couldn't have been eaten, or even in Kenya, that money could have been eaten. It's only that some of these governmental corporations in China, which are working in Africa, those people fear repercussion from their government. Let me tell you,
yeah, you're saying the Chinese watch their money like a hawk, so it was impossible.
Yeah, they watch. That is why it is possible to see Chinese infrastructure in Africa. Why is it that we are not able to see other countries in other countries? Because other countries are not following up. They are not following up. It's only somebody like Donald Trump who has decided even to follow this US aid. Otherwise, this US aid could have continued the same way it was continuing, just as something. So that's what I'm saying. The reason why you are seeing all that, let me tell you, majority of infrastructure, especially in Kenya, is Chinese. All roads, like when the Chinese came to Kenya, through Kibaki, our former president, third one, they modernized the Thika Road. There's a road called the Thika Road. They did so many buildings, they did so many schools. But this is a problem which happened in our country. I want to tell you, our country. What happened is we reviewed our constitution. We reviewed our constitution, and we now brought these two governments, which has made the government to be very expensive. Because the problem in Africa, every elected position is an institution of corruption. You need to know that a governor is an institution of corruption. So we have 47 institutions of corruption. Member of Parliament MP, every member of Parliament, that is an institution of corruption. Because there are no checks for these people. President, the presidency, that is an institution of corruption. Supreme Court, that is an institution of corruption. In other words, there is no agency in Africa which is doing the right thing. People are working there looking for kickback. I'm telling you, until we discover on ways of how people will go to work and deliver services, but not to look for money, to look for bribes, that day Africa will develop. But Africa, in the way it is now, whereby when somebody gets a job, he is looking for people to pay him. If you have to do a building, you have to pay for licenses, and some of the money, even the government cannot be able to trace it. If you have to do anything. So in other words, brother, what I'm trying to say here is that first of all, our people have refused to help our continent. Our people have decided to work individually. If I can become rich as a person, I don't care about what all the other people will go through. I can live in a worse continent. I have a good house, even if the hospital is bad. I can be flown to Russia. I can be flown to France for treatment. Why is it has to be that way? Like if our president gets sick, he has to be flown to France. If whoever is if any serious person who has stolen a lot of money because of that, because I don't believe all that money some of these people they have, you cannot earn it through salary. It is stolen money. These people, they have to be flown to other countries. Why is it that they cannot improve our infrastructure, improve our condition, and even they feel, why is it that it's only in Africa whereby all the politicians, their kids do not stand there? Like, for example, I can tell you, like in Kenya, for instance, our president, his kids cannot stand in Kenya. Members of parliament, majority of, we always see them posting in Facebook. They post in Facebook, I'm in the graduation of my son, who was graduating in the University of Reed. I'm from my graduation of my son, who was in Sorbonne University in France, with my son graduating with a PhD from Melbourne University, with my daughter graduating from Iowa State University. That's all the things which they post for us. You will not see a member of parliament with his kid in the University of Nairobi. You will not see a member of parliament with his kid in the University of Dar es Salaam or in Abidjan University. You will not see them. That is a problem. So what I'm trying to say is, until Africans will get confidence that I can trust the education my kid can get in African soil, I can trust the medication
my president can get in Kenya or in Zimbabwe. That is the day when we will develop. But this idea whereby a leader gets sick and he is being thrown outside for treatment, they even fear that this guy will not be able to get good medication in the country where he was born. That is the beginning of all the havoc in Africa. And that is why we cannot do, and that's why sometimes I'm usually happy of Magufuli. Magufuli actually died in his own country, trying to get treatment from his own country, which was a good thing. I had not heard of any other African leader who had attempted to actually seek some medication from his country. So that is what we need. So Africans have to get confidence of what is happening in their country. If it is food, we have to get to get confidence of the food which we are producing. And that's one of the things. Like now there is a problem which is happening in Africa. Maybe as I finish so that now other people can contribute. There is a problem which is happening in Africa. Now we have now started doing the wrong thing. Now we have now started doing a lot of constructions which do not help. Like in my rural areas, everybody is subdividing his land and we are building. Those people, they are not talking of where we will farm. That is what now the biggest problem in Africa. Now the biggest problem in Africa is that uncontrolled development, whereby we have decided to subdivide all our land and we don't know where to farm. So the issues of food security, insecurity, is now the biggest thing which will come in Africa. And our Pan Africanist engineers who are supposed to be bringing policies of how to bring food security to Africa have refused to address that big elephant in the room, that we cannot keep on subdividing our land to build and build and build and build, and we are not thinking of where to farm maize, where to farm dengu, where to farm our cows. We are only thinking about building and building. It is a disaster in waiting. And very soon we will even start buying food even from dry countries, which actually do not have good soils. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chief. Go ahead. Nimemaliza point yangu. Unless you have a question from me.
Yeah, man, that was a good summation there. That was a good summation there, you know.
Kala, where did you find this disgruntled Kenyan man?
How disgruntled, man? He just telling you like it is, man.
You let him speak for like a whole 30 minutes.
He would tell it like it is, man.
You never let nobody speak for 30 minutes straight, man.
I just let him have the floor, man. He's a first-time guest, man, so let him have the floor, man. He's basically telling it like it is, man, you know. Tell like he ain't candy coating the thing, you know, is a problem. Africa has a lot of problems, man, you know. I don't know what else to tell you, man. So that's not
so so you believe him that Burkina Faso is currently in a better economic condition than Kenya? Do you believe that?
Of course they are. Of course they are. It's obvious. It's obvious, you know.
100%.
It's obvious. One, they paid off their debts, you know.
Yeah.
They paid off their debts. So they paid off their debts and whatnot, and they basically kicked the French out. They must be doing something right. They probably figured out the fact that they don't need the French and everything like that. Chahori is a nationalist. Just something that's rare in Africa, right? Somebody who's an African nationalist, you know, who's a Black African nationalist. You know, everybody else just go along to get along and whatnot. You know, when you don't have a sense of nationalism, you're not focused on nationalism is the only thing that works, you know. Nationalism is uncompromising, you know. It knows that nationalism benefits everybody because it knows in order for nationalism to work, you got to empower everybody, you know. You can't have greedy people, selfish people, and everything like that. You really have to pull together and become a nation. Nation requires everybody working together. You can't just have people talk about a nation while people up there taking kickbacks and just living a good life and everything like that. Where everybody has this nationhood is a shared sacrifice, you know. That's something I don't see many Africans do, but I see even Chahori doing it. I see Paul Kagame doing it. You know, he's out there himself, out there picking up trash, you know. That's what a nation is all about. It's one big giant family. When you start acting like you're a family and everything like that, you people understand that they're part of something. The problem is, Principe, is when people feel alienated and lonely and isolated. A nation should make people feel like they're part of something, you know?
Yeah, but this guy's trying to compare his nation to Europe, who prints money, who control the World Bank, who's stealing from other nations or have shady deals with other nations.
Kenya has a potential to get like that if its people really want that. The problem is you overestimate Europeans. Europeans got what they got, but the same thing Europeans are doing, Africans do. But the bottom line, we choose to hate ourselves. Africans choose to hate themselves. The European loves himself. The Asians love himself.
I disagree. I believe the Europeans, even if at the exception of the colonization, they utilize the Catholic Church to work in blocks.
Well, what I'm saying is the Europeans respect fellow Europeans' basic humanity and inalienable rights. Africans,
that's not true.
Most part, yes, they do.
Was World War I, World War II? What was that?
That was a breakdown in that, you know. But let's be honest with ourselves. Africans never even reached that point of industrialization and building industrialized societies where you have international business and stuff like that going back and forth. There's no railway system linking all the capitals. There's always railway systems linking the capitals of Europe together. Matter of fact, Hungary and Britain were almost the same country at one time, you know, because most of the people in Hungary are actually British. People don't even know that history. The Habsburg Empire, you know, Maria Theresa of Austria, you know, people don't know this history of Europe, you know. So people like Africa has never had an Austria or a Vienna and places like that, you know, cities that basically were major decisions.
You're talking about these nations currently, though.
What are you talking about?
In the past, they were warring against one another.
No, yeah, but the whole thing is, they would states with the war against, not people. You know, states with the war against each other, not people. You know, so that's why you can understand. So even though they went war together, there was sometimes people were at war. Our two countries been at war with each other, and these people are still okay. They went back to ballroom partying and whatnot. French and the British, we've been at war with each other for the last hour. Okay, well, let's continue to party. And the French and British out there party. That's the reality of Europe. You know.
You talking about currently? In the past, they were staunch rivals, man.
Yeah, the rivals.
The gal.
The thing is, they're right. See, you understand something different. African rivals and European rivals mean they're rivals, but they're also making billions and billions of dollars. They're also going to war. They're carving up the world together. You know, Africans are rivals, and they ain't got two pot to piss in, and they fight with each other. That's the difference.
But you're talking about currently, like, but in the past,
I'm talking about in the past. You got to learn the history principle. You haven't read a book in your life.
Bro, I passed my European history class in college.
You need to go get your diploma back. I'll give you a diploma back.
That's funny.
All right. Let's be honest. Go ahead, bro. I know you got something to say.
How's my microphone?
You're up, man. Yeah, you're right. You're a little low, but go ahead.
Okay. I was listening to your show from a few weeks ago. I would hear more sooner, but I've been in Scotland. I've just only come back home. I heard you saying previously that if Africans don't give you your land that you want, you're prepared to go to violence. You were talking with some guy called David Ick or something. I'm not too sure.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what. Look. Let me say this.
Let me finish my question first.
Let me clear that up.
So you said you, and also I also heard you say that you're even willing to go as far as to hook up with Africa's enemies if they don't give you what you want.
I thought
was quite strange. You did. In fact, what I'll do is I'll go back to the show and I'll get the audio if you want, and I'll come back.
Well, let me clear it up what I'm saying, right? So you clear.
Can I finish the question?
Hold on, but let me hold up before you continue.
Or you go.
Let me state you my official position on that, right? I'm saying somehow, some way, this is going to happen. There's absolutely no reason, given the position Africa is right now, well, they should be able to forget. And it's only people, when we talk about African, the only Africans that talk bad about us, these Africans that Negropeans like yourself, that live in the West, that basically, live in the West, that you're homeless, and destitute, and everything. You guys are the only ones that got a problem with it. And when I talk to Africans, you know what they say? My Zambian people, when are y'all coming? My Angolans, when are y'all gonna do this? The only Africans, so-called Africans, is you Negropeans, you know? And you guys are working for the white man. Let's be honest. You're working for the white man because White Zaddy has y'all basically caping for him because the worst fear is the white man. Like I learned this with this Afroforum and Afroland blog when that they fear Black America's influence in Africa. Really, they do.
Yeah.
They're
terrified
20
of that,
seconds you know?
to talk. You gave me 20 seconds. You never even let me finish my question.
Oh, go ahead. I know what you're saying. Go ahead, but go ahead, man. You know, go ahead.
Let me just finish my question. But also, I'm going to say this: you can't find any audio of me anywhere saying that I have an issue with Afristan, but I can find audio of everything I say about you. But anyway, in regards to the question, so previously, the reason I asked that question is because previously you said that you've already spoken to Africans and they've already told you that they're more than happy for you to come there, and they've even got lots of land there that if you want it, it's literally yours to take. So I just thought it was very odd for you to be talking about using violence when someone's
now hold on. Let's be honest with ourselves. Let's be honest with ourselves, bro. That was my good brother David hit, and I agree with him. You know, but my whole thing is if you understand the collar doctrine, right? I got a better way how to get the land without firing a shot. You know, because I'm a student of history, right? I look at Texas, right? How do you understand how the great state of Texas was won from Mexico?
No, but that's not related.
Okay, well,
this
is what I do. I'm a student. Look, I'm a student of history. Everything that I'm about to do has already been done in history for us. So I'm just basically following a blueprint. It's very simple. We already got a prototype community in Ghana, right? Our goal is to build more of these prototype communities, right? Prototype communities in said land, right? That we plan to friggin' eventually take, right? And then once we build these prototype lands with the host country, right? We create a tax base, revenue base. They're making money. We're purchasing their goods and services. They get addicted to our money and everything. Then suddenly we start importing problems into the area, right? Our unruly class, you know, the thug element, whatever like that. Same thing Texas did, you know. Our roughnecks and everything like that. Pretty soon we start making more demands on the host country. And eventually we'll say, you know something, you know, we're not really like this. Let's move towards independence. You know, that's after we get numbers up, our numbers up. But that'll easily happen, you know, because the host country will be like, hey, look, man, you know, we're taking care of you guys, whatever like that. You guys are becoming a burden to us and whatnot, you know, whatever. That'll happen, that'll happen regardless. We know we're going to get a freaking nation. All we have to do is get this part. All I need to do is get a certain amount of Black American men, not women, Black American men, to say, yeah, we're willing to do this. And then next thing you know, recruit the pioneering force, you know, of at least 10,000 people, you know, 10,000 men, you know, that's it.
The comment I'm making, if you just let me finish it, and then I'll tell you when I finish. Then
you don't like my language, that's all.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is, well, yeah. To be honest, I'm going to say is why, if you've already been offered land, you've got Africans telling you that they want you to come there. So it's like they're extending a hand to you. It's very friendly of them. Do you not find it very? I mean, why would you debase yourself in engaging in such a conversation with?
No, let me hold on. The only way I say that, right? I'm saying that to the Africans. I'm not even talking about the Africans on the ground. They know, they don't care because they're tired. You know what they is? You know, Africans on the ground tell me they're sick and tired of Africans that live in the West and everything like that have it in their business. They don't really care what Africans that live outside the continent think. Really, they don't. You know. They would much rather have us than these Africans that Africans that live.
You keep interrupting me so you can take personal shots, but it's not going to work with me because I don't take any of that personal.
Oh no, I'm not talking about you per se. I'm not talking about you. You've been a listener of mine for a while. I'm trying to disrespect you. What I'm saying is the fact that, you know, when I talk about I'm just talking about people who sit online, these social media type. Oh, y'all not gonna have an Afghanistan like that? Yeah, we know we're gonna have it. You know, we already got the prototype in Ghana. You know.
Well, that actually lends credence to my point. If the Africans there say that they want you there, why would you debase yourself in going online to say these kind of things, which sound very almost terroristic, to be honest?
No, it's
for
not.
look,
good.
I hopped on your panel last time and you never let me talk, and then I had to hop
Okay,
off.
good. I'm gonna
Like,
be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead and make your point.
Okay, so what I'm going to say is, if it's the only pushback you're getting are from Africans who aren't on the continent, but the Africans who are on the continent are the ones you'll be dealing with and doing business with, it just seems counterproductive to debase yourselves in saying things online, which could be held to you, could hold you accountable in the future, because you're part of a movement, BAIO, I believe. So imagine how bad it is if you've got other people in your organization, they're trying to build ties in Africa, but then you come online talking recklessly, and you're not even talking recklessly because the Africans on the continent who you will be doing business with have an issue with you. You're doing it because, according to you from your description, trolls on the internet who will have nothing to do with your organization are saying things to upset you. So it just makes you look like a very emotional person. And the things that you say, if people were to play it back to you, I think you'd be very shocked. As even when I tell you the stuff you're saying, it's like you're saying, "Oh, I didn't say that. You did say that." And I'm going to get to the point where you said that you were willing to go to Africa's enemies if you didn't get what you want. My question to you would be, what's the difference between you, and a white person saying it? Because if a white person said that, you'd be telling Africans, "Oh, don't let these kind of people into your country listen to what they're saying." But you're saying it, so I'm just wondering, the only difference between you and a white person.
Hold up. You're gonna let me respond. You said a whole lot. Let me respond. Okay. My whole thing is this. It's like
you don't want me to talk.
I let you talk all that time. You said what you said. Now, okay, now you got to let me respond, and then you could say what you say again. Let me respond to what you just said. Okay, let me respond to what you just said. Now, my whole thing is, first of all, our ancestors did not come to America. We did not leave Africa in peace.
You can't take me on. You're a good debater, but you don't let people talk. Anyone can win a debate when you don't let the person.
No, I'll let you talk. Okay, do you have anything else to say, or are you just rambling? You made your point.
I'm going to make a statement. Well, yeah, the only difference between you and these white people you say shouldn't be in Africa is your black skin. And from what I'm hearing from you, it's like you're a Trojan horse. You're wanting to push there. You say you don't want to really integrate with the Africans and do what they're doing. You say out your words, you don't want to be ruled over by no dusty Africans. So the only difference between you and white people is you literally just have black skin, and you're using that black skin as a bargaining chip to get into a country full of people who you don't respect and you don't seem to want to get along with. That's what I'm hearing from you.
All right, are you finished? Are you finished?
Yeah, I finished.
Okay, you finished. All right, now let me debunk that nonsense we just talking about. For one is I'm married to an African, all right? An African woman, all right? I'm going to Liberia.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yes, I'm
so
married
you can't
to
be racist woman. If you've got a black friend, right?
Hold on. Look, I have more African friends and family than I do African Americans, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm an African American man, right? I know my history, my culture, and everything works. Okay. I'm saying that Africa basically needs African Americans. They need a modernization. The only group of people that can basically build Africa to that level are Black America. I'm convinced of that. Right now, my point I'm trying to make is hold up. I want, like African guy said, Colin wants an independent state for his people. That's all. I'm not asking for anything else. I have no intention of trying to oppress nobody or marginalize somebody. They're going to be Africans that live in our country, in our state. That's what I envision. Africans from all over the world are free to live there, right? But we will be the majority, right? We will basically decide who comes in, and we will decide the customs, the laws, everything. That's not too much to ask for, Now, if you think that my culture should not exist, that's what the topic of the strike today. If we don't think my values and cultures are not worth preserving, that I got to adopt your culture, that's genocide. If I go to somebody and say, something, I don't like the Igbo culture. I think you should become a Black American. I would never do that. I understand you have your way of doing things. You're thinking you have thousands of years of history that makes you think the way you do. I respect that. But the whole thing is, we were basically taken from our ancestral homeland, by force, right? So the whole thing is the coming back is not going to be a bowl of cherries either. It's going to be some conflict. I expect that, because if it was just that easy one, I wouldn't trust it. You understand? I would not trust anything that was that easy. So there's going to be conflict. There's going to be friggin' conflict in friggin' us coming back. You understand that? There's going to be conflict. I'm pulling me, my brother Dollar Bill are fully aware of that. And we're going to have a really powerful team arguing our case. Just like everybody else is going to be arguing our case, because we're going to know Africans will be like, hey, look, you guys have been away from the continent. You got to do this. And also, I've seen people online talking about, well, you want to come here, you have to come up with $1 billion. I'm not paying a dime for what's ours. We really believe that what was ours is going to be ours again. Now, we could do this the nice way, The nice way is we could show Africans how you benefit from such Afghanistan. The host country will make billions and billions of dollars because we are the richest group of Black people on the planet,
Yeah.
So the host country will make
the
money.
land.
What?
You've been offered the land already.
No, what I'm saying that it doesn't matter if you have land, but if you can't build, we need to be able to build our infrastructure. That means we have sovereignty over the land. Sovereignty means we could float. Hold on. We need our own currency. We need our bonds, stock exchange, all that stuff like that to transfer our wealth from one place to another. We need our banking system. We need all that stuff like that. That belongs to us. Our infrastructure should be ours. Land is nothing if you don't have infrastructure.
With you.
Huh?
I agree with you 100%.
So the only way we can have that is we have to have a governing system which we control the laws and everything that goes along in it. You understand? 500 years of us being governed by other races of people comes to an end with the African. You understand? That's all. I'm not trying to rule over nobody. I'm not trying to take from somebody. We're basically saying like this: Africa has more land than they have people. 12 million square miles. The whole continent is vast, not even unoccupied. Most of the continent is undeveloped and never will be developed. So us building a state is just simply Africans like yourself that live in the West somehow feel like you're being left out or whatever, want to question it because we have the mind. African Americans really have the mind to do this. Most Africans will basically have land in their home, like Elvis. He has land in his homeland in Liberia, but he chooses to live in the United States. A lot of people choose to live in England. What?
Why are you taking personal shots at people? I asked you some very direct questions, and what you've done is you've somehow ignored the actual questions.
I think I answered your question. Let me get my brother Dollar Bill on the Bluetooth King. What's going on?
How you doing, brothers?
Now, would you listen to the exchanges now? What do you think?
So let me get this straight. So you heard me talk, and you want me to sit here and everyone else talk, and then I'm meant to just take on you. I haven't even finished what I was saying. What you did is you created a false narrative, then you're arguing against the false narrative you've created. Now, all through what you were saying is, I was saying, I agree, but you still kept going on. What I'm saying is your language, the way you talk, the disrespect, it just seems very crazy that you're part of an organization in which you're meant to go to someone else's country, and the people in those countries, you disrespect them on a daily basis.
Who's someone else's country? What country are you saying is someone else's country? What country are you referring to? So no country in Africa belongs to us? We've been totally dispossessed of any African culture? This is not our...
Okay, which country?
This is not our...
Isn't Africa our
Bill? You do the same. You just don't let people talk and then you mute
I just asked you a question. I'm
Okay,
asking you a question. When you say other people's country, when you say other people's continent, when you say what's the difference between you and a white person? Well, it's clear. We are African descendants of the Ma'afa. Our roots come from Africa. We've maintained that. Over 80% over almost half a millennium. This is our right. And so I don't understand you Negropeans who feel that you're in high authority to tell us what you think we should and should not do. Who gave you the right? Who gave you the authority?
What are you talking about? Dollar Bill, you're doing what you always do, where you just talk.
What I always do, tell the truth.
Yes, that's all you ever do.
Always
that's why no one bothers talking with you.
Always do is tell the truth.
Yeah, ask me a question, then let me answer it. Don't
so
ask
when
me a
you
question,
make a statement that when you have a statement and you say to us, what is the difference between you and a white man? What's the difference between because you are leveraging your black skin? Our skin doesn't make us African. Our DNA makes us African. We don't have to, we are not white people because white people are not Africans. It's just that
now
simple.
answer the question in the context.
That's what makes it different. I answered the question. We are not white people. We are not white people with black skin. And you Negropeans have no right.
Are you going to answer the question?
You have no right.
You did not answer the question.
Restate the question, you FBA foundational black attention seeker.
I'm going to answer the question.
You don't even live in America. How could you be an FBA functional black?
If we're talking about
it's a Negropean.
I'm an African.
And what am I? And what am I? You're a Negropean. You have a British accent. You're a Negropean. You're a Negropean who doesn't even live in America. And your whole thing is that you are FBA's foundational black attention seeker. So that means you're essentially a troll.
You're trying to insult me, but it doesn't work.
I'm not insulting you. I'm reading.
Dollar Bill, hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this. Dollar Bill, all right, let's be honest, okay? I'm going to give you 4 minutes to make your case. Hold up. I'm going to give you 4 minutes. Go ahead and say what you have to say about what Dollar Bill just said. Add your thing. I'm going to give you 4 or 5 minutes, okay? I'm not going to interrupt you. Dollar Bill's not going to interrupt you. Go ahead. Just say what you got to say. Say what you got to say. Go ahead.
Anyway, like I said, my question had a context to it, which Dollar Bill was deliberately ignoring the context because, again, he wants to create a false narrative to my question. And he wants to answer his own false narrative because he can't actually answer my question. But anyway, all I was saying in regards to the whole black skin thing is the only ties that it seems that you have is your black skin. Because from what I'm hearing, the guys don't particularly like Africans. You come online every single day, disrespecting Africa and Africans. You say you don't want to get along with them. You want to take land by force. Dollar Bill, you just interrupted me.
I'm not interrupting you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Keep your spiel. Go ahead. Do your spiel.
Oh, you just actually, you know what, guys? Dollar Bill just proved my point. These people can't debate. They just have to interrupt.
Go ahead, man. I didn't say nothing. Go ahead, man.
Right.
Not being a baby. Go ahead and do what you. Go ahead and finish your stuff. See, he left because he's a troll.
Yeah, I said, yeah.
This guy's a troll.
We know he knows about to get into that ass, you know?
Get into that ass. He's a troll.
So the bottom line, he said, you guys don't like Africans.
Yeah,
no, we don't like
Africans.
We don't like a lot of shit Africans do. Look, Africans are not innocent fucking people on this fucking planet. I learned that. They're not innocent people, you know? Like no stretch of imagination. From the slave trade to cooperating with the white man against us. I talked about this, thought about this the other day. When that girl Chimamanda, this guy's probably Nigerian, right? When Chimamanda came up there and said, we Nigerians don't see race, that was a signal to the world that Nigerians open for business beyond race and that there's no real black solidarity. These are freaking serious things that I pay attention to, you know? When you see Africans talking about, black Americans obsessed with race, what they're telling the white supremacists, they know what they're doing. They're telling white supremacists is, we have no solidarity. Now, I'm saying like this. They're on their own with dealing with Donald Trump. They're on their fucking own. You know? You understand?
Oh, yeah.
Now, my whole thing is, we're going to say, you want our support? Me? I want an African and nothing else. I don't want to hear no kumbaya, no hakuna matata, none of that shit. You're on your own. You're dealing with these racist people like Elon Musk and Donald Trump on your fucking own. You know, we could stop this shit if we wanted to, but we're not going to. You know, so these people come up to me like this. Yeah, we're frustrated with Africa, you know, because after 500 years, they did absolutely nothing. They never came to our aid. They never came to our side. They came nothing. I said the least they could do is say, all the African, I said was the Africans like, hey, if you guys want to build a nation, go right ahead. You know, we ain't going to stop you. But it has to go deeper than that, okay? Okay, what do we do about infrastructure? We need a hand, you know? We need their diplomatic channels. You know, we need to access international lines of credit. We need political protection. We can't just tell us, give us land, and we have no political power. You understand that, Dollar Bill?
Listen, it makes absolutely sense. You see, the thing is, this guy wants to come up here and tell us that we don't like Africans, that we don't do this and we don't do that. See, it's the paternalism of some of these Negropeans who never, you know, who are enraged by Tariq. So, you know, they come on here with this banter, this babble, this pablum about us. What we're saying is no different than any human being wants, right? We don't have to quantify or qualify our Africanness. And so the problem is they want you to acquiesce. They want you to be abused. You're going to be in an abusive relationship, and God forbid you say anything about it. Don't say anything about it.
No, I can't.
And, you know,
that.
And these guys are really ethno bigots. I sat up here and for a minute I had to run to the bathroom, but I don't know what happened because I saw this guy Elvis talking his crap once again. And look at the things that he said. Look at his moniker. He's the true African. You're the true African. The blood.
We can't live in Africa.
But you living in one of the whitest states in America. Make it make sense. You're the FBA, this and that, but you live in England. It doesn't make any sense, right? None of it makes any sense. So what you're saying is that I want a place for my people. You didn't say you were taking over their place. You didn't say you were taking over anything by force. These are the lies that he was saying. I've never heard you say, we're going to go to Africa and we're going to take something by force. Never once.
Why do we, hold up? We said unoccupied territory, right? We settled on possession. And then we showed you a friggin' little white girl. Let's play the video. Little white girl, 9 years old, has an African land that her father gave her, and her father established an office for her embassy. And she's getting recognition because everybody thinks it's so cute. A little white girl, American girl, wanted a kingdom. So she got African unclaimed territory. That's like the whole continent. It's so much Africa. Something before you can claim a territory, you have to occupy it. If you can't occupy it, you can't claim it. This is how I know we're going to get our land because land we're talking about is unoccupied. I'm even willing to say, our different David here, I'm willing to say it don't have to be coastline,
Exactly.
Even though most coastlines unoccupied, I would even want to say it don't have to be coastline. It can be landlocked for all we care. I care, But some people want coastline. They want the ocean, whatever like that. I don't really care. But the bottom line is we will find at least 10,000 square miles of unoccupied territory, and there's millions of unoccupied square miles of Africa.
Why does it bother them so much?
I have no idea. It's because the thought what it is a lot of Africans, Haitians, when I have this inferiority complex when it comes to African American, they worship us. Everything they worship about blackness is us. Our singers, our entertainers, we're the symbols of beauty, intelligent. So they have a natural inferiority. Look, I'm sorry if you feel inferior to me. That's your problem, right? I ain't saying I can't help that. But I'm not going to stop to make you feel better about yourself by putting myself. That's what we do. We start self-loathing ourselves because we make them feel so bad about their miserable lives,
That we have to get with them, and do their bidding.
Yeah.
Right?
So
they're like the Mexicans on. Why are we out there protesting Donald Trump? Why?
Man,
Why?
the hell I'm not starting no war with these people. You think I'm gonna take on these MAGA? Are you crazy? How jacked up white people are right now? We know these times that we're living in. You know, we remember this shit. You know, it's just like I'm back in like the 80s right now. You know, I know, and when I see there's something in the air in America, you know, I don't like. You know, and so the bottom line, you Africans think I'm gonna fucking carry your water for you when not, you are sadly mistaken. We're just standing down. Black America's standing down because we're not stupid anymore, you know? That's just
As
the
we
way
ought
it
to
is.
stand down. As we ought to stand. If we
We're
don't have any
down. We're standing down this time, you know?
You know, the whole thing is, right? Since the beginning of me coming on this show, I've heard Africans justify why they feel it's okay to have their children not associate with our children.
Yeah.
Right?
They say that openly.
How they feel it's justified for them not to join our churches and have their own churches, which is fine. We didn't fight them on any of these things that they proposed. So if you made a decision that this is the way you want to go, then what's the problem? You've already decided that you want to delineate. You made that decision.
You're right.
You
I didn't even
laughed.
think about that. Every time, how many times your Africans say, I was told to stay away from Black America? Okay.
All right.
They can come out. The fact that they even say something like that, that's just so hurtful. And we just basically just sit back and just basically just take all that friggin' abuse like that, you know?
And it's okay. We said, you know what? That's fine. You feel that there's certain, you know, their rationale was, oh, they don't want to be around certain people, and we said no problem, not a problem, brother. That's what we said. They said they don't want to go to black colleges and universities, right? Because they want to be around white people, and white people treat them differently, and white people respect them more, and
we're saying, hey, look,
love
you know,
them
we took
more.
a play at that game.
So we said, okay, you know,
but yet this guy Hard Truth gets over here, act like I'm doing something wrong, but saying, okay, you guys feel that way, hey, I'm not gonna, because I said, look, bottom line, look, if you guys would feel like that, okay, so we're gonna do the same thing. Well, we're gonna come to Africa, same way you guys stay away from us in America. We're gonna go to Africa and say, look, we want our own state. You know, simple as that. You know,
you want to work, isn't that? And my rationale would be to them, isn't that what every immigrant population does around the world?
And they come and separate themselves from the local people, you know,
right? Isn't it to the second or the third generation that they intermingle? So what's the problem? It's okay when they do it, right? But it's a problem when we do it, right?
Yes.
And so the issue is, all you said was, I want an uninhabitable piece of land.
We'll take the land. We don't care about minerals. I don't care about oil. We don't care about no natural resources. Whatever, they can keep their damn natural resources. We don't care about no damn natural resources.
And that made them so angry, they feel that they have to attack you. And these are people who don't even live in America. These Negropeans, they have the most guile for us. Haven't you noticed that?
But
There's
he
always some
did.
cat from England.
He did.
There's always some
he didn't say that. No, but dollar, big bro. You hear sometimes Kala. Yeah, but Kala too sometimes be saying some wild stuff. And the main thing is like when the guy asked him, when you go to Africa, how do people treat you? He said they treat him fair. He said when he brought up his idea to those people, they welcomed him. So this idea of it's like I think I had this conversation with Jonathan on Kaizo's channel. It's the idea of taking practical, simple ideas and making it like more radical than it has to be.
Principle. I think when I propose it to Africans, right, I think they're thinking we're just going to do a kumbaya, whatever like that. I really never really proposed saying that, you know, eventually, you know, we're going to have to which I know it's going to eventually happen because they'll be in their best interest if we do carve and become an independent nation. But that's not necessary initially, you know. I'm just getting Africans to the point where us coming back should not only be benefiting them. Right now, when we come back, everything Africans do is what they can get out of it, you know, and selfish, you know. I heard a guy on Kaiser's show tell David Hitt, well, you come to Cameroon with $1 billion. Why the fuck should we give you, Dusty, ass $1 billion, man, you know? For what?
Makes no sense, man.
We gotta give you guys money. Like people getting ripped off in Ghana with all this dusty ass land they don't even own. They're giving money to land. I can't stand seeing this stuff, because they got Black Americans and so other. And also, why is it that we come to Africa, we gotta start building schools and doing stuff for their local? How come they can't take care of themselves, their own children?
Like we voluntarily left the continent.
Yeah, like we.
Last time I checked, we left in chains.
That's sad.
We left in chains.
Was taken. We should be catered to. But we go to Africa worshiping them. We're freaking washing their feet and kissing their feet and whatnot. Licking their toes and whatnot. Like Hustle Smart would say, that like we did something wrong by coming to America. We can see like we did something wrong by being born in America.
We came here in chains.
Yeah.
Hold on. You guys brag about being the richest blacks on the planet.
We're not bragging. We just
you go to Haiti, you think that they're gonna look at you as not the richest black on the planet.
Principally, that's not bragging. We don't have to brag, right? We're basically we are the wealthiest group of black people.
So why are you crying about $1 billion? Why are you crying about $1 billion?
Hold up. But that's our money. We don't have to give it. And it's a principle of the thing, Why should we give somebody $1 billion for something that we already that's already supposed to be ours? That's the whole principle of the thing. You're going to Africa like you guys basically don't understand something. The transatlantic slave trade happened. Until that's rectified, Africa is always going to be cursed. You know what Africa is in poverty right now, suffering? It's because they have not rectified the transatlantic slave trade. They have reconciled and rectified what happened in the transatlantic. Not us, them.
They don't want to do it. They
don't. But there's certain nations that's given land and the set aside. People are getting rid of.
You keep talking about giving. They're not giving us anything.
Making a stand. Giving somebody some land that you don't even own. In Ghana, black people ain't getting no land. They can't own that land. They can't like that. So the only way it's going to happen is we have a territory for our own and whatnot, that we can build our own wealth, everything in there and whatnot. We can concentrate our wealth, then we get back everything we lost in the transatlantic slave trade. Other than that, we have really nothing to talk about. Simple as that.
Yeah, they're not really being. They're very disingenuous in their approach, and their response is, "You don't like Africans, you don't." But they have no smoke for white people annexing their
white
country.
People in South Africa are creating about to create a whole new republic with the help of Trump and Elon Musk. A whole new white republic in South Africa on African soil.
So, hold on, Carla, I sent you the whole article about how they wrote Trump, and Trump basically told them they could come over. And then when Trump told them they could come over, they basically rejected it. They rejected it, which means that they
look, the Afrikaners got bigger plans. They don't want to be part of no damn America. I don't blame them, right? They're about to carve out their own state in the Northern Cape, So the bottom of an African republic,
What do you think is going to happen when they declare that?
Well, the body knows what's going to happen. They're going to be recognized. They're going to get support from the United States. They're going to get support, and you're not going to do Africans are not going to do a damn thing about it, but boo-hoo and cry. They said the white mans are so used to African tears, man. It's delicious to them, boo-hoo and cry and whatnot. And Afrikaners, I agree with them. They just want to preserve their heritage and culture and everything, as they should. Every group
they can do that in the city. They don't need their own republic. I promise you, you'll see what happens.
It's not up to you that say if they're going to do nothing. So far, they thought the Afrikaner city was impossible. They did that, so it makes you think they are capable of building a republic. They will.
The city is not against the law. How's that? It's not against the law to have a city.
They already printed up their own money.
You don't get it, do you?
They ain't doing nothing. Africans only want to strike back and try to kill African Americans.
You saw what they did to the Zimbabweans. They freaking burned them alive. Mozambicans. And one dude said the Mozambicans are just because they're so very dark skinned. The South Africans were burning them alive because they said they're too black. That's the fucking country you're dealing with. That's the country we was capable for all those years. So I'm like this, man. I believe the Afrikaners should basically have their own state, whatever like that. Fuck Southern Africa. I look the hell with it. So bottom line, if they can have their own state, man. Hey, and that's when he said, I'll reach out. Look, I ain't saying no. I'll say, look, if the Afrikaners end up supporting the African, hey, so be it. If Africans don't support the African, hey, it is what it is. But we will prevail. We will survive. So the bottom line is Africans basically want to be stupid and everything and stay backwards for the next 500 years or join us in building civilization, building a black civilization. Because right now, the world looks very suspicious in Africa. It's like, damn, you got all the natural resources. You got a whole group of black people in America that's in the Caribbean and North America that's educated, right? You got all that vast territory and whatnot. And y'all too stupid to figure out how to put 1, 2, and 3 together and build something. That's what the freaking difference between Asians, Europeans, and Africans are. Africans sitting there propping up freaking countries that were created by the Europeans for absolutely no other reason but exploitation. You know, these countries should not in Africa should not even exist. The only thing that should exist,
Gambia.
yeah.
What
What the hell is that? Burundi. What the fuck does that make any sense? You know. But these are all territories carved up by the Europeans, like Lesotho and all these other people like that. Other places in Swaziland. These countries should not even freaking exist, you know, but they do exist, you know. So the bottom line is, you know, if Africans, you know, want to be stupid, whatever like that, we're gonna try our best, man. But other than that, man, if we fail, Africa's finished. You know, I know that. You know,
well, why do you say that?
Because
it is. It's going to be finished. If
Right.
we're the last hope, if we fail, Africa's going to get carved up again. Just like other whites are going to look at what they did in South Africa, and they're going to descend on them. The Chinese going to carve out.
The Indians
what
are
they're
carve
going to
out a
carve.
piece. The friggin' Lebanese are already moving throughout West Africa. Well, we're the only ones keeping that Pan African fire on the continent, man. You know, but we're the only things they're going to save Africa. You know, so this is what it is. You know, I just see it. You know.
You know, most African nations they got their freedom maybe like 160 years ago, like 1960 something.
Singapore got their freedom after that. Look where they're at right now. You know,
well, they were assisted by the West, though.
They were not assisted.
The government contracts with the West.
They keep saying they're assisted by the West. Actually, Africa had more aid than Singapore ever did. You know, how were they assisted by it? No, they're assisted by themselves. They had a conference in 1955, which I know you don't read, basically called the Bandung Conference. In that conference, all these Asian countries got together and said, you know something? We're tired of white supremacy. We're tired of everything and whatnot. And they said, we're going to basically take Asia over and whatnot and educate our people and build Asia. And 3 decades later, in 1985, they did it. 30 years.
By putting that tribal stuff in where?
In the museum, you know, and became an Asian republics. Now, by the 90s, all these Asian countries became industrialized, you know? Yeah, that's by the 90s, you know?
They don't want to deal with reality.
Japan have moved from trying to build, investing. Right now, this guy that invested $500 billion in the United States, the first time in decades, right? That Japan has ever invested that much in America. Before, Japan was making more money investing in Southeast Asia, you know? Its regional trading partners, you know? All the capital of Southeast Asia came from Japan for the most part, you know? So bottom line is this. So, but they did that in less than 40 years, you know, 30. Africa has been independent for, matter of fact, Ghana was independent at the time of the Bandung Conference, right? No, that was 2 years later, Ghana became independent. But Kwame Nkrumah was at the Bandung Conference. So was Adam Clayton Powell, you know? That was a world event. Malcolm X talked about the Bandung Conference, you know? Those African countries there and those Asian countries there and Middle Eastern countries there. But somehow, man, Africa was, and these countries were building after the war. All these countries were war-torn. Africa was left intact, you know? They had no war. World War II didn't touch Africa, you know? But all these countries, look at them now. Look at Africa. Africa's still at the same level it was in the 1940s and 50s. Sad, man. And then the one country in Africa that showed the world the pride of Africa was Liberia. And, you know, it's the only country that was never colonized, and it was modernized and industrialized on its own, and it was destroyed in 1980. You know, so you still got people out there now. Well, you know, the America, we're enemy number one, but daring dollar bill, daring to come back and simply build a republic so we can just live in our peace and dignity. If that's too much to ask for, the hard truth, you can go to fucking hell. You know, if you think me just living in peace among my own people is too much to ask for, you know, We ain't asking for that. I have no desire to oppress no African, no desire like that. I don't hate Africans on that, but we are not the same people. As simple as that. So.
And so they have issue with you. Oh, these people. Oh, I'm the true African. I'm the this, I'm the that. All this BS, man. Cut it, man. All this tribal BS. Okay, because you want to, you tribal cats are just like these African Americans who think they're an American Indian running around with just want to be an esoteric Negro. Give me a break, man.
Yeah, well, Cool Breeze, whoever this person says, why not in America? Why not build an Africa? No, we're gonna build it in Africa. That's where it's supposed to be. So the bottom line, if you don't like it, let me mute this motherfucker.
One thing, hold on 1 second. Don't mute him yet. One thing he needs to. Oh, okay, do what you do. One thing he doesn't understand: America fought a civil war. They're not gonna allow anybody to succeed. They're not gonna allow the nonsense that's going on in South Africa. They're not going to allow that. They have a federal government.
And they're not going to allow you to build anything. The Monroe Doctrine has it. They're not going to have any propagation or threat in the Western Hemisphere. They'll neutralize it.
What are they telling Jamaica now?
We're living under the Monroe Doctrine. Trump is quoting Monroe. That's why he's taking the Panama Canal back. Everything in this hemisphere belongs to the United States. Anything. Haiti, Cuba, everything in the United States hemisphere. So you're not going to do anything in this hemisphere right here. The only chance in Africa they have is on African soil. That's it.
And it's all right. Our ancestors, your ancestors, Prince, okay, they paid for it. Okay, that's it. And so Ross Moyes is upset because I said a black should be put in a museum, not a tribe. Yeah, a tribe needs to be studied, right? Needs to be studied. It needs to be learned from, but that's where it belongs in a modern republic, in the museum, so people can look at it, have pride in it. Okay, go to parades from it.
Be reminded why the hell we don't need them anymore. We're not. Move on.
Hold on. That's the problem. The guy's not going. So the whole show is about respecting, at least the title says.
Look, there's nothing value about tribal degeneracy. That's not values, Value is something good, something to hold.
The whole tribe is not based on degenerate values. The same way you're not going to highlight degenerate values for African Americans.
Look, if you're in a modern world, right? The modern world where people will be civilized, right? And you basically want to marginalize somebody or distinguish yourself just for some idea of a tribe. You know what tribe humanity is, bro? You and me and Dollar Bill could actually say, well, I'm from Queens and he's from the Bronx, right? We're two different tribes, right? But then after we talk to each other and we're civilized, we realize we have a lot in common, right? Just like most of these tribes that they war with each other, they're actually the same people, but there's no education telling them, we came from the same thing. This is why we speak the same language. You have people have different tribes, but they all speak the same language.
Or variations thereof. Because they were split in half, okay, by the colonial powers, so they can control them. Okay, and they don't seem to understand.
Either way, you both are from New York. You guys don't go to the small hats and tell them they need to put their culture in the museum. So why do the African have to put his culture in the museum?
I'm not saying tribe is not culture, bro. Culture is something.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
So what makes a culture a culture?
Tribe is nothing but a glorified gang. It's like a band. You band together for a certain survival. And why are you still in survival mode? That's a whole.
So go tell it to the small hats in Brooklyn, bro. Go drive your ass down to Brooklyn.
You're not inspired. Why you keep calling? Just say Jews. Well,
we're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go there.
I have no problem.
They do have a museum.
I have no problem.
They do. I've been to the museum.
Can I say this for a second, caller? I'm glad he said that. I'm glad you say that. They have a museum. And you know what they tell you about their museum? Their museum is to preserve their heritage.
They still practice their heritage.
When I say it, it's an insult, right? When they come out and say that they have a Holocaust museum to preserve their heritage. You don't have an issue with that, but yet when I say you put stuff in a museum to preserve the heritage of the tribe, all of a sudden, I'm some kind of xenophobic, crazy man.
Exactly.
Yeah, but they still have their own communities. They still practice their
because
cultures,
they have
their
a
rituals.
museum to preserve.
Nah, and they don't do the rituals in the museum. They do the rituals in the streets. If you go to Eastern Parkway,
You don't know what they do
every September they spitting in chicken mouths. I've seen it with my eyes. I'm from Brooklyn, bro.
You don't know what they. You haven't been to their museum. You don't know what
I
they
have.
do in the
I have.
museum.
I know. They have different museums. They have one for
They have a
the Holocaust. They have one for Jewish culture.
They have
the Jewish Children's Museum.
And that's right. And they have it all to do what? To preserve
their culture.
Their culture. So why do
But they still practice their culture. They didn't cease to practice their culture.
But so when I say to you, what we
it's a beautiful
should do,
culture.
When I say to you, what we should do with tribes, you get angry with me. Why is that?
Because you're insinuating that they should cease to practice their culture.
No,
and
that's a lie.
In
I never no. Do the Jewish people speak Yiddish?
Some of them do. They have their own schools in South Brooklyn. Yes, they do. They have their own.
Listen. I used to be an Israelite, and I've said this before. You can't tell me about this because I know more than you, and I'm not trying to disrespect you.
So they don't have their own schools in Brooklyn.
They do not speak Yiddish. They do not teach Yiddish. Yiddish.
So what are they speaking in South Brooklyn? They speak their own language. What is that?
I'm going to explain it to you. If you want to listen, I will educate you. Yiddish is something that the Ashkenazi Jews spoke amongst each other. It's derived, it's a mixture of Hebrew and German. They don't speak it anymore. Very few people can even read it. It's almost completely a dead language. The only people who really even spoke it, were the survivors of the Holocaust. So they do not speak it. Do you know what they do speak? They speak a language, that comes, from Spain. It's called Ladino. Why do they speak that? Because the Sephardic Jews, the Jews who are actually under Muslim rule, for 800 years, allowed them to speak the language, of Sephardic. So the Sephardic language, has been used now as the official language, of the Israeli people. That's what they're speaking. So there are times, when people have certain things that are in a museum. Why do they also have different museums? Because there are people who are conservative Jews who allow women to be ministers. And then there's the Orthodox people. Then there's a whole other, Lubavitcher and different sects. They don't agree with each other. They're not all one people, right? But in essence, they see themselves, right, as being related to one another, right? Although you don't practice the same as I do. And then they have an anti-defamation group that protects anybody, that goes against anybody who says anything about them that they feel somehow is slanderous, against them.
Defamation.
The anti-defamation.
I would say African Americans in this day and time should have an anti-defamation league.
Right?
Defamation.
So people put themselves, they took that one language that was just because they couldn't speak the language that they put together called Yiddish, right? And they put that language in the museum so people could study it, people could see it, it existed, but they don't use it anymore.
Dollar Bill, let me get Lozy on. Lozy, drop it, brother. What do you think about what's going on? What do you think about Elon Musk, Trump, and the Afrikaners, man? And you'll be lost.
Yeah, but I tried to correct you on the last live. I heard you where you you speak of South Africa from a point of a bit of misinformation, Brother Kala. First, let's address this issue of
what I say I was wrong.
Yeah, let's address the issue of us banning Zimbabweans, brother. I mean, let's be fair, Kala. Like, you need to maybe do a lot of research about what is happening to us, Black South Africans, and our communities. You know, you've got a skewed reality. Let me give you an example. If we shift 3 million Zimbabweans or more than that are here in South Africa now, to Black communities there in USA, where they commit crimes, rape your daughters almost every day. There's cases of Zimbabweans committing crimes in our communities, rapes, like destroying our infrastructure, where there's cable theft now, where they still copper on daily basis, the car hijacks. These things are happening every day, Kala. So I feel like you need to look at that instead of looking at the accident that happened 2008, where people were fed up with these Zimbabweans. You think they're innocent. As you said, Africans are not innocent. I don't know why you understand everybody's problems, including your own community. But us as Black South Africans, no, you follow the media narrative. You never want to listen to us or understand what's happening to us.
Well, you guys got to come on more often. Come on more often and state your case, man. You know, I'm only going by.
We've been doing that, Kala, man. It's tiring, man, because Kala, let me just give you an example. You know that majority of us Black South Africans, we support Black Americans. Even on your panel, most people who call you, talk shit about you, try to peddle to poke their noses on your business, is barely South Africans. Never mind Southern Africans. You know, where majority of these people come from. You don't call them out. You are likely to pick on us, which is something I never understood.
Would you listen the other night? I was basically playing Blacks Without Borders, South Africa, and I was saying South Africa got it going on. It was 2006, 19 years ago. Blacks Without Borders. Remember that movie?
I get you, Kala. I get. I listen to you.
And I say a lot of good stuff about South Africa.
The thing is, you need to stop looking at the continent as one thing. We're not the same on this African continent. We have got nothing in common with West Africans. You know, there's a lot of things we don't share in common. That I feel like you paint us at the same end, and we fighting the same things you fighting as well. With these people that come into our country and create all kind of nonsense, talk shit about us. We definitely on the same side here. But then I feel like most of the times you pick on us for the same thing we fight, the same things we fighting, the same things you're fighting for your own communities. We fighting for that.
Okay, I get that. I'll look at that more often. I apologize. Well, let me say this though. You're right about that. Do you tell me that we have a problem where third world people coming to America, right? And because it's hard if you're born in the first world, like South Africa is a first world country.
No, we're not. We're the second world, brother. We're not first.
Well, I tell me, you're a first world country. You know, at least the white part is. You know, at first world.
Yeah, the white part is. I agree.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, and my point I'm trying to make is that it's easy for people don't understand. If you're coming from a dirt poor country, you have a lower standard of living, and so therefore you work for less and everything like that. So you look like, so when you're in a country and you're ready to go to the next, like Black South Africans are trying to, like us, we're trying to get to the next level where the whites are, or back beyond the whites, right? We got these new immigrants coming in talking about you guys should be grateful for what the white man have, and I think it's so. You tell me the same things happen in South Africa.
It's happening worse. And remember, we're dealing with the bottom of the bottom because it doesn't cost them much to get to South Africa as compared to America. So we have it worse. And on top of that, Kala, just like you guys, we and you guys are the only Black groups that are expected to fight the Western powerhouses, the Western hegemonies, this Western imperial force. We expected to fight that because we have them here apparently, right? It's as if they don't control other African countries. There's this expectation that we must fight them. At the same time, we must carry the burden of Africans from their failed countries that they cannot get those countries to work. They come here in numbers. We have to deal with that as well. Nobody questions Zimbabweans. Why can't they fix Zimbabwe? Why do we have millions of them here in South Africa while they claim to have their own country and land? The same with Nigerians. Almost everyone in Africa, Somali, Ethiopians, everyone is here, brother Kala. And at the same time, when we push back on our own communities that we built by the hands of our forefathers, we are told that fight the white man, which we are doing, by the way, Kala. Which Black group, apart from you guys, is challenging the Western hegemony on this continent than us? Which Black group is more vocal than us on the continent? Politically so.
That's true.
So,
That's true. I
and understand that the West is an organized machine, color. It's a systematic war that we're having with them. The difference is that the white guys here in South Africa are not going around raping people, stealing our cars, stealing infrastructure. They're more on the systematic position. They control financial architects of this country, the banking sectors, the corporate. So we're gonna need a system to push back, and we're doing that politically. So it might take time. But we cannot be doing that and be carrying the burden of other Africans who are not doing their job in their countries, fleeing away from their failed ship goals to us. It's too much, brother.
What you're saying is, what you need is like a South African version of Donald Trump.
I don't know. I don't know, man. I think Donald Trump problem is.
I'm just curious. The only way you could do it is basically, are these people that's coming to your country, are they legally there or illegally?
It's both, man. But a large chunk of them, they are illegal by a large number.
So, see, our problem in America is that we got millions of people here undocumented illegally. You know, that's the problem we have here in America. And while they're here illegally, they're talking smack online to us. You know, like what
the problem with our situation, Kala, is that the same system you have there in the West, it's here. You know, the same British and the American system. They've got their NGOs here protecting the illegal aliens. What we need to do is to remove the powers of the West by dealing with this aid. That was the good thing. Trump cut that aid. It's good for us. You know, they use it as a sort of like a soft power to fund their NGOs here who are protecting their international interest. And part of it, they are protecting these aliens in our country as well. So our government, to an extent, they don't really have the powers they claim they have in terms of deporting these people. We can clearly see day by day. Every time they try to deport these people, there's these international NGOs that are always blocking and taking our government to court. That's one thing. The other thing, we need to move our economy from depending too much on the West and diversify. Then we will have much of a say in our laws without having these international laws infiltrating into our domestic affairs. The major concern now that we have is that the influx of migrants was by design, Brother Carl. It's not just this failed government that we have. I'm not removing their responsibility, but there's an infiltration of these NGOs that are here like as missionaries. They're pushing this agenda. So we need to push back from both sides. They cut the aid from the Western countries, and then we also reduce from doing more business with them, especially when they dominate us in the trade. We need to have a leverage. And I think the current government, which I'm not really proud of, but I think it's not worse. You know, they're doing something, especially Ramaphosa. He's trying to maneuver the dynamics of this geopolitics, which is not easy.
Yeah, I applaud you guys for standing up. I'm a little more enlightened tonight by what you're saying. You know,
but instead of blaming Black South Africans, Carla, let's make it fashionable to ask other Africans, why don't they get their shit together in their countries? Why have we accepted, we have normalized saying the millions of these people should be flushed to my country, where their own land, wherever they came from, just because we are Africans? You don't ask, nobody asked Mexico to house the whole South America or Brazil to house the whole South American country. Why in Africa we are brushed under this one kumbaya Africa as if we are one? What do I have in common with East Africans or North Africans or West Africans or Central Africans? I'm a nationalist. I'm looking for the interests of my people first, and we have to push back from both sides. Whether it's the Westerners or the Africans, anybody who threatens the security of our communities and the livelihood of our people is an enemy.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I agree with you, man. Everybody. So let me ask you a question. You heard my stance. I see, because I think last time he was on, I wasn't really pushing the African idea, but the last couple of months I have. So have you heard my argument about an African?
No, I fully support you, Brother Kala. In fact, you've been kind. You're even asking to say we don't need to to have an access to the ocean. The worst case scenario, we can even take a landlocked country. You guys are like, you know, the history of how you got to America for most part, your people, it wasn't by choice. Why don't African leaders come together and dedicate a portion of a land where it can
I was trying to tell that hard truth guy, it shouldn't even have to come to that. It should be Africa should be proactive about it in Africa. They should hear like, whoa, because like I said, what I want to do is get this message out there, right? We are some dollar bills making videos and whatnot. Our goal is to get to the point where there's like millions of people, even if they don't agree, at least they know. There's a movement out there where people are talking about an independent nation like that. Let it go out all out the black world, right? What do you think about Africans in African for African Americans and diasporans to come and build? You know, they govern themselves, whatever like that, and be integrated into the African family of states. You know, states. In other words, we come to. That's why I said this is what I'm saying. This is our position, Lozi. At least you guys have a government, right? African Americans are 45 million people. We generate 1.7 trillion. That's more than the whole African continent combined. That's just an income. That's not even include equity, pension funds, everything like that. That's just income, right? So Black America is like a wealthy entity that could be used. But what I'm trying to say is, we have no political power in America, right? Do you think it's right that 45 to 50 million people have no political power? That Black America should have a government that represents them. Everybody else, when you sit down with other countries, aren't you represented by Ramaphosa in the government?
Yeah.
Like why should
let me tell you why the major reason I support the Black American states in Africa, like your own state where you own your own territorial land. That will be the most. That will be the most powerful current states in Africa currently. If it was to be built in 50 years. But let me tell you why, and that will benefit Africa in many ways. I guess I believe you guys can build nuclear weapons on top of that, right? I think you guys have got all this.
Weapons and everything,
right?
One day.
Right. So if one state in Africa can have nuclear weapons, that's a security for the whole continent. I mean, that's why we need to have one state that can be built up so much into even military powers that will intimidate anybody even outside Africa. Why won't that be beneficial for Africa? But we've got leaders in Africa that can barely feed their own people. You think they're gonna sit down and even have mind to think to restructure and consider you guys? These people are happy to send their citizens to other countries just so that they're not responsible for that. You get what I'm saying,
man? What's going on here, man?
Yeah,
it sounds like you came up here to brown nose these guys.
No, he ain't brown nose. He just sees the truth, man. Because
he came up here to educate us. He came up to educate us.
Oh, no. You know, look, Lozi sees things from a vantage point of a first world people like us. You know. See,
but what lie did I tell? Which part did you agree with from what I said?
Well, you said something along the lines that these nations send their people off for them not to be responsible for them, but the reality is that I think they utilize that for dollars to send back the remittance to send back additional dollars.
I can give you examples. You know that in 2021, the president of Malawi came to sit with the Ramaphosa in Union Building in Pretoria, asking him to absorb 200,000 Malawians and to give them jobs in South Africa. In Kenya, the previous president, Uhuru Kenyatta, was asking Netanyahu to send 150,000 Kenyans to work in farms in Israel. I think it's Kenya, or it's Ruto or Uhuru. I can give countless of these examples. African leaders are always begging Western leaders to take their population to give them jobs in Western countries. They're always doing that.
No, but is it for them to not like to send remittance to increase the coffers of Kenya? Or
come on, brother, if you can feed your people and create jobs for people and industrialize and civilize your countries and develop, why will you beg other countries to look after, to send your people in numbers to look for jobs if you can create that yourself? I mean,
there's vacancies in other nations. Some of these leaders understand that, okay, if I train 100 nurses or 100 doctors.
I'm not doing this, dude. If you don't get what I'm saying, I'm not doing this with you, man. I'm not going to have back and forth with you. You're going to have to believe what I believe. I'm going to believe what I believe, man. I'm not having that with you, bro.
Yeah, personally, you understand something?
Because there's still high unemployment in South Africa. You do know that, right?
Yeah, which we can dive into.
So you brown nose and your country still have high unemployment.
Yeah.
But you could be coordinating with other regional nations to increase your dollar.
Yeah, Prince, the unemployment in South Africa is measured on the first world standards. It's not measured. It's not counted on third world standards. So yes, we're high compared to developed countries. We're not really high compared to other African countries. That's why they come here looking for jobs. In reality, our figures might look like they're high, but it's not the reality, because how a person is employed in South Africa, it's not the same way with what you call employment in many of these third world countries. It's just about the standards of measuring unemployment. I can break it down to you if you want.
You talking about in terms of self-employment versus documented and reported for? That's what
so for example, if you are in an informal sector, you're earning a living, which we might call it a hustle. In many African countries, that's a job. Even if you are a taxi driver, even if you're just selling some tomatoes by the side of the street, anybody in the informal sector in South Africa is not employed. That's just where we can start.
In terms of documentation, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying like, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So if you're driving things like an Uber or a taxi, where mostly they don't pay tax, you're not regularly checked income-wise, you are part of unemployment. So and South Africa has got the largest taxi industry in Africa, even by wealth, and it's black, 100% black owned, and it employs a lot of people, but they still considered to be unemployed. So and then kids that are in certain age, if you are under, let's say 17 or 18 and you're working in a restaurant, they still regard you as unemployed, regardless of whether you are working or not. And so part of these unemployment stats are taken from the youth. The reason why we have got a large proportion of that percentage is because they count the youth from 16 years, I think, or 17. But they still don't consider those working in the restaurants as in employment, which many African countries, this is truly employment. You're like a middle class that side. So you have to understand those things. We're not compared with third world in terms of unemployment. They're basically using the first world standards in terms of counting who's employed and who's not.
In America, what they do is we only count people that collect unemployment. So basically, if you don't collect it, you're deemed to be employed. That doesn't mean you're out of work. It doesn't mean unemployed. Unemployed means it's a status. It means you're collecting unemployment. So unemployment rate, that means that so being employed and not collecting unemployment is the same thing. So our people are not working numbers are actually higher than what they report. You know.
Yeah, Kala, you asked me about this Elon Musk and Trump and you know the land issue in South Africa. Yeah, man, it's happening, man. I think we took a different direction from what Zimbabwe did, and maybe other countless examples. I don't know, man. I don't know whether we will win or not, but I think our approach it's not bad. You know, it's taking long, but
look, the only thing is the messaging. You know, when I looked at South Africa, like when they showed me all the land that the whites had, they just have whole sections of land the size of states in America that individuals own that was passed down. That just you own this land. Once native land, where like that, the government has every right to take that land back. What Elon Musk and AfriForms doing make it seem like you got hardworking Afrikaner farmers, and the government's just taking their land away after you built equipment and farms. That's not what's happening, you know.
But remember, it's systematically done, and it's not even about Afrikaners. It's the fact that the entire Western countries are behind this. So understand that we're not just fighting the Afrikaners.
They look stupid when Donald Trump offered to bring them here. The bottom line, the white South Africans have it good in Southern Africa. You know, where else they're going to have a cheap labor supply? Basically, that's what only thing makes the white Afrikaners economy work. Is the black labor, the cheap black labor. You know, they couldn't have that in America. You know, they couldn't farm in America without climate and everything like that. You know, and stuff like that. You know, and most of the Afrikaners, they got it good in South Africa. They got it good. They're not trying to leave that country and everything. They don't come to America. And so Africa.
Yeah, so but there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things we need to change before we even look at the land. You know, we need to diversify our trading blocks. We need to change the systems as well, especially in the tech industry, where we still depend on American services for a lot of things, like our banking sectors, the whole financial architect, our tech industries like the internet and a lot of things. So America still has a lot of weight they can pull on us and distract us. So we need to be in a position where if we talk BRICS, for example, we have partners that we can emerge as global powers in terms of economy, where we don't depend on these people. You know, we can talk about the land, but what is the point of claiming all that if they can push us at the corner, just like many African countries, and destroy our little stability that we have? So we have to consider a lot of things in place. We have to do these moves from a position of having power, where we can actually self-sufficient on our own. You know, we still, I can tell you, Carla, just like many African countries, don't allow them to lie to you. Their services and everything about Africa is still Western based, brother. We just look bad because we have got them here. They hear they actually owning land and stuff like that. But it's the problem of Africa, man.
Yeah, it's a really important thing, and that's why I said, we're doing good. Now, let me ask you a question. I saw the article about a year ago. They were saying that the whites were trying to outprice black people in the Cape Town, but the black people got African Americans to come there and buy properties that basically
they doing that
in the Cape province. The whites
they doing that
so high that the locals can't do it, but African Americans were able to go and buy houses and whatnot.
Yes. I once even encouraged. I once on I think on Kaizo, I encouraged many Black Americans to use the advantage of the dollar to push back. I would rather see Black Americans in Cape Town than these people. And the other thing,
hold on, Nosy, how's that?
I love South Africa. Look, I want to close it. If you don't believe nothing I say, I know I get on everybody. Look, I get on everybody. Don't take it personally. I get on Black Americans. I get on everybody, just whoever I feel like messing with that day, But if I love South Africa, because like I said, unlike I like Ghana too, but I think you guys are more friggin' genuine because you guys really offer real opportunities to African American, like with African Venture Partners, a multi-billion-dollar operation, And then you got rich Eugene Jackson, You got major African American business people getting rich, becoming millionaires in South Africa. I don't see nowhere in Africa that's happening,
Yeah, so but Kala, let me tell you why they want Western Cape. I think by the way, it's a strategic location on Africa and the rest of the world in terms of global trade, right? The Cape of Good Hope. Yeah. So if they cannot have South Africa, the whole Africa, and influence our economy, they will rather the remaining thing they will fight hard for, and they can even use American military is the Western Cape. Currently, they've been asking for America to help them to get the Western Cape independence. I think it's far-fetched, but it's possible with this.
I heard they want the Northern Cape.
Yeah. So we need to be very careful. So currently, let me tell you what's happening globally. You see, when the war started between Ukraine and Russia, many people think it's about the land and blah blah. No, it's about the access to the Dark Sea, right? Between Georgia, the likes of Russia, Ukraine, Greece, and Turkey. The surrounding of that, I think they call it the Black Sea, and then that's a very, very busy area for global trade into the Eastern Europe, to Russia, to Middle East, and all that. It's happening there. The likes of Iran, I think, as well. It's sharing the border into the Black Sea. Now you've got another canal between Israel and Egypt, which is currently where Palestine and Israel it's happening, right? It's not a coincidence that the Suez Canal happens to be there. Then you've got another one between Jordan and Somalia, I think, if I'm correct, because I'm not looking at the map now, which is, I forgot the name of that canal, but it's one of the busiest canal after you take your goods from Asia, where you pass Malaysia and Singapore, I think. Then the next one is that one. If you don't come down to Cape of Good Hope, you have to go through that one between Somalia and Jordan. Currently, Trump just put some...
Is that the Suez Canal?
What?
Is that the Suez Canal?
No, the Suez Canal is up there between Israel and Egypt. I'm talking about the one down at Somalia, the Horn of Africa.
The Strait of Hormuz? The Strait of Hormuz is in Iran.
Yes, I think that's the one. So Trump just bombed some area in Somalia. That's why they always have to get hold of Somalia, because they already control Jordan, but through their puppet king, right? So they have to, that there has to be in the hands of the West. That's how they control the global economy. And then you move further after Suez Canal, you're gonna see the one between Morocco and Spain. Again, I forgot the name of it, but it's also a canal that distributes to the France, to the UK, the Spain, and then they're now Atlantic to America, right? And then the other one that can supply easily to the South America, it's through the Cape of Good Hope. So if you look at now, they're busy with the Panama Canal as well. They're talking about taking it back. It's happening when Ukraine is fighting Russia, Israel, Palestine, Somalia, Jordan, and then the peaceful one currently is Morocco and Spain, I think, because they control Morocco as well. The Panama Canal, they want it back. And then they have to secure Cape Town for themselves to get to control Cape of Good Hope if they can no longer control the Black South Africans here. The thing they will remain with is Western Cape for Cape of Good Hope. But that's because the global dynamics are changing in terms of who used to really own these canals and influence them. The rise of China and Russia is influencing these tragic things are changing slightly. So they fear that as well. That's why the current tensions are happening where these trading hubs are at, where these passages are located. It's not by accident, Carla. I'm just giving you that perspective that even now when they challenge South Africa, it's more of the global look than just us trying to get back our land. They could care less about it. The most important thing they care about is Western Cape in this land of South Africa than anything.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I know that for a fact, you know. And with Cape Town right there, you control the whole sub-region because Cape Town, Durban is a port of entry for the whole entire sub-region.
Yeah, and then you got the Indian Ocean, you got the Atlantic Ocean. So why not? Yeah, it makes sense.
Yep. So trust me, I know my geopolitics. Yeah, like I said, I have like I said, but the bottom line that really touched me because the fact that Black South Africans were appealing to African Americans to come and buy properties in those exclusive white areas and whatnot because they knew we had the money and the resources. Principally, you would seem like you have a problem with that.
No, I don't have zero problem. I will tell you that most of Africa has invited. I always say that most of Africa has invited African Americans back.
No, yeah, but
every time I clock on, so
they invited us back, but they don't have nothing to really offer us. I mean, South Africa is an industrialized economy. That's significant, you know.
Yeah, but you try to make it unique to them. All these nations invited African Americans back. But my main point was that in terms of he was bashing African leaders, or some of them sending out their population to get the dollar, to get the money to send back to the nations. But that's a similar position in which South Africa is doing with African Americans. African Americans have access to the dollar. They have wealth. They're black. They're African.
No, it's not the same thing.
How's that different?
No, Kala, let me. No, he's gaslighting me. It's not the same thing, Kala. It's not the same thing.
I have never met a black South African in my whole entire
life. South Africa is not sending its poor population out there to fend for themselves and use the resources of other countries because we can't build our own. So the truth is that if I have to see anyone in Cape Town creating their small island there and taking our land back, I would rather see Black Americans being their numbers because they will share the same struggle and same ideology with us, including same skin color. Why should wait, Princip, wait. Let me make this point. The fact is they are at an advantageous position because they have the dollar. And why should they move to lesser developed areas in Africa when there's already a build-up area where they can use advantage of the dollar and just buy those people out? Because these people hate to see black folks in their communities. Even Orania, Ekala. You know what? I don't have a problem with Orania. Let those people build up Orania. We're going to put niggers in a few years there. We're going to start with RDP house. We will start with low-cost housing. Let them build. They want to build that shit. Let them build. Pretoria at some point was a white city. Same with Johannesburg, Cape Town. All these cities when they started was the white people city. If they want to, they're never gonna do anything. This is our nation. Let them develop it. We'll take it after later when they're done with it. We're lazy. Let the people who want to do the hard work. Let them build Orania. We'll take it later when it's fully developed. Don't interrupt your enemy when they're making mistakes.
Yeah. Yep, that's the African way, though. I guess but the bottom line is, yeah, you're right, man. The whole thing is, I have no problem with Orania. I have no problem with anybody that's self-determined building something. You're building something, I'm all for it. That's why I say, and I have no problem with people always ask me about the African. Look, more and more African Americans that are building, like the black people in South African America go in there are solidly contributing to the South African middle class, black middle class. And I love that because we need that strength. We're going to need strength of black people in South Africa coming from the West. We're going to need black people all over the continent, particularly South Africa. We need people, young people on the Johannesburg trading floor, stock exchange. We need a whole look.
You know what's funny, Kala? We're burning our resources, sending our young people to fight in Congo like now, for example, to make sure that country is stable. You know what? Africans have been laughing at the fallen soldiers of South Africa, the 14 fallen soldiers, in particular Nigerians. They've been making fun of those lost soldiers who are fighting to stabilize the most richful region in Africa. And the other thing, Kala, is that South Africa currently is the only African country that is actually challenging this hegemony globally, like where we're taking all the gambles and risks to challenge this. You know what Africans are doing? Are waiting there, looking at and waiting for us to fail. You know what the West is doing? Look at, for example, the Afrikaner here. The America, the entire powerhouse is backing them up. There's literally no black nation that is backing South Africa. This is the same thing that happened during apartheid, where most of our support came from Russia, where they were even sending weapons to help us to arm ourselves. The entire continent with black African countries, none even send the military here. So this is the problem with African people. They don't back up each other at all.
When you listened a little while ago, when the hard truth was saying, well, Colin, you said you work with Africa. I said, look, I'm willing to do whatever I gotta do. That means people who are not friendly with Africa, I'll work with. If you guys oppose, like you just said, you had to reach out to other. If Africa wants to drag its feet on the African and not support us, hey, I'm gonna look at other people, around the world. Maybe people that's hostile to the rest of Africa, but if they want to give us favor, so what? We would rather have support from a country like South Africa. I'll be a game changer if we can give South African support for an African, that'd be free.
Yeah, if you look, reach out, guys. I don't know, man. You guys don't have organized, a full organized institution where it's pushing this. If you reach out.
Oh yeah, we're gonna but I just basically what we're doing right now, just getting the word out, right? Eventually, we'll have an institute, stuff like that. We'll have officers throughout the world, and stuff like that.
Now that needs to happen, man. I support that, man. Because I don't think with America, man, I don't think you guys will ever grow to reach your potential the way you should. Because
we're not going to reach potential. We need with Black America and the challenges that we face. We need a government. That's why we're too big for America.
Unless if America was to give you guys the state where you can have your own land.
America is not going to do that. Why? Because America has a Monroe Doctrine. America, basically, I feel sorry for all these countries in this hemisphere. All these countries are basically suffering because America's hegemony over this region. Everything you see from the Sandinistas, the Contras, the Cold War, when not creating banana republics in Central South America, that's American interventionism. So
yeah. The funny part, Carla, is that currently now China came out and stood against Trump, and they pledged their full support to South Africa, Brazil as well. Notice how none of African countries got balls to even come out and make powerful statements. Africa doesn't exist, Carla. Trust me on that. If there's any African country that will emerge as a powerful country that is
that's why
South Africa. I'm telling you, these people are a bunch of losers who have got no ambition. They don't want to be key players in the globe. They don't want to be involved in anything. They continue to serve the interests of the West.
Why should I worry about what they think about me trying to get an African? Why should I worry about that? I look at Africa trust me, I'm looking at all this. I'm looking at how Africa is weak, and stuff like that. So I'm saying to myself, yeah, okay, okay, so all these knuckleheads that don't live on the continent trying to tell, you guys do this, but look, we're gonna do it. The African is coming. It's gonna come. We're gonna do everything we can to make this happen. Well, I'm trying to.
You're on your own, Carla. That's why for me, I'm like, we Black South Africans, we are on our own. I know that we can get support with communities like Black Americans because you guys have done it before. Huge support during apartheid, and the ideology is still the same. You tend to view the world the way we do, but on this continent, I lost trust. I don't trust any of these countries. They I don't know, man. I don't know what's happening with Africans in other African countries, but sometimes the ones who are in the diaspora, they're the ones you can hear them talking about geopolitics and understanding what's going on. But here on the continent, including the leadership, man, nothing is happening.
South Africa is the only friends that we have. The South Africa and the southern region is the only friends that we have in Africa. Everybody else wants to exploit us.
Exactly.
You sound goofy. What's the difference between what Ghana offered you and South Africa offered you? Nothing.
Yeah, I
would offer you to come back home. They both see you as a kin. You guys are just rambling like big kids.
Hold on.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that, Carla. I wouldn't say with the most, Carla. I wouldn't say with Southern region or with them. I think I think what is happening is that these regions, man, they've got different issues, man. I think the West, especially Western Africa and Central Africa, they're going through the most, man. So I think the more a region has got a bit of stability, the more they can show support and be like a global key players. At the moment, Southern region is strong in terms of development. So I just think they're going through the most in West and Central, man. Just to, we can
build an African American state on the continent and combine that with South Africa and a couple other countries, we'd be freaking able to stand up to the West. I believe that.
Yeah, I think we need nuclear weapons, man. I think South Africa, because to think of Black American state is too far fetched. That's gonna take too long for us. I think we should be getting nuclear weapons to build them. If you guys can help in terms of that as well, I think we should be having nuclear weapons now as a country, man. This look at India, for example. It's not easy to intimidate India because they've got nuclear weapons. Once one country in Africa can grow and develop nuclear weapons, it's over, man. We won't be able to be bullied like we are a bunch of kids who cannot develop anything at all. The fact is, Africa doesn't have security at the moment. Anyone can come in and do as they please.
Yeah. Africa, even for nuclear weapons, we need submarines, real warships, and planes.
We're not even building submarines. We're not.
Yeah, we need all that stuff like that. We need cognizance all over the continent, an African naval. That's what the African Union don't even have a freaking naval force for the continent.
African Union,
joke, it's a freaking joke, Principe loves the African Union. I do not. He's with the African Union, caller. That's an organization, a joke, man.
Don't you know you're the sixth region? All this BS.
Sixth region. That's a joke, man. Come on.
Yeah, look, the only country that can have power in terms of military could be Egypt, but that's if they stop the American influence, because their military is already well built.
Egypt is sponsored by America. They still doing billions every year for their military. See, I don't. Yeah, some stuff. Even South Africa didn't reach out for the EAS when they had their coups and they created their pacts. Rwanda did. Morocco did. So, should we bash South Africa for that? No. Senegal did. All these other nations did. So, are we supposed to look at South Africa as a sellout nation? No. I don't get why he's kissing and brown nosing you guys.
What are you talking about, Prince?
Where AES is and South Africa is. South Africa is way down there. AES is way up there.
Rwanda flew his ass all the way over to Senegal to Mali. He went. Morocco sent weapons. Tunisia sent weapons. They all back. Guinea sent. Come on, bro. So you guys are trying to make it seem like all these African nations are cowards, and only South Africa is the only beacon of hope. This is false.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's not the only beacon of hope. It's just a beacon of hope at the moment.
Yeah, that's true. We're not the only beacon of hope. And Precept, I'm aware of other African countries historically doing that. I mean, Nigeria has played its part, being the peace mission in Africa. Morocco, Algeria, Ethiopia, all these countries do play their part. But for the past 20 years, you have to agree that South Africa has been doing the most. And sometimes I feel like it's not even getting that credit. We are always told that we hate other Africans, we are xenophobic. There's a lot of things this country is doing for Africa, a lot. I don't want to dive into that because I'm not about the petty party. But at the moment, South Africa is the only voice, I mean, not the only voice, but the loudest voice for Africa in terms of global geopolitics. You're going to have to swallow your pride and agree with me on that, brother.
I respect. I know South Africa invests in different nations, different regions. I see what they're doing in DRC. When these guys talk about, Africa doesn't help nobody, I'm like, SADC is helping DRC.
No, Africa don't help nobody. South Africa helps people. That's all.
Africa helped Rwanda. South Africa helped Zimbabwe when they had the embargo. A lot of people look at that under the radar.
South Africa help.
Different nations help one another.
Africa help.
Angola helped DRC in the past. Angola also is helping DRC currently. You don't know your history and you just make big statements about nothing, bro. Different nations help each other throughout history in Africa. Different tribes help one another throughout history in Africa.
But why do you have a problem with the African Black American free stand in Africa? You know? Why are you having some negative?
I have zero problem. It's about their aura about it. I always say that this shit is a logical, simple ideal that everyone simply supports. But it's because their way that they speak about Africa, the way they want to go about doing it, the way they talk about we're going to just take things and da. That's a very hyper-aggressive. Yeah, I've said that in the past, bro. It is a very hyper-aggressive element. Me being a man who's a brother of both sides, I'm like, okay, you say that to an African American, they ain't gonna take that. If you go down to fucking Brooklyn where I'm from, and you say, "Oh, we're gonna take this," you ain't coming out, bro. So you think you're gonna go over there to Nigeria? You think you're gonna go over there to Liberia?
Yes.
You think you're gonna go over there to Angola and try to?
Not Angola.
Come on,
Angola ain't got those
them niggas ain't
problems.
sweet, bro. You think because a Haitian smile on your face that he's kind? That nigga will cut your head off, bro. You thinking they sweet, bro?
Princip, don't tell me they ain't sweet and they're getting taken over by everybody.
You ain't P. Diddy. How you gonna talk about take this and take that? You ain't
They
Diddy.
getting taken over by everybody.
Stop the drama.
Name someone who ain't took it over.
Again, if you are a brother, go back as a brother. Don't go over there on some sneak shit. The same way you don't like that shit when it's over here.
Princip,
You say you gonna go over there and annex the state. Did you say some bullshit like that?
Name a group that ain't took it over.
Bruh, I'm talking about sensibility, logic, reason. You've been to Africa, right? You've been to Benin State, right? You think you could go over there and do what the fuck y'all talking about? Or if you go over there with brotherhood
What
or
is it
whatever,
that we
they're gonna
said
give you
we're
the
gonna
fucking
do?
land.
Take an uninhabitable piece of land, okay, and build it for our own thing. Well, how does that bother you, Principe? You got
No. That doesn't bother me at all. It's when people talk about annexing a state. We talking about, oh man, we gonna take it. Huh?
You got a whole country that you need to be freedom fighting to take over. You got a whole country that you need to get instead of running around.
You want people to kiss your ass, bro. I'm giving you an honest opinion about what you're gonna face if you go over there with that kind of aggression. You want me to kiss your ass and brown nose because you're a big baby, bro. Your old man talking about big baby shit, bro.
Representative that I go over there exactly with that aggression. If I get killed, oh well.
Principe, you crazy, man. You
Can't be scared of everything.
You understand? You know, you have no idea talking about what is sweet. What is sweet is when somebody comes from the Dominican Republic, sets up and walks into the president's house and blows everybody
and knocks him down.
That's sweet. Come on.
The Haitians ain't sweet though. It ain't sweet over there. But the Dominicans can walk in there and knock some shit down. It ain't sweet in Africa, but the Chinese can smack the shit out of people. It ain't sweet in Africa, but the Indians can smack the shit out of people. It ain't sweet in Africa, but the grown white dudes can walk around and molest their little children in public and ain't a damn thing happening. It ain't sweet. Only when you're Black American.
Yeah, because you want a place of your own, right? That becomes an issue. Nothing else is an issue. Child bride, female genital mutilation. Okay.
Everything's cool.
Everything is cool. Everything goes. But no, don't you come there and take a piece of land that nobody wants and nobody lives in. That's an issue. How does that make sense, Principe? It doesn't make sense. Tell me, how does it make sense?
Yeah, look, I don't see how the Israelis got their state not so long ago and it's even built up now there in Middle East, where they actually creating problems for that region. And then we have to have people having a problem with Black Americans having their state in Africa, and they think it's an imaginary thing. Like, look, as Black people, we have to admit we are not ambitious, and we don't think in terms of generational thought process. We just think for now. I mean, that's doable. That can easily be done. Africa is actually way bigger than Middle East. If the Westerners can peddle the Israels and find a land for them there in Middle East and they are surviving to this day, why is this far-fetched? You know, so I don't know, man. I just feel like
Black
it's
people
sad
are
that
not supposed to dream. Black people are not supposed to have a goals. You see, these people who have their own country would prefer to be interlopers up under the white man. And so just the thought process of you wanting to do something, okay, makes you an enemy. That's the issue. They can't take it. They've got
That's
their
not
own
the issue,
place.
Dollar Bill.
Well,
the
tell me.
issue is you wanted to do something and historically have already done it, and they haven't been able to do it at all. And still can't do it.
And that's sad.
Yep.
It's sad that the people that you got to fight against, okay, are people who look just like you.
I know. That's why I told you that, Dollar Bill. I said,
crazy.
man, when I first started this, I thought I was going to get pushback from the white man. You know, and it's been all Negroes, whether it's in Africa or America, Negroes, you know.
Unbelievable, man.
Negroes are your biggest opposition, man. It's like you're running down the field and whatnot. All of a sudden you say, "Oh yeah, we got the ball, run down the field." Then all of a sudden your same teammate tackles you and whatnot, you know.
You know how big is Namibia, Kala, and the population is roughly 2 million or 3 million.
I know.
And even DRC, it's a huge country, man. I just feel like if African leaders were really serious and they wanted to to bring Black American back and give them their own state, that's doable, man. To say that's a far-fetched idea, it's a lie. That's doable. But African people are just not ambitious.
They had a whole West, but the thing is, we almost got caught up in the nationalist movement. And Barotse land, you know, that place is on turmoil right now in Western Zambia. They tried to create a nationalist movement, but they wanted to use African Americans. So you guys can have your own state over here. And my boy Maputo told me, said, "Nah, you guys want to get involved with that. The Zambians, the Barotse people are nothing but freaking Negropeans." He showed me how they love the Scottish and stuff like that. And he said like this: they joined Zimbabwe back in the days. That region was independent. Could you go to Western?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was one country: Zambia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe.
Yeah, so Barotse land. Also, I guess Barotse land nationalists are back on the scene, right? They're dissatisfied with the Zambian government, whatever. So now suddenly they're saying, you know something, man, we could do it. It's like Biafra. Yo, Africa, in the future, man, you might see 100 new African countries emerge. You know, I'm watching this.
I agree with African goddess. You know why? This idea that you guys must come back and mingle into the existing communities and societies, it won't happen, man. The cultures are far apart, and just the goals and the skills, it won't work, man. What can work is you guys to be given your own land to build. But perhaps Africans fear what you guys can do, maybe out of jealousy, I don't know, or maybe they think you, I don't know, man. I don't see you guys coming back to terrorize Africa and creating wars. That will just be a weird thought. But I don't know why, man. I don't know. But hey, man, all the best.
I think what it is this.
Hold on. Somebody said something about Jovenel Moise. Is that Jonathan?
Yeah, I ain't even said shit.
Sassy boy, you said something about Jovenel Moise, bro?
Who is that? I don't even know who that person is.
You hearing things?
You hearing shit, nigga?
He said something about President Sweet because he got murdered or something like that.
No.
I
said you're saying no, man. You can hear what you want to hear, Principe. You know what?
Wait, you heard that one? That was like 15 minutes ago.
Exactly. I don't know what the hell you was doing in the bathroom.
So is African American Sweet? A bunch of niggas got murdered. CIA infiltrated your community, etc., etc. Or y'all sweet?
12% of the population, man.
Come on now.
Stop the bullshit. We're 12% of the damn population. This is in your own hometown, man. Stop it. Principe, stop. Listen, I just finished looking at a place in the Dominican Republic. The whole area in beautiful construction was done by Haitians. The Dominicans allowed them to come and work. And then after they built this whole big thing, they threw them out.
All right, get out.
They threw them out. So don't try to play that BS with me. Okay? You got Haitian gangsters here in America. Why aren't y'all all going back trying to liberate your country? You got them all over Florida, and they got munitions, they got guns, they got everything, and they can get on a boat and get there and get busy. They get busy in the hood, right? Why ain't they going back there to get busy and taking? Because they're not freedom riders. They're not interested in doing that, right? So stop telling me how we think we're gonna do something. I'm tired of y'all doing that. I'm tired of y'all not taking action.
Everybody got
all the smoke for us. Y'all got all the smoke. You the majority in your own country, and you refuse to stand up. Or you can
and stop talking about us when we're not in the majority. You are the fucking majority.
Yeah, Kala, do you know that one of the companies that was hired to build the wall for Trump is actually a South African company? It's laughable, but we can't even control our border. We're busy building the border. But look, man, I think for Trump to deport the aliens, I support that 100%, man. I I look, man. Some people have. Yeah, I support that, man. I think that's good for America, man. That's where I agree with Trump.
With the governor of New York and that chick with Chief James, Attorney General, they're going down too, because they got motherfuckers giving licenses to look. Your driver's license in America is the most powerful document you have besides your passport, right? I don't know which is more powerful, the passport or driver's license. One of those two documents right there, right? That when you have a driver's license, or that means you have a social security number, you have a birth, all that's verified, right? Now, because the state of New York give out to illegal aliens who have no social security, no birth record, and give them the right to drive, now they can use that as ID. Now our ID is compromised because people look at you like, well, they got to put different marks on there. If you were a citizen, before you just had a license, you knew you were a citizen, you knew you had papers, everything like that. Now they're cracking down on that. At DMV, they're about to stop giving illegal aliens. And all of that, the illegal aliens could drive in this country without insurance, without anything, without even having to take a road test. None of that shit. This is insane.
Yes, Carla, we have got that issue as well in South Africa. Like we now currently have got the citizen IDs, and then we've got the foreign IDs, because it got so bad they had to separate them. And also identity fraud is a thing in our country. And in fact, it's so bad that you go to UK, you find many Zimbabweans, but they will tell you that they're South Africans, and they even got South African passport, misrepresenting us out there. A lot of this is happening, man. That's why bullshit. Africa, whatever is happening there. I am a South African, man.
From South Africa, I'll say, all right, whatever. I know you're from Zimbabwe and Mozambique. I have yet to meet a black South African face to face. You know, I have never met a black South African.
I went to school.
Oh, yeah. This one girl, she was a colored girl. She was at a club one night. She was fine as hell. And I was walking her to her car one night. You know, we just hugged one night. You know, anyway, she was fine as hell, man. That was one girl. I heard her accent. She said, "Oh, I'm from Cape Town. Well, I'm South African." You know, saying she was colored. You know, she looked black, but she was colored. You know,
yeah.
And so basically, that was it. That was the only time I've ever met a South African. That was when I worked in the club. You know, she's
I'm sure now they're black. I'm sure, like in UK they're there, but there's that group that is Zimbabweans, and they'll just say
I met white
the accent.
I met white South Africans. Let me tell you how I met my first white South African, right? When I was 17, right? This is summer, I was 17. This guy that was older guy I worked at a summer camp, right? But this older guy that was a college guy, right? He was like one of these white guys, you know, farm boy, but he was like one of the liberal farm boys. His parents used to have exchange students. Well, summer of '85, right? That's when they was going through all that turmoil in South Africa.
Yes, that was during apartheid, Carla.
Yeah, apartheid. It was in '85, right? Anyway, this guy, I forgot his name, Robert, I think it was. He brought this white boy that was a South African, about my age, to as for the summer, right? So anyway, he goes, I'll never forget this. He goes, hey, we got morning chores, we got to move the hay, whatever like that. He goes, oh, we don't do that. He goes, that's for work, that's for the blacks. Else he threw him a bale of hay. He said, this is America, everybody works. And then
but that was true, man. Here this side, that was the reality.
Check this out. Anyway, right before he left, right, he brought him by my job, right? I worked at Burger King at night, right? So in the mall. So he brought him by my job, right? And he goes, I think it was Johan, something like that. One of those South African named Johan, something like that. Anyway, he was like, this is Dwayne, how you doing? Whatever like that. We shook hands and whatnot. And he was like, how you doing? And we just sat there, just looking at each other, you know. And he's like, and he was brought us there. I was like, whatever. He was like, okay. I was like, well, I'll see you later. I was like, bye. I'll see you bye. He was like,
oh, okay. He treated you like how he will treat a black South African.
No, he was basically he stayed for the summer, but this was at the end of the summer, you know. The end of the summer, right? We're about to leave, right? We're about to start school year. And it was like the last week of summer where the summer camp was over. And basically, so this guy, Rob, brought him by my job to meet me, you know? And we just sat there talking for a little bit. And all of a sudden, that was it, you know? Yeah, he was just like, he was a nice guy, but I guess he said he
And
wanted to
we
show
still
him
have
blacks
that
in America. He wanted to show him how blacks in America, how because we were all sitting there, me and my friends, black.
Oh
white.
yeah.
He wanted to see how you see. He goes in America. He was trying to show him that in America, see.
You know what's crazy, Carl? You know what's crazy, Carla? There's a movie, I think it's called Pretoria. Anyway, I forgot the name, but they were robbing a bank in Pretoria City, our capital city, during the apartheid time. These guys went there I don't know if they went there to rob a bank to get money to send to the guy's exile or what was happening, but they ended up, I think, hijacking this politician. It's a long story. But what was fun is that in that bank, there was this black American dude, so black Americans have been going back and forth with South Africa for many years. I think even before apartheid, right? So he was in that bank, and then the funny part is, even black Americans, they were not treated the same way as black South Africans. They were aware that they carried the USA ID. Like this thing is so weird, man. This thing is done at the systematic level. It was just organized.
Yeah, they would love pitting black people against each other.
Yeah, man. It's like black South Africans were specifically subjected to this. Not all black were supposed to be affected. Especially black Americans, because the USA passport is powerful, So they were treated like, they were not treated like. But I mean, even here in South Africa, there were black South Africans and in the high class who were having like some benefits and privileges. I'm not disputing that. But it's just so crazy to imagine how this system was, man. It's crazy.
Well, when I was a kid, I met Gary Player. In fact, my father used to caddy, and I met Gary Player. And when he won the Masters, the hat that he wore, he signed it and gave it to my father for me. And the funny thing is, my mom, she's clean free, and she actually washed it. I was so mad. I was like, "Mom, this is Gary Player. He just, South African guy." And that was the first time I met a white South African, was Gary Player. But I actually, in school, there was an Afrikaner who was teaching. She was an adjunct professor. And this was during the apartheid. They both were doing the apartheid. And, I was a little kid the first time. But, I was like, like a high school, not a high school, but I was like 19 when I met this Afrikaner. And she was trying to tell me about South Africa. And I was saying, well, you guys are not from South Africa, are not from South. Yes, we are. I said, well, where are the black people from? And she said, oh, they're not from South Africa. They're from the bush.
Yeah, they say we're from the Congo. Apparently, they say we come from Congo, man. These people are just
crazy.
On one hand, they tell you go back to Africa. You go back to Africa. Okay, we go back to Africa. Check this out. When we build the African somewhere in Angola, Congo, white people will come there and tell us, "No, you don't belong here." Where do we belong?
Bro,
the Europeans tell you where they belong.
The propaganda with these people is crazy, man. You know that today they believe that South Africans they say we're from Congo or Cameroon. They run in with that propaganda, man. They say we're not from here, and they say they came here first. Apparently, there were no black people here.
They're not from there. They're from the bush.
Yeah, they said where the white people from.
Woman, I was like,
we originated here. We didn't come from Europe. They erased their European heritage.
These people are something else. But I admire how organized they are. I mean, you need to be organized as people to achieve this level of propaganda where generations start to believe these things. I mean, some of their kids really believe these things. And the sad part is we have got other black people in this country who actually believe that they're not from this country. They from Congo, wherever they think they're from, because of this propaganda. We black people cannot engineer propaganda.
Americans who think they're Native Americans and Indians. Well, it's crazy the world.
Yeah, you're always gonna get these goofballs who are saying this stuff, and you get crazy people like Principe that think we should be, up under these Nigerians, and they should be determining who we are and where, and so I think they prefer these goofy FBA people, right? They like that, they want to tell you that they're the foundation of America. No, you're not the and it was Malcolm X who clearly said, you didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on you. Okay.
I mean, I've got black South Africans, brother, who believe that they're from Cameroon or Congo. I'm like, do you know how dangerous that is? Then you're validating these people for stealing our land just by believing that nonsense.
Everything has consequences when you say, like when the Nigerian Chidamanda, whatever her name is, says, we Nigerians basically don't see it because we grew up in the majority. Well, the majority of black people are dealing with racism. Imagine basically she that gets to South Africa. Why do you think South African whites favor Nigerians? Because it's messages like that Nigerians send out to the world. You know?
They favor other Africans because they the ones who are actually peddling this thing that we're not from this country as well. Remember, they working against us. The whole Africans who are here, color, they working against us every day. They align themselves with these people.
Feels, right? You know how we feel in America. They come here to work against us. You know, that's why. What you guys need is your own Tariq Nasheeds. You need on the other side.
Yeah, we're
guys, I gotta get off. I got 2 hours and I gotta go work.
Lodi is a foundational South African.
Just become the South African Tariq Nasheed, man. What do you think of that?
Foundational South Africans.
Thanks for the education, Lodi. We
appreciate all right, I'll call you tomorrow,
my brothers. All right.
All right. Yeah,
so I need to go. I need to go work for the white
foundational black South Africans.
I need to go, Carl. I need to go work for the white man, man. My white man needs some millions, man. I want to make more millions for him this year, man.
I still got to work for the white man, you know. So join the club, man. Even though I won't run business, you know.
Yeah, cheers, Jonathan. Cheers, Chris.
All right, take care.
All right, fellas, man. It's late. It's 4:00 in the morning. I gotta get up in the morning. Well, it's been a good show. You know, any last words from you guys?
No, have a good night.
All right, y'all.
Have a good night, Prince.
Yeah, God bless, man. Have a good night, man. Like I said, I ain't trying to shit on your idea. Your ideas, I always tell you that from the beginning. It's a dope idea. If you go with the wrong energy,
all we need is just legitimacy for the Africans, because the Pan African movement has never really had legitimacy. It's always been taken for a joke or some pattern. Now I'm dead serious about making this movement a serious movement that we could take it and get behind. That's what I'm dead serious about. That means if I can cut black women out, I'll do it. You know, it's a black male movement, you know, and I know I'm going to find enough support between Black America, Canada, the Caribbean, whatever like that, for this African movement, because no real man. If I don't, that means the black man is a fucking coward. That's what we're going down to it. Let's cut the women out and see what men are about. Do you want a nation of your own, or do you want to live on another race of people's rule forever? Do you want to establish your own government, or do you want to stay here forever for future generations? If we choose the latter, that means the white man's right, and we deserve anything we can get from him. You know, so we got to make a choice.
But why would you cut the woman? All you got to do is say, if you don't fuck with the plan,
no. Johnson, run it down to him. Run it down to him. Yeah. No, the black woman will be. Look, the whole thing is this: we're going to be on the African continent, right? We're going to have access to every black woman on the friggin' planet can come. You know, that's the way it is. The black women in America, they want to come fight, but I'm not dragging them nowhere. You know, the bottom line.
Some of them is going to want to come. You can't make it seem because
the ones that want to come will come, and the ones that don't won't. There's women in Africa already.
Don't make it like, oh nah, yeah, it's a man thing.
We're saying
it is a man thing.
But the bottom line, they ain't gonna have no choice about whether we build it or not. That's what I'm saying. They can come.
Absolutely. It's your vision. It's your direction.
All I want is black men, because that's who's gonna build this nation. Black men. You know, so that's all I need. That's all I really need. So that comes out of one major problem we gotta have. I thought, we're gonna get all these black men. I'm still thinking, well, we gotta do this. No, man. Look, it's about men. You know, black women want to come after the fact. Sure, more like, of course they'll end up coming anyway. You know, some of them will, but we got plenty of African women, Brazilian women, Costa Rican women.
Hold on, isn't that contradictory to your ideals of African American state if the women is not African American?
The African American and African diaspora, right? That's the men, right? We carry the seed. You understand, Principe? We're the men. It's a patriarchy. Our story, you know, that's who rules. Our story. Our children become us. You know, yeah, they'll have, okay, my mother's a such and such a Hausa or Yoruba, whatever the hell it is, right? Or Swazi, whatever like that. But the bottom line is your identity is with your father. You understand? That's why I said that's the main thing. It doesn't really matter where the women come from because the women take on the identity of the husband. Can we agree on that?
Yeah. And well, by the way, we'll just add on to the law that once you're married to an African American, you're accepted into the culture. You're African American by default.
Basically African American, African. You know?
That's how that work now.
Yeah, that's how it work, bro.
Yeah, why the hell you think that my wife gets married, she becomes an American citizen, which she is now.
So that's
but I'm talking about. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's how it goes in the world, bro. You know, you look at people like the Scott Irish and all these people. How you do it in a marriage? You know, all these people.
Kyla, there are French people who are not of the French ethnic group that have French citizenship.
Yeah, all kinds of people are French.
Like you're a Haitian. You're not a white person, are you? But you left Haiti and came to America. And I guess you got citizenship, so you're American, right?
Bottom line is this. Bottom line is this. When you basically convince the African American male, he has nothing to lose. Where like that, I bet you any amount of money. If we're lucky, if I'm right, we'll get like 75-80% support. You know, even with that, I would say something like half of that will be actually involved. But I know for a fact of the matter is when this case is really presented and African Americans see that there's support for this globally, they'll get behind it because they don't want to be left out. It's a bandwagon mentality. You want to be part of something, you know? The only problem we have is people listen to these people online that's saying absolutely nothing. Like Phil Scott, he's saying absolutely nothing, you know? All these people are drying up. I don't know what Phil Scott's talking about these days, you know, just now the latest thing is that girl, what's that one white girl that's married to a football player that has mixed kids? She said the N-word 12, 13 years ago. Remember, you heard about that case?
Nah, I don't know about that.
It was a female blonde chick. She's married to one of these black NFL players, right? They got kids together. And there was tweets resurfaced about her saying the N-word or whatever like that online. And I'm saying to myself, as Phil Scott, man, that great investigative journalist is all over it. Yeah, see, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, man, is that fucking important? Is that what you wasting your time with, you know? And people get on me about talking about the African. I think I'm doing something productive, you know? Talking about fucking Hollywood gossip and all kinds of stupid shit I see. You know, is that what the new black media is? And you wonder why Donald Trump won. You know, because black people are nothing but a bunch of fools, you know, and everything like that. So the bottom line is when black people decide that, yeah, this is the wave of the future, so we're going to keep pushing. Yeah, this idea of an Afghanistan is growing among black America, just like the reparations movement, the BLM movement is growing. This becomes the next viral movement. Well, not, it'll happen. You know, it'll happen. It'll happen. So all we need is get this movement to go viral, and all of a sudden, basically, it'll happen. You know, but
you gotta chill on the shock jockey stuff that you be doing, man.
I'll do what we gotta do. We gotta do it. But the whole thing is, movement is this, right? It's not based on white racism. The past movement made the mistake because they centered our movement around the white man and racism. So all the white man had to do is pivot and act nice to you, and the movement dies. You know. Now this movement is not based on white supremacy, white racism. White people really have they say, well, what do you think about America, white America? I don't think nothing about it. I grew up here. I have a good life here. All like that, no problem. But why do you want an African? Because we want it, because I can, because I want to do it. It's something we want to do. You know, black people ain't supposed to be like that. We can't just say we want something, you know? We got to be like dire situation. No, it ain't dire. You know, I'll be fine this is something that we believe in. This is my faith. Why do you go to church? I believe it, you know. Why did man climb Mount Everest? Because it was there, you know. Why are you building Africa?
Yeah, it's about the language. Nobody's against the idea. It's the language. The same way black Americans ain't sweet. These guys are resilient. They folk. You go into the source of these people, which is Africa. They're not sweet either. You gotta go with the same kind of. You can't approach African American any which way. You gotta come with respect.
They're sweet.
Good.
They're sweet. I'd employ it in every single which way you can look at it. They're sweet. You can't. It's one thing to be like, you know what? You got Haiti had a whole slaughter. There's never been that in Africa. I can argue
That's
that
not true.
Haiti's
That's
not
not
sweet.
true. You don't read history. That's not true. There's whole slaughters that happen to
Name the
Europeans.
slaughter. Name the slaughter.
Man, I gotta look them up, man. Why you think you trying to put them on the spot? There was wars like in Ghana. One of the
No.
his
See,
name.
wars is
There
what
was
you
slaughters in Ghana. There was slaughters.
wars is what you have when you know you're actually trying to accomplish something. Generally, you're protecting yourself or something like that. In this case, are you telling me that they were so brave and so they got taken over by a tiny minority?
Which
You can't
minority
pull
was
that
that?
off.
The European
The white
allied with
people,
the
the
tribes.
European.
He didn't come in like if you read the history, he tried to come in
Prince,
himself. People
the whole
slaughtered him.
United Kingdom has never went to anywhere in Africa.
Exactly. They aligned. They initially went with their own
So that
soldiers or
means
whatever they said. These guys got
that
killed.
means that the homeland people, the natives, got the complete dominance. They got the numbers. They have the weapons. They should dominate them, right? Because based on this crap, Haiti should have been taken over easily. Right after y'all had y'all little revolution, should just been yoink, took them from you. But you guys said, hell no, fuck that, right? There's a reason why you're still the dominant majority right now. The Native Americans, they didn't have that. They got slaughtered, right? Okay, well, Japan wasn't having it. For some reason, they decided that, no, motherfucker, we're not going to bow to you. And we're not going to
Yeah,
take
but
the bullshit.
you're making my point though.
Check us out. This worldview must be Chantel. It says black women will continue to grow the population of America.
Yeah, right. Y'all not even growing the population, right?
Highest abortion rate. Nobody's having sex with y'all, whatever. You know, it will continue to grow in America with any ethnicity of men. That's a win-win. No, it's not. It's a lose-lose, you know? So, yes, Africa, we will grow our population here and whatever. You know,
Yeah, but by both your logic, I'm not making African American men and women anymore. I'm making like mixed. Not mixed, but they're black, but they're not African
We're
American.
saying we're building an African, right? And a lot of these people like a worldview, freaking these are stupid hood rat black women who are waiting 50 years old, still don't have no children, no nothing and whatnot.
Well, no, wait a minute, Carla. The hood rats tend to have their children. These are the educated people. They don't want to have children for some reason.
They don't want to have children. Yeah, they don't want to have no damn children.
Shout out to the hood rats that actually have kids.
You're supposed to tie like African American love into the shit. Like, well, you talk about women getting together.
I'm trying to get to
We're not doing love. Love don't build countries. Love don't build countries.
Haitians got their own Haitian love movement, Zoe love movement. You got Compa love movement, right? When you go to Compa nights.
But Prince, how's that benefiting Haiti right now?
I only have a fucking wife.
We don't need love movements. We need to build a fucking country.
You got like 5 wives. You could just get.
We don't need love. You don't need love movements to build a country.
No, but you still want a majority. Your whole theme of it was a majority African American.
Yeah, majority men.
State. So that means that even if it's a Haitian, a Jamaican, a Trini, a Nigerian, whatever, these guys will be minorities. How are you going to mix out with the other?
Now wait a minute, Kala, if you don't mind me, the Liberia was mainly, Americans, right?
American men.
Huh.
And most of them took native wives.
But even though they had other wives and shit, it was still African American women that went over there too.
I get y'all, but I'm saying that should be the main basis. Your main message and your main marketing should be towards your own men and women. Because if you want the majority African American state, I don't get the logic. It's like we said, I want
the marketing can go towards the man and the woman, but we'll take whoever comes, and most likely that's just going to be men. And if that's the case, then so what?
Let it go. Let that be natural. Don't try to quote unquote like single out the women.
We're gonna do this. But if African American women want to form their own women of the African movement, hey, I got no problem with that. But one thing is not going to happen. We're not going to sit around. Remember, did you want to think of Principe? Remember, think of Ice Cube and the Platinum Plan. You got Lisa Ray. These heifers got together. Vivica Fox. How dare you come up there? Where are the women at and whatnot? They said.
Tyler, that's definitely Chantel, by the way.
What?
That's definitely Chantel.
That is Jeffrey Chantel. You know, so nobody wants me. I got a wife, and I got several other females that I'm chilling with. You know, I like that. So I don't need.
How many calls you got, boss? How many calls? 2, 3.
So the bottom line is, we say, look, if women want to form the African movement, whatever like that. I meet this dude, man. Damn, all that noise. Yeah, women want to form their own African movement, whatever like that. They feel it's necessary. Hey, I got nothing wrong. They feel free to do that, you know. But the whole thing is, you know, the idea of what happened to Ice Cube is not gonna happen to me. You know, was I get invited on a major platform? How dare you talk about it's gonna do it, man.
What about the woman of the Afghanistan?
Man, what about?
Yeah, but you trying to make it seem like there's a lot of African American women who ain't like that.
Oh yeah,
they fuck with your idea, so that's who you targeted
Principe, the friggin' Platinum Plan. Tell me about that. It was black women who killed the Platinum Plan because they didn't like Donald Trump. Black people could be on their way with $500 billion pumping into our community directly. You know, we don't got shit, you know, to show for anything. You know, we couldn't even go back to Donald Trump right now if we wanted to. And we could have basically put Donald Trump in the office in 2020, had $500 billion, but we listened to black women. You know, the bottom line, I am not listening to no damn black women for shit. You know, we're gonna do it. You know,
no, I'm not saying you should. I'm not saying
to a whole bunch of women that are in the press.
And so, bottom line is, okay, yeah, that's gonna matter. Would you look, man? I'm like, look, Vivica, Lisa Ray, get your ass in there and make me a goddamn sandwich. That's what the fuck you need to do. You know, cook me my grits. You know, make me some eggs and cheese and whatnot with toast and whatnot. You know, so and some turkey sausage. You get in there and make me my breakfast. You know, that's what the hell y'all need to do. You know, let men do the men's business. You know, I'm a fucking caveman. You know, let the men do the men's business. This is man's business. This is nation building is man's business. You know, women. Only thing women are concerned about is child rearing and childbearing. That's all the fuck you. That's your main goal in education. That's it. You know, education, health, child rearing. If the women's job, this is how screwed up Black America is.
No, the more they try to put women in everything, the more the West weakens.
You never hear black women in America talk about child rearing anymore. That's like an afterthought. You know, oh yeah, it's always about them. Go look at this is the View. Why are women, grown ass women? Because you be talking about women's issues, family, child. They're talking about men's issue, politics. There's something fucking wrong.
I'm embarrassed to say this. Most of the African American women that I deal with, they vehemently they don't want children.
I know. That's why I said
they don't want children.
So what principle?
They want to be married. They don't want to have children.
Yeah. So what use are they?
Useless. And then
no, I'm saying it's like to me it's like there's certain Haitian women who are sellouts. You think I'm talking to them when I'm talking about Haitian love and Haitian empowerment, whatever? Hell no. The messaging goes to those who's going to receive it and follow suit.
Well, we're not talking about people. We're not talking about African American women that are sellouts. These are pro-black African American women that just don't want children. And unfortunately, when you're trying to build a nation, you need people who want to have children.
How common is that? There's certain women that literally tell you, man,
it's the fucking norm right now. Do you not know that?
Yeah, man. About our population. Black America
is the norm for.
Look, the only way we're gonna basically have population, we African women gotta step up to the plate, you know. And
Keisha and Shaquita are the ones that's keeping the black race going still.
Oh yeah,
that's true. So what?
Creatures are having children.
They're having children.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, but these educated ones, they ain't doing it. They're not doing it. I talked to a speech therapist. We get down. She don't want children though.
Yeah, check us out.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
God, preferably barefoot and pregnant. Now you got the idea, African goddess. Now you got barefoot and pregnant, preferably with Victoria's Secret. Walk around with some slippers, some bunny slippers. Some Playboy bunny slippers and Victoria's Secret and the pink. And the little bunny ears on it. That's our high vision. Barefoot and pregnant, making me a sandwich.
Again, you got to make that cool in terms of you can work, but we family focused. We looking for family focused, beautiful black woman who's about building a nation. That's what I think.
Yeah, the only way you're gonna do that is if you're taking a whole bunch of 25-year-olds. That's as good as if you talk about anybody over that. It's not happening. Leave them behind.
Yeah, but he should be marketed on multiple levels, from colleges to job fairs to retirement people.
Bottom line,
So it's different.
A lot of the black women coming over, and this is another problem we're gonna have. You're gonna have men with so much opportunity for women. See, look, this is definitely Chantel. Let me delete her out of there. Check us out, dirty. Look how mine. We're talking about nation building. She's talking about we're dirty old men. They're dusty old men. Look, the idea of women, right? We know a lot of black women in the bottom that are going to be professionals, but the thing is, those type of women, right? I don't know. They still women desire men, but they can't give you what a friggin' young African woman could give you. A young, beautiful woman could give you. They give you plenty of kids. They're gonna take care of your home life or not. I feel sorry for my sisters, my African American sisters, man, because whatever happiness they trying to search for, I hope they find it. I don't know.
I don't feel sorry for them. It's okay.
I feel sorry for me because
they got a right to self-determination. If they want to end their seed or end their their bloodline with them,
I look at some of them, man. It's like, damn, you understand that clock is ticking, and you're out here talking about this.
No, they don't. Carla, this is a sad thing, right? Now, I'm getting married to a Cameroonian. We have a wedding introduction, a family introduction coming up in March, right? She wants to have 6 kids.
Damn, that's good.
And happy about it.
So bottom line, that's only in Africa, man. We need women like that.
Our
population will grow like crazy, man. You need to build a nation, Principe. You need a population. You need babies.
That's true. That's true.
You need like at least 1 million babies being born a year.
Well, John's gonna give you at least 20 kids for your nation, so that's a plus.
As long as you can take care of them, man.
Oh yeah, it's Gucci. It ain't gonna be 20. It's gonna be like 25 to 30. 25 to 30.
Well, I know you guys are busy, man. God bless y'all, man. Have a good night, man.
All right, man.
Jonathan, my fault I jabbed you, man, but you was, talking kind of sideways.
Yeah. Look, y'all tomorrow. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right,
God bless, man. Have a good night.